Hello and welcome to the Blue Rupees Podcast,
Hello.
episode
Hell
78.
yeah.
We're doing it. We're getting almost 100, actually. That's actually kind of wild.
We're going to have to come up with like a special idea for number 100.
No, we're just not going to make it to 100. We're just going to stop at
We
99.
will kick David off the podcast, period.
Now, spice it up. Let's kick someone
show
out.
up to your house and
Spice
throw
it
you
up.
out your window.
I'm Adrian. David's here. Gore's here. We got a guest here. We got our second guest ever, NeoGameSpark. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's about time y'all got me on this show. I've been a longtime fan of all y'all's works, dating back to the infamous Palutina's Army days. Y'all remember that? Y'all
Episode
remember
21.
Classic.
I was on a
Episode
couple
21. I
episodes,
was about to bring that up. Yeah. But it's
no.
awesome. Thank you for having me, y'all.
Yeah, we were trying to get some more
Yeah,
guests
we-
on, and your name got brought up too. Your name just gets brought up. Everyone's like, "Hey, we need some guests," and there's like, you know what, just throw Neo on there. So
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because every time someone says, "Hey, get that guy," I'm like, "Wait, what do you mean? What did I do?"
every time anyone says
No.
"get me," I'm just like, "Oh, it's not a good climate for that right now."
Yeah, right.
All right, I forgot to give this intro, so welcome. 4.5 hours. You got a lot of content coming up. If you like this podcast, give us a like. We appreciate it. Hey, tell us the secret word that we say at the end. Listen to all 4.5 hours. If you hear a secret word, comment it. If you didn't hear it, I'm just messing with you.
Yeah.
Games Gone By schedule, or actually, so Ranksters on Tuesday. Tune into that. We ranked Super Mario games this last Tuesday. That was a pretty good episode. I like that one. Then Dave and I are playing Halo 2 again on Sunday.
Hell yeah.
Tune into that. September 24th, that's next week's episode, Detroit Become Human. October 2nd, we're going to do our retrospective where we're talking about all the games we played through Season 1, so all 18 or 19 games. I'll calculate it up whenever, I don't know. October 15th, PT, we're doing that. Shout out to Neo, he might come back. You'll hear about that in 4.5 hours. October 29th, we're doing Silent Hill 2. October 29th, we're doing Silent Hill 2. Shout outs to me for picking October. November 26th, shout out to Gore, Fable 2, that's his pick. And then David rounding out with Christmas with Grim Fandango. All right, back to the podcast.
Hell yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
So, talk to us about you a little bit. Give everyone a little bit of heads up here.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
so,
who is you?
Yeah, who
even are
am
you?
I? Yeah, see, we're about to end up. This chat is going to devolve into a Persona 5 conversation. If we're talking about who are you, thou art I. Well, but anyway, y'all. So, my name is NeoGameSpark. I'm a man of many hats here on the interwebs. I've been on YouTube since its inception, multiple different channels, and I guess this is the one that's stuck. Been making YouTube videos for well over 10 years now, which is absolutely insane. That's probably the most consistent thing I've ever done in my life.
Is seeing
what's up
is like not thinking about it for a few years and like, I'm gonna go look at my join date of any social media. I'm gonna look at my join date.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh god, I joined Twitter 12 years ago.
Yeah. it's and it makes it even crazier when you hear about, like, this new age of YouTubers saying, I've been on YouTube since 2016, and I'm just like, that was last year. What are you talking about? Oh no, it wasn't. Damn.
Right.
So
And and when you started, when was your YouTube made?
So my first channel was made in 2006, I want to say, but I didn't start uploading videos until 2007. It was mainly just me reblogging gameplay videos of a lot of anime games, because I'm a big anime head. Loved Naruto and Dragon Ball growing up. So YouTube back then, there wasn't really a lot of gameplay floating around, at least not to the extent it is now, where it's got its own section.
No,
you basically
15-minute chunks of Spanish subs hoping for the best to watch your anime.
Exactly. and you got to do a compressed audio. They've mirrored it, and it's just, bro.
And sometimes
David, I want to correct you. That was back when YouTube wouldn't let you do over 10 minutes of videos. So it was 9 minutes and 59-second videos.
Tell them.
And
sometimes the last one was like 3 minutes long.
And sometimes you just got screwed. Sometimes part 1 and part 3 is there. You're like, all right, I'm just gonna have to guess. With part
you have to look for the other part, and then you can't find it.
You gotta make it up, like,
and then, and one dude has like half of that part in there in his other video, and you're like, all right, well, I guess I'll watch that. That other quarter is gonna just get lost.
Figure out what Naruto did.
And then there was Linkin Park anime music videos to every Halo game.
Yep.
Yeah.
In the end,
It doesn't even matter.
And dude, that was crazy. Well, and you post about this on Facebook a lot, but man, old school YouTube and old school Xbox Live, that made men.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like anyone tries to troll me on Twitter or anyone tries to say anything like messed up in the YouTube comments, it's like that does not touch me anymore.
Bro, I don't think this new. I remember I saw an article. It has to be at least like 2-3 years old now, but they were saying how Instagram bullying is the worst that social media has ever seen, and I'm just like, y'all haven't played Halo 3 or MW2 circa 2009. Like that is a different breed. Where if you go into a conversation, you can just say, "Hey, everybody, have a great game." Yo, fuck you and your mother. I was like, "What did my mother do?" Damn, bro.
Yeah. You make.
Died 3 times in a row.
Yeah, you make a cool little music video for Halo, and all the comments are "kill yourself."
Yeah, you didn't do too well in one game of Halo 2, and people are telling you, "Oh, you die in a fire, I'm gonna burn your house down."
Bro, you make an AMV for Halo and you used "in the end," and someone's just like, "Yeah, in the end, it doesn't even matter. Like your life in this video, kill yourself tonight, bro."
Yeah.
Yo.
Anyone tries to say anything now, I'm just like, nah, it doesn't touch me anymore. I've had the worst said to me. It's fine.
Honestly, I think if you can get past that first wave of comments, and I think when I was 14 years old, 14, 15, when I made my first video of myself on camera, and I had someone comment saying, "You're gay." If you can get over the fact that you are not gay because someone on the internet told you are gay, then you can survive anything, man. It's all good.
Problem is when you're fat though, then you're just like, well, yeah.
And it sucks too. It sucks too because he can't change it.
Every time I read a comment, I look down, I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, because if someone attacks if someone's attacking your sexuality, if someone's attacking your sexuality or race, you're just like, well, I guess that's just me. If someone calls you fat, you're like, yeah, I cannot be fat, but fuck.
Yeah.
It's like, dang,
how much effort it is to not be fat. It's just.
And then when the same guy that called me fat calls me gay, I'm like, well, he was right about the last one. Maybe I am.
You start questioning things. It's like you make a video and then someone's like, oh yeah, well, this video, yeah, great video, but you're black, so I'm like, what does that mean?
So we're gonna get to it. I don't mean to interrupt you. We're gonna get to it. I don't know if you know this though, Neo, is that so during the Game Awards in 2018.
That's whoa, we're going there.
Yeah, we're gonna go there because I was digging through it today. So Chris was watching. Chris was watching with everyone, right? And look, as you can see, to Gore's left.
This Chris.
Yeah. Right. As to Gore's left, Red Dead Redemption 2, one of his favorite games of all time. So naturally, he would love that to be Game of the Year, right? And so when God of War was called, even though throughout the call for like a 10-second like interval, Chris decided to be trolling and just go, "Oh, boo, boo," and one, maybe two. We can't find the other one, but we've heard there was another one. At least one reactor, mixed like a reactor like compilation channel, cut that 10 parts out, and literally right after he said boo, he's like, "Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm glad it won. Yeah, I'm glad it won.
Happy for it."
Yeah, but they cut off just boo, and all you see are in the comments are people time stamping where Gore is and saying, "Wow, this fat fucking idiot's an Xbox fan." Yeah.
Even though I want Red Dead Redemption 2 to win, which is on PS4, and it has exclusive shit on PS4, so it's just like,
oh my god.
So I'm just like, and people are still commenting when the God of War 2, when God of War Ragnarok got shown yesterday. I'm like, yay! And everybody's like, oh, look at him! Oh, now he's all excited, even though he booed.
Yeah. So someone commented on his video saying, "Aren't you the guy that booed at God of War winning?"
There's like 4 or 5 comments like that. I was like, whoa.
That's your legacy. I'm telling you, just need to replace that poster with a God of War one just now. I think you just or run with it and just all Xbox.
Yeah, right.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
I don't got a poster, but here I'll hold this up.
There you go.
Just keep it.
That's the thing.
Have it right there. Have it right there. Right there.
I'll just hold it.
That's the thing when PlayStation fanboys, whenever you disagree with any of them for anything whatsoever, just for a valid criticism, me and Chris, because we spend too much fucking money, are like, we own more PlayStation stuff than you bought this year. I bought
300 PS2 games.
I bought the Phantom Thieves edition, Persona. I got the Steelbook edition, Ghost. I got the fucking LA edition, Last of Us. I spent too much money on this stuff.
Bro, I will tell you this, and that's just dealing with fanboys in general. Like and I kind of have to stop myself with this because you go back and forth on should I engage or should I not.
I always do though. It's fun though because sometimes I just like do it. I get, especially in quarantine. I'm like, why not?
Right. So like literally here recently, as I've been doing a lot more Xbox content and everything, I make one video where
I remember you back in the day. You were not an Xbox.
I wouldn't even say that because I have my 360 on that shelf.
See, he's covering himself.
Right, it's right there.
Right there.
But it just like you could literally. I remember there were people who were watching. Yeah, yo, I like you. I like your channel. Great views, awesome. And then I make one tongue-in-cheek joke, and someone's just like, "Yo, this ain't even the same channel anymore." I mean, he's got this Persona Shrine going on. Like, meanwhile, which is more expensive than this special edition, but
right?
Yeah.
Like. Oh, fanboys, always fun.
Never. They're great.
Speaking,
especially the ones where you can't even talk to, and they just like they have their mindset on you're an asshole because you like Xbox. I'm like,
I will say this much though, I actually did encounter somebody online. He was a self-proclaimed troll. He was someone who's just I get a kick out of this, and I said, well, I'm going to Comic-Con, so if any of y'all want to meet up with me, when I met up with this man, 5'1", right? Probably like 95 pounds, and this man, like, he steps up.
You're a big dude.
Yeah, I'm 6'4", and then like I meet up with this dude, and literally all I got was, "Oh, hey man, how you doing? Oh my gosh, it's so great, you're actually here." And I was like, I didn't know who he was, but I was like, "Yo, what's going on, man?" And we started talking. He tells me his name, and I was just like, "Oh yeah, you're that guy who be saying that wild stuff." He's like, "Nah, man, I'm just, it's internet. I be joking about stuff."
And you went,
going any panels? Going any panels? I was like, "Yeah."
It's always jokes at the end of the day. That's what they claim. But Yeah. And then in Casey in the chat also, one more story of just fun reaction stories for Gore points out Gore's Ready Player One reaction.
Oh God, what happened here?
So
this one was genuine.
So one of Gore's favorite games is Overwatch.
Yeah,
Overwatch is like plaster character is Tracer. Since the inception, I looked at Gore's very first Let's Play of it actually recently, like a month or so ago. First video, he's like, "I hate this fucking character. It's dumb." It's been 4.5 years since that game came out, and he still hates his character. Just with.
I just don't like the whole idea of her.
And so when Ready Player One happened, when the Ready Player One trailer went down. And there's a giant like war happening, and all the characters you see like a Spartan there. You see what else, like some probably like Diablo things.
Battletoads.
Yeah.
Battletoads were there.
Yeah, and then you see Tracer on the front line.
No, TMNT were there.
You see Tracer in the front line, and Gore's had a visible reaction. Like he actually like physically shook. And there's compilation videos of this where everyone's like, "Oh, this is cool, this is fun." You just hear one guy in the background, "Wow, fuck this."
I'm gonna watch this.
The last 10 minutes of the video, because he kept talking afterwards, was just Tracer hate, just talking about how much he does not like his character.
Bro, what? Can you do a tell-all confessional book about this? Because it's why? What is it about Tracer? I don't mind Tracer. Yeah,
this is the thing. I don't like character. I'm talking about just her as a.
Well, you hated her abilities too for a while.
I don't like her. I'm used to her abilities now. I could kill a Tracer easily, but I just hate that. Oi, everything's fine, bruv. I hate her here. I hate her personality. I hate that.
Oh, so you don't like overly perky British chicks.
Overly perky, bubbly, like everything's positive. Yeah. Well, no, not even just British, just that personality.
The spunky positive ones.
Yeah.
Guarantee you the next girl Gore dates is gonna be just like Tracer. I have a feeling.
Can you imagine Sarah haircut and everything?
Yo. And then like she'll be in line and Gore, I don't know why Gore asks for something, but he's just like, "Excuse me," and she's just like, "Oh, I love." He's just like, "Oh no."
I'm like, what the fuck?
Gore hates it. Gore hates himself that he'll do it for the meme. Hey, so what got you into her? Oh, she reminds me of a character I fucking hate.
Let me tell you a story of old.
Yeah.
All right. So I totally just derailed your introduction.
Oh no, hey, maybe that's how life is. That's how it is.
So,
it's not just one direction.
Right. Oh, that's a good band. No, I've never.
Oh, it is actually.
I've never heard anything. So you did YouTube videos and you found your kind of like footing.
Yeah. So, ironically, back then there really wasn't a lot of how do I say, people to look up to when it came down to doing YouTube videos. You had a couple people who did random stuff, and then you just had this person right here in that genre. That was basically it. So, I honestly got my inspiration from watching a lot of G4 as a kid. And just I love the idea of having those game shows, and they did reviews and things like that. I was like, hey, I want to do that. I want to talk about these things. And that's literally how it went. I found my dad's old camera. I started before I even uploaded stuff, because I had to have the courage to upload a video of myself, which is so weird nowadays. Everyone's just so like selfie this, selfie
It's
that.
just natural, yeah.
Yeah. But I was just like, all right, so I'll talk about something. Recorded a video. I think I was showing off what was on my PSP in 2007. Which was so weird to think about back then. Like, right. what do you mean what's on his PSP? It's the same shit on my PSP, you know? Yeah. But then from there, it kind of like sparked an interest in doing these things, because I got a lot of people commenting. And the comments are, ironically, even though we spent some time talking about funny troll comments, the comments are what kept me going, because that was the first time I ever interacted with people who had similar interests. Because I don't know about y'all, but around here, like I had friends who I was cool with, but none of them really gelled like on the same level as we can just bullshit in a podcast for 3 hours about or ordering this pizza and then doing a review on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can have fun doing that. So I first found that on the internet, and it was amazing. And that's what kept me going through like different genres. I talked about anime. Oh, I like this. I like what this guy's talking about. Cool. Video games. He likes the same stuff as me. And it just really went from there. And it's so crazy to think how it's been over 10 years, but that's the beautiful part about life. You know, you just enjoy every single moment of it.
There you go.
Yeah. And YouTube is a big part of my life too.
Yeah. So yeah, we did talk shit on the commenters, but there was, especially back then, there's a lot more. There was more community back then. Like even the people like a subsection of the ones that weren't as harsh that still talk shit to you. You still knew them though. Like you actually knew their username, and you knew they were a fan of this person, so you see them all the time. So it was whatever.
Absolutely, bro.
Back then, you'd see people just commenting on random videos that were posted like 20 minutes ago. Like that was like some gaming related or whatever, and you'd just be like, "Oh yeah."
Or the response videos.
There's that guy that called me a fat white guy. Oh, that was my favorite.
Yeah,
those were always my favorite. Any old Sam video was that.
Oh, yeah. Literally. Any old Sam video.
Shout out to Sam. Hey, Gore. By the way, I see where 64 posted.
No, what?
PS5 pre-orders go live in an hour at Walmart.
Ooh.
So keep refreshing that if you're. No, they're done.
Power to the players.
And we'll talk about that whole debacle here in a little bit. Let's jump into the podcast.
We go talk about it.
Let's jump into the podcast proper. Neo, so we'll start with you. What'd you play this week?
This week? Well, actually, low-key just got back into really diving into gaming, because after I finished the Last of Us Part 2, like 2 weeks or so back, I took a little bit of a break to really...
You need to.
Yeah, you need. That's a very, very heavy game. Without getting into spoilers,
I heard it was funny.
Oh, there's some aspects where I'm just like, right. But I really enjoyed the game. I thought it was great. But after that game, I just took a little bit of a break. Tried to do like smaller things, like the new Don't Nod game. Tell Me Why.
How'd you like that?
I only did half of the first episode.
That's where I'm at too.
So.
Actually.
Yeah, so I'm not. I can't really speak on it until I finish it. Thankfully, it's only 3 episodes, so that's cool.
Yeah, very progressive so far. Like everything I've had so far, it's such a very progressive story.
Oh, absolutely.
Also, it's like all out now, right?
Yep.
It was like weekly each episode.
Yeah,
that's cool.
They did the first episode, then the second one came out a week later, and then for whatever reason, the third one came out like 2 days later. So I played a little bit of that. I enjoyed Life is Strange, so if it's on the same level or better, I think it'll be cool. But outside of that game, the next big one that I'm focusing on, I just got back into today, is Persona 5 Royal.
Yeah.
Like Persona, one of my, I don't gotta tell this to y'all. Persona is one of my favorite franchises. I love it to death. And I picked up Royal day one because I was such a big fan of 5. But I guess it's because even though it has been 3 years, I still feel like Persona 5 is so recent to me. So as I was playing through it, I was like, all right, this is great. This is awesome. I feel like I was just here yesterday, so I just put it on the back burner.
Have you only played Persona 5 once?
Yes. Yes, I only played it once.
That's funny because I played Persona 5 for the first time last summer, and I immediately wanted to replay it. As soon as I finished, I want to play it again.
Wow.
But
okay.
And that was my first Persona ever finished. Like I got through maybe halfway through Golden. I just need to restart and go back in there. But
I never finished Golden. I thought you did.
No, I need to. And I'm
Golden I finished. Golden was like
I'm gonna love Golden.
I'm like the exact same with Golden for you, except I went back and replayed it. I got like halfway through and I stopped for a long time and then went back and like restarted it and I was like
I'm sure. And I've been playing, and we'll jump into that. But so and I was excited for Royal. I was like, because I've been saving. I was like, I know there's gonna be an update, so I'm just gonna wait. I want to replay it so bad, so I waited. Now Persona, and I told everyone this. Persona 5, great game. I loved it. Not my top 10. Persona 5 Royal is like top 3.
Wow.
Like for whatever reason, I felt like Persona 5 was good, but what the stuff added to Royal was like what it needed. Like every little
I agree.
Yeah, and David and I talked about it because I was waiting for him to get to it. And I was like I never knew what I wanted in Persona 5. Royal literally gave me exactly what I wanted. Like the everything that I was even complaining about, it gave it to me. Like everything. Now is the perfect stop for that.
Okay, so not diving too much into it because we can all talk about Persona for hours.
Gore needs to play that. I'm telling you.
I know.
Got to.
I
would say, if you're willing to give, here's my pitch. If you're willing to give it a chance, because I understand the Persona games are very heavy on the simulation aspect and all the cutscenes and the dialogue. It's great though. It's great because it really develops the character. It's good voice acting. It's not like the cheesy RPG voice acting. But what about Persona 5 Royal versus the vanilla version really made it shoot up so high? Because I know they have the quality of life improvements; those are great, and I've heard amazing things about the extra semester.
So,
but that's like a big, because most people I know who love Persona 5, they just ended up loving Royal even more. So it's like the definitive version. But I've never heard that before, so I want to hear your testimony on that.
Persona 5 is a game with a story. Persona 5 Royal is a game with a story, but with the characters with their own arcs. Like I feel like at the end of Persona 5, yeah, the characters had their own stories and then it wrapped up, sure. For whatever reason, Royal just made their arcs actually arcs now. Like the extra content really pushed them over the edge to be like, oh, this is actually this character is so much more in depth just by a little bit. Just because David, right? It's not even that much content. It's just the
it's
most.
Probably an extra maybe 15 to 20 hours of unique content.
No, but I'm saying per character wise, it's not that much
per
stuff.
Character, yeah, no.
But the post game content adds so much to the beginning part. It's so weird. It was
the
mesmerizing.
one-on-one chats that you have are just there's literally perfect bookends.
There's literally one scene. I'm not gonna get into it. I don't want to spoil it. But there's one scene, literally, I think it goes for maybe 20 minutes, where you go through each character. It's not even it's not at the end, but there's a 20-minute scene there, and that scene alone, that changed the game for me. Right when I went through that scene, and it added so much to everything. I was like, oh, so that's what was going on with you. You kind of really understand each character and their motives, right? Because Persona is all about the characters finding stuff within. That's what the Royal content is really. It's really getting into what makes each character. And I still get chills and I get it's funny the way I talk about it, but I get almost teary-eyed and kind of chilly whenever I think about that game, because I just want to go back. Right after Royal, I wanted to go back and play it again. I was like, I really want to do this again. That's a 120-hour game. I don't do that often. Red Dead, Persona 5 Royal, and Persona 5 are the only games I've done in the last maybe 5 years that have been over 100 hours.
Adrian, I would literally sit down and listen to you talk about what you just went through for an hour straight, because that is literally selling me on turning on the PS4 right now and continuing, because that's just such an interesting discovery. You don't hear that a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's usually, I loved it, it's even better. So that is great. So this new content, that 20-minute scene, without getting into spoilers, that's development for all the characters, or is just
every character gets their own moment there. So and wow. By the way, shoutouts to Finishing a Fight. Go watch last week's episode where I coached David on Halo 2. I give this whole same spiel I'm giving right now as what I gave to David for Halo 2, and I sold him on Halo 2. We'll talk about that a little bit. But yeah, no. If you when you finish Royal, if you want to do like a spoiler cast, like a one-off thing with me and David, and just talk about the game,
absolutely,
dude. I fucking love Persona. Like that is literally like I've now like every Persona game is now on my rainy day fund. Like I'm like, all right, I got Persona 3, Persona 4 Golden. Those are the things where I'm like, all right, if I'm just tapped out, I'm having the worst day of my life, I'm doing those because I know I'm gonna love them. After this, like, I have so much respect for that series now.
Now, if we can just get the first 3 Persona games fucking brought over, that'd be great. But I know Alice forgot those existed. So
honestly, nowadays, never say never. I mean, if they are legit about wanting to bring more Persona experiences to PC,
they made a lot of money apparently.
Yeah, it made a lot, especially because they probably spent like 50 cents to develop it.
The problem is that the first 3 Persona titles don't follow like modern Persona. Persona 3 through 5 have that kind of modern school.
Yeah. Isn't the third one really dark?
Yeah, well, they shoot themselves in the head.
Well, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. So anyone here played Persona 2?
Yes, I'm talking. When I say the first 3, I count the Persona 2 duology as the
Oh, like that? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Because I just went back and I replayed part 2 and all this stuff on the Vita. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, yo, how great would a full from the ground up remake of this game be? That would literally
actual ground up remake of Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment.
Package, dude. That should be their next big project. If they want to push Persona 6 down a little bit and do that, I'd be all for it.
They should just like start doubling down on Persona because it's hitting its high right now, and they really need to. David, I don't speak alone when I tell you, right? That final scene, the final fight, like going into that final cutscene,
the whole sequence,
music swells up and everything's going nuts, and I'm just like, bro, this is top 3. Like it's hard for me to like, I'm gonna bump a game down, but this is top 3.
And this is the new content that really made you feel like this.
Yeah, no, like I said, like Persona 5, okay, maybe like being generous if I was, maybe like number 10 spot, like bottom of the 10 spot, like if it was. Like I love it enough. Okay. Like I have like a Giant Morgana up there. Like I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
But maybe it was the anticipation of also wanting to replay it and kind of just delve in and like
I got that one too.
Maybe it was like the anticipation of wanting to delve in some more and play more, but
I got both Persona 5 collector's editions. I haven't fucking played it.
I need we just need to cancel Games Gone By for 3 months to get you to play it.
Yeah, that'd be amazing, please.
Because no, legitimately like that, it's so fucking good, and I was so excited. Whenever like I have one friend that finishes the game, I'm like, let's talk.
Yes,
I need to talk.
and it's one of those things that it was also a great thing for me because I'm a big Mega 10 fan. I've loved the franchise for many a year. And it's also one of those things that it was kind of nice to see a lot of older themes within Mega 10 kind of come back.
Yes.
Granted, I was still sad that Philemon hasn't returned to Persona proper either, but there's still a lot more elements of what he was trying to do with the main cast kind of brought into the story. And also, without going too into spoiler territory, there was a lot of enemy types that were in some of the older Persona that were brought back in. And especially with the final boss, that just gave me so many echoes back to especially the Persona 2 duology of how some of the final bosses in that were structured.
Even the music,
which was fantastic.
The music, it harkens back to it too.
Yes,
dude, I'm so excited for you to experience that game one more time. Like that is the game I wish I could have experienced like one more time, just one more time.
And
I'm excited.
As much as like a lot of people, I think, find one of the better aspects of it, the characters they introduce, because they introduce a couple new characters, one of which everyone kind of argues is one of the best additions to the game, which I don't necessarily disagree with. But there's one particular character that they stretch out a lot.
I know what you're talking about, and I was stoked. They literally made one of the most annoying things about Persona 5 Vanilla and turned it into one of my favorite things. And I am like, what the fuck, guys? How?
And
that's me and my best friend. We both fucking hated this one thing about Persona 5 Vanilla, and when we got to that part, we talked about that because he was like, we were like, actually, like, it was kind of awesome. We were both like actually going at the same pace. Like if I was ahead of one day, I was busy the next day, then he caught up. So we literally hit that spot at the exact same time, and we like mentioned, like, bro, are you kidding right now? It's too good, dude. Yeah. It's too fucking good.
It's phenomenal. There's a character that gets so much added to them, and the interesting things that they do to weave the different dynamics on top of that.
In general, with everyone though, with everyone.
Exactly. There is so much that is added, and it was something that I think Adrian said it best, where it wasn't anything I thought I needed until I experienced it, and then it's like, this is exactly what was needed here. It was absolutely fantastic.
Persona 5 Vanilla is a lesser game with Royal out right now.
Agreed.
Okay, so I want to respond and continue the conversation, but I think for the sake of the podcast,
keep
it moving. So
every time I see someone talk about Royal, I'm like, get to it. Just fucking play it.
I know. So what else has everybody been playing?
Gore, what you been playing?
Well,
Persona 5 Royal.
Not Persona 5 Royal.
No. I finally finished up the Samurai Jack game that came out.
What do you think about it?
Hell yeah.
How was that?
It's pretty fun.
What does that mean?
It took me a long time because I was doing a freaking playthrough. I had to like force myself. I had to sober myself up and play.
Was it fun being because you're a fan, or was it just a fun game?
It's a fun game, but it definitely there's something they do at the end that is really nice. Also, it's a really nice little added thing they put towards the end of the game, which I really enjoyed. Because it takes place during season 5, and it's a fun game. Not much to say there. It's a hack and slash. It's fun. There's not much depth to it though. But the combat's actually way better than it has any right to be. But so that game's fun. I finished Takeshi and Hiroshi, I think it's called. Takeshi and Hiroshi, which is the claymation. That is the game they showed at the Indie World or whatever, Nintendo World or whatever. It was like claymation stuff. It's only like 2 hours. It's really, really, I really enjoyed that. I like the story. It's really charming. I love the claymation cutscenes. Besides that, I started Kingdoms of Amalur again, Re-Reckoning, which I guess I should just say fuck it and just start Persona. But
so quick shout out. We got that code from THQ Nordic and Evolve/Terminals.
Nice.
Yeah, Terminals. So I played that, and I played that game when it first came out. I loved it, and it doesn't look amazing or anything. They didn't really do like Destroy All Humans or SpongeBob with that game. That's for sure. That game was way too big to do that anyway, so I understand.
Shout out to NeoGameSpark for the subscription.
Hell yeah. You're very welcome. I saw the gore emote and I was like, I'm subscribed.
Dude, did you see how we got that emote?
No, how did that happen?
Literally, we were streaming the Ranksters like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and one of Gore's followers just jumped in and said, "Hey, how much?"
At Backy, shout out.
Yeah, at Backy. He just comes in and just says, "Hey, how many subscriptions do we need to get a hell no emote?" And I was like, "Oh, like 41, so we're not gonna have that." And then like 3 minutes later, just 41 gift subscriptions, and I had to turn the sound off because it was just like the subscription just playing the banjo music for like 5 minutes. Yeah. So shouts to him.
So shouts to him. And now you got my face looking very depressed.
That's how he felt when we were talking about Persona 5 Royal. He's like Squidward where he's out looking out the window at SpongeBob and Patrick having fun.
Right, literally.
It was like, ooh, yeah.
Sad Gore. Sad.
Oh, it's so good. It's the best thing. It changed my life. I'm sitting here like I'm playing fucking Samurai Jack.
Hey, Samurai Jack is cool though.
Yeah, the video game.
Now, when you're playing Godfall, we'll talk about that. That you're like,
Godfall changed my life. Yo, I got this new piece of armor. Nobody cares. Literally no.
All right, and did you play anything else?
Yeah, that's it.
No, how you liking Kingdom of Amalur?
Oh, it's still a great game. Like 8 years later, that combat's awesome, and I love the world and the story itself. Everybody says the story's great. I don't think it's like amazing, but it's the world itself.
Right.
That's really cool. Just like talking to all these people and just how they set up all the lore. It's really good. I'm not gonna lie, I'm skipping a lot of dialogue though, because I remember 8 years ago that game goes on.
It talks a lot. Yeah. This is my first time playing for it, and
it feels like an MMO. It does.
Yeah, I streamed it the other night. I had Samuel on because I was like, I watched a little bit. I was like, oh god, I'm not gonna want to sit through the dialogue. So Sam and I were just talking through all the dialogue, but it was a fun game. It's very fun to play.
It's a very fun game, and dude, that game, I've been playing, like I said, Samurai Jack, where it tries to do like a loot system almost, right. And I'm like, this is cool. Hey, that's whatever. And I play Kingdoms of Amalur, and literally every 1 minute you're getting something better than the thing you got before, and it's just like they all look different. You put them on, it's just like I love when you put anything on in a game and it actually changes your character.
Yeah.
A lot of JRPGs don't do that, but like Kingdoms of Amalur does, and which is not JRPG, but still. Yeah, I really enjoy it. So I'll probably not finish it. It's a very long game. I played it before, but from what I'm playing, it's great. It's a good remaster too. It's not great, but it's a good.
If it came out like a month prior, that would have been nicer. Just because I feel like now we're getting that time.
Yeah. Mafia comes out next week. I'm excited for that. Then week after that is like Star Wars and Crash. Then it just goes downhill.
Then give up on anything from the backlog. Yeah.
Honestly, I might skip out on Crash for now because I mean, it looks great, but I don't know, man. I'm still playing Tony Hawk.
Have you started Detroit?
No, I'm gonna start soon though. I'm gonna get through that. Don't worry about it.
David,
it's getting done.
What you been playing?
So I've been playing 3 things this past week. You and I played some Halo 2. We got a good chunk of progress in it. Now I'm actually really digging it.
All right. You got to the first Arbiter level, which hyped you up because that was one of the ones I remember you saying. I asked you at the end of Halo 1, what are you looking for in Halo 2? And you said you want to delve more into the Covenant and kind of dip into their shoes a little bit, and that's exactly what happened.
Exactly. I had a lot of fun with the sword, and by that I mean I got really balls to the wall of I'm going to charge that thing, and then it just fucked me over too much.
Yeah.
But a lot of fun with it. I'm digging Halo 2. Again, I kind of said this during our last conversation, but man, it really kind of makes me wish I had been there as an Xbox fan, seeing the evolution of Halo firsthand. You're doing the best you can to kind of recreate the experience for me and the people watching the stream, which is nice. But man, it does not have the same hit as I could have imagined would have been like being there.
Dude, literally, it's got 2 of your favorite things. There's an ARG attached to it, and there's like button combos in Halo 2.
Hell yeah!
What?
There's like
no anime girls.
That's all animations.
No, he's saying there's no anime girls, so there's none of that for David, unfortunately. But yeah, I cancel animation.
Yeah, I mean, Cortana's kind of a waifu, you know.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, she's definitely a waifu. Are you kidding?
Hell yeah!
No, come on now. Come on.
Anything else? You had 3 things.
Yep. I got a couple things that I've also been playing. Such as 2 Point Hospital. I'm considering that game fucking beat. I am considering it beat at this point. I have like 1 level left, and it has basically you have to get like a hospital worth millions of fucking dollars. You have
like
fucking constant minus exactly. You have doctors that are always trying to quit every fucking 2 seconds. Permanent negative 10% happiness. Just all this bullshit, time-consuming nonsense.
Literally,
exactly. Yeah. I'll spend 3 hours getting the hospital into a really good spot, and then like a half hour passes, and suddenly it's all gone to shit. I'm fucking 20,000 million in debt.
20,000 million.
Yeah.
A million 20,000 times.
Yeah,
exactly.
He's so in debt they had to invent a new number.
I have 80 hours in the fucking game. I think I got the full goddamn experience of it. I'm considering it fucking beat.
Okay.
All in all, great fucking game, but goddamn, towards the end, it just gets so monotonous. It's like 5+ hours on a good run to beat a level, and it's horse shit. Too fucking long, but great game. The last game that I've been playing this week is I am almost done Detroit Become Human.
Okay.
Definitely a David Cage game.
Absolutely.
That's fair.
All right, that's all I got to say on that for now. I'll save the rest of my thoughts for next week.
All right. Let's see. So yeah, I also did a little bit of Detroit, not too much though, but I'm liking it so far. Very interesting. It's definitely better than Beyond Two Souls, for sure.
Are we doing the plan where we just play it once? And
yeah, I'll play it once.
Just describe what we did. All right. I'm assuming you two are kind of going neutral. I think I'm just gonna go straight up, just like
Renegade.
I'm going to go crazy, bro.
I'm going crazy
a little bit.
I'll go crazy.
I roleplayed a little bit. Kara was basically going to be all aggressive all the time. Connor was going to be try to kill himself as much as possible.
Oh wow!
And because that's the one thing
I'm sorry.
Don't spoil too much. Like,
no, I won't spoil myself. I had one thing spoiled for me about Detroit. And so I was like, I'm gonna suicide Connor as much as I can now.
Oh,
and the other thing is that Marcus, I was like, no, he's gonna always be pacifist all the time. Always go pacifism. So that's the route I chose for these individuals.
He's got a little sampler plate of everyone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the second I saw the gun, I was like, peace is not an option. You know, it's just.
Yeah, Casey in the chat says it's near Automata Village all over again.
Oh god.
Have you played Near Automata? Neo? Have you played Near Automata?
Yeah, I played it. Yeah, I played it.
So David, this guy over here, decides to go into Pascal's village and kill everyone on his first visit.
Yeah. Well, because robots, evil. Even though they have white flags.
Because 9S was like, oh, we can't trust
why?
We can't trust
sad man. Look how sad he looks. That's why.
And then as soon as I realized I got an ending every time I had the chance to kill them, I'm like, I wonder if you get a new ending out of it. So the first time I switched over to A2, I'm like, Pascal's begging for mercy. He's probably going to give me an ending. Let's kill him.
Well, you know,
hey, we saved the robot children.
I'll say this much:
I kill the robot children.
If it wasn't an option, then Yoko Taro wouldn't have put it into the game.
Exactly. If Yoko Taro didn't want me to murder a village of innocent robot children, he wouldn't have allowed me to do it in the first place.
That's one way of looking at it.
That's one way to look at it. If there's a village of robot children,
yep.
Go crazy, bro.
And then you can just buy their dead body parts after. It's wonderful.
Oh, wow.
You're making it even better.
You just wear them.
That was such a sublime moment for me. I'm sitting there, and all these robots have this nice little voice with white flags saying, "Be our friends. We're not becoming."
Please don't kill us.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, this is changing. This is a cool little game. Like, they're making me think. And Dave, just goes in.
Literally just like
just imagine spending like 10 minutes going through as they're begging, please don't kill us, I'm sorry, what did we do? And you're just annihilating the whole fucking village.
And you
it's
smile.
About 10 minutes because
it's like that scene in God of War where Kratos, he realized he killed his family in the ashes he puts on his face. This man did the same thing with the robot oil.
Yeah.
Lord. He just put the parts on him. So
there you go.
Literally, right? Arms for weapons.
Yeah.
All right.
First time I ever heard that.
Yeah.
And then when he gets into a discussion, he's just like, What did I do wrong?
Yeah.
What I do wrong? Nines is sitting here like, hey, we can't trust these machines. I'm like, the kid's got a good point. Can't trust machines.
Because
that is the ultimate icebreaker. That is the ultimate icebreaker.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
What else have I been playing? I'm still trying to play Avengers, and I just really don't want to.
I started Avengers. I forgot to mention that.
I'm sorry.
That's where he stops.
I got to the intro through the pretty much where the beta stops. That's pretty much where I
I'm dead,
dude. I just don't want to play that game. Every time I boot it up, I'm like, cool cutscene. Like, I'm more excited for the cutscene than I am for the game.
Oh yeah, hey, the beginning of that game is charming when you're playing it.
Yeah, because it's mostly cutscene.
Yeah, well, when you're walking around on the Avengers Day or whatever.
Yeah,
You're collecting the comic books. I was like, that's
sure.
cute.
I have no issue with what people. Yeah, I have no issue with what everyone's saying. Like, oh, this is like fake Tony Stark and stuff. I'm like, I don't have an issue with that. I can be able to separate them myself. But dude, right now I'm restarting the MCU. I just watched Iron Man 1 again this last week. I've been reading a bunch of my Marvel comics. I'm having the time of my life, and then I sit down for the Avengers game. I'm like, I don't want to fucking do this. Like, I don't care. Why am I fighting a bunch of robots over and over again when, like, I'm Hulk? I should be able to pick them up and just pick them apart.
We can be able to,
honestly, I had my suspicions about this ever since they first unveiled it. And my boy legit thinks that after Spider-Man PS4 came out, that's when they realized, oh, snap, we need a campaign. Because if you look at it,
yeah, that's fair.
The cutscenes are great. The story is awesome. It does not gel with the gameplay in the universe.
And the gameplay is so badly optimized. I have it set to prioritize the gameplay. So it's not even on cinematic mode. It's still like chugging frames like pretty bad.
Wow.
On my Xbox One X, like it's chugging frames. Like I'm in the middle of a thing and it's like 15 frames a second at some points.
I've heard even on PC it's pretty abysmal, like 20 frames a second on PC.
So I have it on PC and it runs better than the beta did, but I can't even brute force it because I brute force every game I can with my rig. this game I have to go and adjust certain settings because there would be so much screen tearing and frame hitching, and it's not a smooth experience. Like I want it to be locked 60 or locked 120. In this game, like I can't even. I'm playing it on 1440p just to get a smooth 60 frames per second, and even then, it'll go down when I'm just running around. This game needed another 6 months in the oven just for optimization alone. Like,
yeah, but even then, I wasn't gonna make it a good game. Like their approach to this, their approach to this was dead from start. I think the way they tried to do it.
It's like when Ultimate Alliance like is actually a more entertaining game. And, it's just like it is, and you have way more heroes too. And
there's more heroes, there's more colors. The gameplay is more fun. You got like full action co-op on it, where it's not like
really a big part of the reason why those games are more fun is just the isometric look, just immediately like Diablo vibes, and just even reminding me of Diablo. I'm just like, oh, I'm having fun.
So I'm not sure because I haven't been that far in the game. I'm like close to 10 hours. But for me, I think what killed it is that it's, at least to my knowledge, maybe I haven't messed with it, there's no drop in, drop out stuff for the single player campaign. Everything is relegated to the mission structures.
Yeah.
So for me, that kind of kills it. Whereas, Ultimate Alliance, all I gotta do is just boot up a lobby. We good to go. Drop in, drop out, play it. And that was on the Switch. So
and the loading takes forever.
I was actually like really surprised they didn't have any campaign co-op. Like I just
there's no campaign co-op at all.
No, you have missions. I think in the campaign you could select missions, right? Is like
and invite people.
And invite people, but the campaign missions they're just one player.
Because there will be like sometimes we're like, oh, this person has to go infiltrate a building, so they can't actually like melt the cutscenes to like drop you in. But dude, honestly, like at this point, they could have sacrificed and been like, "Fuck it, Hulk's with you."
They just did Halo. They did Halo, where there's just a second guy there. Who cares?
Yeah, exactly. Two Master Chiefs.
Exactly, two Camilla Khans, two whoever you're picking. It doesn't matter. I guess you can't pick, but whatever. They didn't want to. Maybe they really had to rush it to this release, and they're just like, we got.
I feel like they could, because they didn't. They at this point, if they delayed it, they would have to just launch it simultaneously on PS5 and Xbox. But the
game does look nice. I mean, I know it's optimized poorly, but I think it looks nice.
There's some times where for whatever reason too, like there's some times where like character models have this really weird like black line. Is that just me? It has like this black like line. It almost makes it look comic booky. So I'm like, is that intentional? But it does not. It does not like.
I haven't played enough to tell you.
It's so weird, man, and like that's not helping me either. So I'm just like, every time I boot this game on, I just look at the menu for about a minute. I'm like, nah. I'll go do
that might
else.
just be because that might just be because I played the first 20 minutes where it's like action packed. You're fighting.
First like 20 minutes is great, and then after that, I was like, oh.
Even in the beta, I was like, this is fun, and then you get into that Hulk mission in the beta. I'm like, I don't care, man. It's like I'm playing the Hulk. I'm like, oh, here's 30 more of the same robot.
That you're for whatever reason take like 4 or 5 hits from the Hulk.
Yeah.
Oh
like,
god.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanos had to hit him way more than that.
Yeah.
Take his ass down.
But I'm gonna say I'm trying to rush through it so I can just sell the game and get my money back. So and then I started trying to play Splunky on Vita because I heard Splunky 2 is like one of the best games this year. So I'm like, well, I should just play Splunky now. And then like I was saying, I'm on my Vita now, so I might just like boot up Persona while I'm in the middle of that too.
Hell yeah.
That's that. So let's jump into let's see. Let's start off with you, Neo. So we asked you, what'd you get, or what do you have that's like collectible that you want to like show off?
Okay. So as far as collecting stuff this year, I really haven't done too much of that on account of 2 reasons. Number one, I'm running out of space around here until I start installing some shelving units. So I'm not really trying to buy too much stuff. Like people think this is strategic. Like, oh, this is great. He has it as his background. No, I just ran out of space and I'm trying to fit things up. It looks like a nice background though.
I was gonna say it's dual purpose.
Yeah, exactly. Good backdrop for the video, and if I ever need something, well, I'm shit out of luck because I got to move shit around. But so I haven't really been doing stuff because of space, and just in general, I'm trying to complete my backlog of games. So the last thing I want to do is buy more stuff and then just have it sitting there, looking at me, staring at me. Why would you play me? I'm sorry, I got you on Black Friday for $20. Don't ask why. But that being said, I did get a couple of things. actually gifted from friends for my birthday back in July. So like these are the things that I've picked up and I like them. They're cute. So Funko Pops. I haven't bought any Funko Pops in like 4 years, mainly because of space and all that. But my boy Gabe for my birthday sent me
nice.
to Yu Yu Hakusho.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So I got Yusuke right here. And I got, of course, yeah, man.
Sword get longer. I used to watch Yu Yu Hakusho all the time, man.
That's still my favorite shonen anime. Goddamn.
Oh, good. So good. So he got me these. I had no idea. Loved them. And in addition to that, I actually just picked this up on a whim because I was with my sister. We went to Barnes & Noble just to see what Civilization is like. Ooh, bookstores still exist. It's crazy. And I saw this on the shelf. And I was like, oh, this looks so cool, man. It was only $20. So I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely going to get this. I got myself a Baby Yoda. Or, I'm sorry, the child.
Hey, do you watch the season 2 trailer?
Yes, I
Pretty
did.
good.
Yeah, a good moment. Yo, the
waiting,
comedic stylings of Baby Yoda.
Dude, seriously, he was just like, oh, he's about to go kill him again? Goodbye.
I'm out.
So I got this little guy right here. And I was so surprised because when you think a $20 plush, it's probably not going to be too detailed. You got to spend too much money to get the good one. It's really good. Like they've got everything down. He's got his wrinkles. He actually is made of good material. His eyes just stare at you and stares at you, which is why I keep him here in the video. So people are like, what? And he's dope, man. He's a big freaking plush too. He's actually bigger than Baby Yoda in the show, which is very surprising. But yeah, those are the things that I picked up recently.
And it stands there perfectly.
Yeah, because every time Mando picks him up, I'm like, damn, he is small. It's like, he's like 6 inches maybe. You know, like, damn.
Because of that, I rewatched just little clips of the first season. I love that the beginning of the 8th episode, where it's like a red versus blue episode, where those two stormtroopers are missing the can. They punch Baby Yoda, and then what's it?
That's still the only thing I know of it.
I forget what the robot's name is. It's just Tycho pretty much just beats him down.
Yeah,
and
Tycho
like, yeah.
No, one of them was voiced by Jason Sudeikis.
Yeah.
Ooh, I forgot who the other guy was voiced by.
Great show though. I'm so excited for that.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm very excited for that second season. Oh, Bill Burr shows up again.
Yeah, right. He's like, I'm back.
Gore, what'd you get?
I didn't get too much, so I didn't get this. I got a book.
Whoa, you can read?
What?
I got a book.
My God. A game manual or game guide?
It's not based on a game, too.
Is it what I think it is?
What is it?
Is it Dune?
Oh,
yeah,
shoot.
Dune.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit.
I got Dune.
You didn't get the cool cover.
I don't care. This one's cool cover. What do you mean?
I got the blue pages on mine. You want the blue pages?
What the fuck? What? Yeah, fine. I'll return it and I'll go get the blue pages.
That's how it's done. There you go.
I don't know. I didn't know there's look all these words.
Yeah, no, they made a special edition.
There's
a lot of them too.
I'm just gonna read the ending right here.
Oh God.
The main 7 are the only ones that matter, though. You don't really need to read the ones by his son.
Oh shit, that's fucked up. All right,
Gore got to the first word. The God.
And then Godfall came out. Oh God, what?
Godfall. Right, so I got a book. I got a lot of PS3 games, and I'm going to show it right here. Got a good deal. I got all of them are Ratchet and Clank games. I'll just tell you right here. So I got Ratchet and Clank: A Crack in Time.
Awesome.
Full Frontal Assault. Into the Nexus. All for One. Tools of Destruction. That's sealed.
Nice.
And A Crack in Time again, and that's sealed also.
Oh, good stuff.
Hell yeah.
I forgot they made that many Ratchet and Clank games.
I was just about to say, that's a lot of Ratchet and Clank on PS3.
They really got into the experimental stuff.
I think there's still like a missing one. There's like one
Quest for Booty. We didn't get it here in the States. The physical version is in the UK, though.
UK, yeah. I got a copy of Firewatch. I already had this. I bought it to flip.
How much to go for?
I got for.
What does that go for?
This goes brand new. It goes for like 150. It's used like 90. So I bought it for 40.
From who?
Damn.
Nice.
I got it.
$40. Good stuff.
And I was about to throw it on the ground. And then Last thing I got this beautiful baby. They had this on sale on the 2K shop for $20. I had to get it.
That's
beautiful.
For $20. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope that comes back eventually, which it won't. But
Sweet baby boy.
Yeah. Well, there was his drill's a little messed up, but I mean, whatever. I ain't got shame. But
as long as it still functions,
Yeah, it functions. Yeah.
All right.
Anyway,
God.
That's it.
David.
I ain't got shit. I'm still waiting on a bunch of shit to come in the mail.
Next episode's gonna be 40 minutes of David's pickups. Like, yes, got that. Ooh, look at
this guy 1, 2.
It happens every 6th of the month as Hubble bundles come in.
Oh yes.
Oh, we could hear all the like the 150 games that are in it.
Right.
Kick No 4 says, "Oh no, not Overwatch. It was really interesting until you got to the ending. The ending is kind of divisive. I can understand that.
For what? Overwatch? What?
Or not Firewatch? Sorry.
Firewatch.
Oh, Firewatch.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
Overwatch.
Firewatch.
I still gotta play Firewatch.
And
Firewatch
I grew on it.
Really
I liked it, then I didn't like it, but now I'm back on it. I'm
I have no interest in it.
Yeah, it's
Is it one of those walking? It's one of those walking simulators,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
The best way to play that game is turn off, like you have a map in the game to know where you're going. Turn off, like on the map, it actually shows where you are on the map, and then you just move it with whatever. Turn that off completely. So you have to actually like figure out like, oh, I'm here, and I actually use a map. That's the best stuff.
Oh, so it's kind of like Sea of Thieves, where you have to legit and plot and everything. I was so confused at first because I'm like, where's the waypoint?
Exactly.
Waypoint.
Right. We need to play more Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, they have dogs now. I'm in.
Yes, they do have dogs.
I'm gonna do that. All right. Yeah. Let's see. This came in the mail. I forgot I ordered this. I was talking to Gore about this. I got the Weathering with You Steelbook.
Ooh.
I was gonna cancel that because I forgot about it, but it came out. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll take it.
Nice.
Got this.
Good movie.
For Record Store Day. It's Serge Tankian and Jimmy Urin's project that they had since like 2011. It finally came out in May, called Fucktronic. It's a British crime drama set to an electronic album.
Interesting.
That sounds pretty dope.
I was waiting for years, and I was randomly looking up this summer. I was like, well, I wonder whatever happened. It's like, it's out. I'm like, what? All right,
Best feeling.
See. I think I talked about this last week. I forgot I bought this a few weeks ago. I got Mega Man 64. Shouts.
Good shit.
Let's see. All right. I bought this a few weeks ago, too. David, you're going to enjoy this. And
yes,
actually,
I've been waiting to see what this is.
Neo, you're probably going to enjoy this, too.
Let's see.
I got Yakuza Dead Souls.
Oh, fuck yeah!
That's the only one
I'm missing.
That's the only one I played. Actually, I think I reviewed that.
I know it's not good, but I'm glad to have it.
It's basically terrible Left 4 Dead with Yakuza characters, but you know what? It's gotta have it. I still need to grab that for my collection.
Point A to point B and just fight the zombies. That's it, and there's no open world or anything. I barely remember.
It's literally like a terrible Left 4 Dead, both Yakuza characters.
Yeah, but I had store credit and it showed up there, so I'm like, why not?
I mean, if you want that Yakuza collection, you gotta have.
Yeah.
I don't. That's the only Yakuza game that's available in the States. I don't know, and I remember I rented it.
I want it.
Yeah, I rented it from GameFly. I sent it back that same day. I was like, no, not even the time it took to wait to install. No, this is going back.
This is not my Kiryu, damn it.
Yo, right? I was like, I played through 4. I was like, yo, 4 was cool, and then Dead Souls is coming. Hey, there we go. And it was like, oh wow, oh, this is the game. All right.
All right.
Yeah, it's a weird time where like everything had zombies in it. Like,
dude, everything had zombies, and I remember there was that period from like 2009, 2012 where every first-person shooter had a snow shootout level. Like I remember came out, and then every other game had it.
Yeah.
Hey, shoutouts to Undead Nightmare though for the best.
Oh yeah, that was
still some of the best DLC out there.
Yeah, that's a great DLC.
All right.
Wish Rockstar would do some DLC now.
No, they got money now.
Story
so
DLC.
What are you talking about? You don't want the GTA Online electronic dildo or something?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Oh hell yeah! Wait, hold on. Is that real?
No. Well, I remember I was at a barbecue and there were kids inside playing GTA 5 online, and when I looked, these kids had like stuff out of Back to the Future. They had freaking like scooters that fly. I was like, what is this? what happened to just shooting people and just terrorizing folks in a helicopter? Now we've got,
dude, GTA 4 online is like some of the best fun I've had.
That was the Wild West video
yeah.
games.
Yeah, you just roll with the crew.
Just go in, pick a target.
We'd always get into a helicopter and do some Splinter Cell shit where we drop in on someone.
There's a video of that still up on Sam's channel.
Yeah, where I think you and Samuel would close in on someone on a roof that was shooting rockets at us. I drop you guys off and you guys go in and kill it.
Yep.
That was good.
That was some good shit.
Yeah.
I think GTA 4, I probably played more just random free roam than any of the other modes. It was just so fun just to get a whole, and y'all know how it was when you were on Xbox Live, you had a party, half are playing one game, half are playing the other. Then you're like, oh, let's convince the other half to play all the same game. You got a whole squad rolling deep. Oh, good times.
And GTA 4 Online was hard too, right? Because you had to always like try to like get into the same game.
Yeah.
And it was sometimes it didn't work out. You had to be like, hey, I found a game with 4 open slots. Hurry, guys, hurry.
Yeah. Go. Join me. Go from the menu. Just be on my profile, then hit join game.
Yeah.
Yeah, all hit at the same time. Well, one thing I loved about Red Dead Redemption, the free roam. Do you remember Mickey Rooney?
Yep.
Boy, Mickey Rooney. You found Mickey Rooney in Red Dead Redemption. I
like Red Dead because it was the same as GTA, but it was like slower. So instead of you guys like zooming past them into a helicopter drop, it's just like a constant like horse race across the entire map because you couldn't be any faster. So you're just like
you couldn't really hide either.
Yeah,
unless you're in a town.
You're just looking back and know these 5 guys are still following you. You need to get away.
Yep.
That was good.
Oh
all right.
God. Sad that game's dead, both of them.
Yeah. Both.
Yeah. Well, last time we tried to play GTA 4, we couldn't get a single.
We found
game.
one guy, I think, and he was idle.
Oh man.
He was there since the last time we could find a match.
End of an era. He turns it on every morning, just hoping and praying. Somebody.
There's people here.
All right. Let's jump into trivia. Now.
All right.
I promised you guys the last time we did trivia, it didn't really work out, so we got something different now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this to you guys in the Discord. So, or actually, I'm going to send it to you on Facebook since I got you guys on there. Okay. Neo, talk about your gaming. Like, just give yourself an overall, like, what you're into. So what I got right now, I asked Neo for some of his top favorite games. I threw them in a list with a bunch of other games. And you guys are going to try your best to identify the 5 games that are on his list.
Oh, Lord.
So you guys, go ahead and explain to these guys, like, what your style is. That way, give them a little idea of what kind of games they might have to be looking for.
I feel the second I open my mouth, the first sentence is going to give away like half my list.
Let me read out the list before I send it to them. It's Persona 3.
They already know.
Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations. The Witcher 3. The Last of Us. Final Fantasy VII Remake, Uncharted 2, Shin Megami Tensei 4, God of War 2018, Uncharted 4, Yakuza 0, Spider-Man, Odin Sphere, Danganronpa, Final Fantasy 6, Metal Gear Solid 2, or Dark Souls 2.
Okay.
That's the list I have. You're going to try to weed out and find the 5, and whoever gets the most will get the
You're going to send it through Facebook, right?
Yeah, I'm sending it to you guys right now. But go ahead and talk about yourself for a little bit.
Okay, yeah. So, growing up, it was basically a case of me getting to play whatever I got my hands on. So it was usually just a case of, well, this game box art looks pretty cool. Can I get it? Gotta wait till Christmas. Gotta wait till your birthday. So I just basically played whatever I got a chance to. But I think around the PS2 is where my gamer identity really started to come into play, because that's when I started reading up in magazines and watching the shows and figuring out what this genre of games is and what makes this different from that. So on the PS2, I gravitated a lot towards RPGs. You know, it didn't matter what it was. I got my hands on Japanese, Western. And then I started experimenting in other things like action games. But these days, for the most part, I stick to RPGs. I love the idea of just immersing yourself in a completely different world for way too much time that I do not have now, but I somehow find a way to play them. So I love those. I love just really narrative experiences, great characters. I'm not opposed to any type of game genre that is. I know some folks, they can't play puzzle games or they can't play walking sims, but if a game is a game, it's a great game, and that it doesn't matter what its disambiguation is. So I'd say that pretty much describes me. Very general, I know.
All right. So what I'm gonna have you guys to do is pick 5 out of those. Type them. Don't hit send yet. Just type them into the chat, and then when I tell you guys to hit send,
the group chat.
No, into the Facebook chat.
Facebook.
So when I tell you guys.
Yeah, that's what I mean. In the group Facebook chat.
Yeah. So you're gonna type out 5 games, and when I tell you guys to hit send, you'll hit send, and then I'll read them off to Neo, and he'll tell you if it is or not.
Oh, okay.
In his list.
Yeah, if it is or not in his list.
Okay. All right. Oh shit! I should do this on. Be easier. Nah. Ooh.
So we'll find out if NeoGameSpark is a man of culture as well. Let's see. Here.
We shall see.
And remember, don't hit send yet.
Okay.
And 5 of them, you said?
There's just 5.
I hope this game. That'd be amazing. I feel like you'd like this game a lot. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it.
What do you feel about that list? Do you feel like I got some that'd probably be pretty tricky for?
You actually did, bro. Because at first I was thinking, oh, he's gonna give me away, like, and then I saw what you put in there, and I was like, oh, good job, Adrian. Good job.
I think that's
All right.
And
let me know when you're done.
It could be a lot of these games.
I'm going back and forth on one game in particular, but I think I'm just gonna final answer it.
Oh snap!
Fuck it.
There we go.
That's right. Fuck the police.
Yeah, literally.
All right.
All right. Go ahead and hit send, boys. All right. So
okay.
Let me read off David's list first, and you tell me if it's a hit or not. All right.
I think David go.
All right.
Here we go.
Persona 3.
I have to answer each of these.
No. I'm gonna ask you. I'm just asking you if it's on your list or not. So you'll just tell me if it is. Persona 3 is on your list.
Yes, it is.
God of War 2018.
That is on a list.
Not the list you gave me though.
It's not. It's not. Yeah. So, okay, I'll explain this later. But it's on a list, but not the list. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yakuza 0. Got it.
Damn right.
Final Fantasy 6. All right.
Fucker.
And The Last of Us. Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh. All right. All right. I feel like we
Yo,
on a similar wavelength.
Great fucking game. Amazing game. Not in my top 10.
Okay.
Okay.
So
reasonable.
Gore also answered The Last of Us and Yakuza 0, so Gore's at 1.
Where's that one?
Yeah.
All right. Phoenix Wright.
Not.
Which Phoenix Wright said Trials and Tribulations?
Yes.
It's on a list, but not that list.
Oh.
All right, so sorry. What's the?
Odin Sphere.
Nah.
No, I thought that would be because I know Adrian barely knows what the fuck that is. I know it's a PS2 game.
Yeah, I had to look back at my collection. I saw I had that. I was like, yeah, that works.
You have it?
Yeah, I remember I bought the remaster on
showed
PS4.
up a few weeks back.
Oh God.
Danganronpa.
Ooh.
No,
Gore. See, but Gore knows because we back then there weren't that many people talking about Danganronpa except me and Gore. So on A-list. It's on a list though. Yes.
Can I ask? Is Spider-Man on there?
No, it's not. Should I read off the list?
Yeah, read out the list you sent me.
Okay, so the list that when Adrian asked me for like what's your top 5 games of all time? And I actually hate this question because every game that's in my top 10 can be interchangeable for my number 1.
Yeah,
because,
welcome to David.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think that too. I don't have a top 10. It's like it's really hard to do that.
For me, like literally, I go like top 20 are games I can't live without, or games that have impacted me. When you start getting to the top 10, I it's like, why must we choose between these bad bitches? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we doing this?
On a different day, you're getting a different answer.
Exactly right. So the games that I gave to him were just ones that I really enjoyed or stuff that I was thinking about off the top of my head. So let's just go off the list. All right, Final Fantasy VI, of course.
Yeah,
y'all know this. Final Fantasy VI, Persona 3. I said any Persona, so I was cheating with that one. So,
okay.
But I figured as soon as you're like, oh yeah, PS2 is where it really got my identity. I'm like, yeah, no, Persona 3.
Oh,
right.
that's actually okay. Never mind. Yeah, go ahead.
So got that. Yakuza 0 again.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, this.
You gave yourself away on this episode a bit already.
I did.
I knew you liked Yakuza. So
I tried to express myself, and we talk about these things, and I'm like, dang it. So that was 3. Yeah. So he got 3, and Gore got 1, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So the other 2, Uncharted 2.
Oh, all right.
All right, Uncharted 2. And then the last one, I'm so surprised. Adrian and Gore, y'all of all people should know this with the amount of times I won't shut up about this game. The Witcher 3. Like, that's been a game I've talked the most about for 5 years.
You know what? That I was thinking Witcher 3 also. I know you do talk about it, but it's been 5 years. I thought maybe that's like one of those games that's just like you still love.
He got it on Switch and wanted to play it all over again.
Oh, I know. I saw him playing it on Switch.
I thought for a second I had 2 copies of Xenoblade Chronicles 2, but they have the same.
Yeah.
So when I asked him the first time, when I was asking him, hey, question, which top 5 games of all time? His original answer was The Witcher 3, The Witcher 3 Heart of Stone, and The Witcher 3 Blood and Wine.
Yeah. Bro, the amount of times I hate myself. I'm trying to find where my Switch copy is. I hate myself because I've replayed The Witcher 3 so many times over that I really shouldn't, considering my backlog. Like, I got on the Switch and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play it. I'll probably put like 10 hours into it. Oh, 100 hours later, hey man, so 3.
That's on my list. I need to play that eventually.
I played Witcher 3 for 10 hours when it first came out, and that 10 hours is me playing Gwent. So I didn't really leave the tutorial area much at all. I just played Gwent.
You should get Thronebreaker
for 10 hours.
Get Thronebreaker.
Gwent is so good. Yeah, well, or play Gwent. They made that into.
I do have the physical Gwent cards, and I'll play it physically.
Yeah. We got those collector editions for the DLCs, or the collector's edition for the game.
Isn't Thronebreaker a little bit different though?
Yeah, no, it is. It has like a story, but Gwent, I think it's a little bit different, but still
right.
I think the rules are slightly changed differently, but I'm one of those suckers because of the PlayStation 1 era Final Fantasies. You had a trading card game in your fucking RPG. I'm gonna spend a lot more time doing that than I am gonna be the main game for a while. Right. That was the same thing with Final Fantasy 15 when that first came out. I was so excited. I'm like, all right, fucking full-on Final Fantasy. We're gonna have action gameplay. It's gonna be great. I spent like 5 hours playing the pinball minigame, getting all the armlets for everyone, and then after that, I was like, I'm done with this game.
You did the darts in the 7 remake?
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's just so much fun.
Did you do push-ups and pull-ups?
I did the push-ups. The pull-ups fucked me up though,
dude.
I was like, oh, if David can't do it, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The air squats you were doing, that was so annoying, bro. I thought I was
gonna have the hardest time with it because David was just like, oh, fucking, this is a nightmare. This is the worst thing in my life. I was like, all right, well, it's it. I'm probably gonna have a hard time.
It would be in like group calls, and they just occasionally hear me just go, "Fuck."
Well, yeah, it's a rhythm. It's a rhythm, and you're in calls.
And I'm not. I don't want to be boastful, but I'm like, all right, here we go. And I failed the first 2. I'm like, and then the third time I did. I'm like, it's just like
David's is really badly coordinated.
Most of the time, I'm not good at games, but at one time,
yeah. My problem is that
I excelled.
Once it starts speeding up, I'll keep with the rhythm for the first round, do the first one perfectly. The second it goes into the second round and it randomizes to a new order, I'll start to learn the order, but then I fuck up once because my brain just auto switches to the old muscle memory, and then it fucks me up for the entire thing. And that's why I get fucked up in it. You get imprinted with the muscle memory on the first round, and then it just slips right out where it's like, it's not the one I was supposed to hit.
Or you're just dumb.
Yeah, I could just get a brain.
Why mince words? Why mince words?
All right. So what do you guys like about that trivia? Should I be going for stuff like that more? You guys enjoying that one?
That was kind of neat. It's a great way to get to know the guests a little bit more. And if we ever have repeat guests, that could even be an interesting thing where it's like, all right, now guess these assholes' interests a bit.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely like that idea. But I do think it's more fitting for if you have like rotating guests, like he said, because it's kind of like
last time we did with Sam, we ended up just doing what we usually do. That lasted a lot longer.
It ain't one.
So his point doesn't even matter. He's almost caught the David though.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He got 1 point. David's up to 3.
You got time though, actually. Yeah, so I should be 1 more point up.
So that leaves the standings at Gore at 15 points, David at 6 points, and Samuel at 1.
Dang. Gore the trivia god.
Yeah. Not this week though. Gore the knowing NeoGameSpark guy is not my name.
Right, as long as I've known you, Gore, dang.
Gore, please God, I hope you like Danganronpa. It's not the same thing you do.
Right, literally.
NeoGameSpark. What's my favorite game? Don't look at this.
Yeah, right.
Danganronpa was the game I almost put on the list too.
That one game, shoot, what's it called? It's the one with that chick in it. She's got some guns. She has a visor.
Last of Us 2.
It might be that. She's got some guns.
Battleborn.
Guns, a visor.
Yeah, she. I think she might have an accent. Or
Guns
something.
and a visor.
Yeah, a really fun one.
Guns, visor. She's kind of perky.
Yeah, maybe she was in a fucking movie for some reason.
Yeah.
Witch.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. That's
Bullet Witch. Yeah, Bullet Witch.
That's his favorite.
Bayonetta.
Right, Bayonetta.
Yeah, Bayonetta.
I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to do the obvious one, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
I was thinking because I said she's got guns, visor. I'm surprised nobody said Metroid.
Yeah, David. What the fuck?
Yeah, David. What's going on?
Another obvious one. Obviously, I wasn't gonna do for that one.
Too obvious.
All right.
Anyway, Metroid Otter M, or whatever Sammy's
Otter M.
Otter M.
Otter
Yo,
M.
y'all know where that started from?
Yeah, it was that E3 leak list, and it just had
Yeah.
Otter M. Sam's like, this is fake. Look at this. Otter M.
Otter M. He thought it was pronounced Otter. I didn't know that.
Nintendo E3 leaks are funny, but I'm telling you, those Nintendo ones take the cake, bro.
Right.
Uh,
All right. Let's jump into news.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Really quick before we get into anything super deep, though, I did want to point this one out. So, did you guys see that Fall Guys created a cheater island?
No.
What is this?
So, because there's been hackers in on Fall Guys on PC. So what they've been doing is they've been trying to do that one thing, that some games do where they just make all the cheaters play one another. But the problem is they need to get 60 cheaters in a lobby together. So far, like, whenever people are just cheating, they just get stuck in an infinite loop of falling, thinking they were, I'm shadow banned. But what it was trying to find other cheaters. And now it finally got to a point where cheaters started to actually get into a game with one another. And there was a Fall Mountain level that someone took a video of where it's literally, all right, 3, 2, 1, and every Fall Guy just gets at the crown. They start bumping into one another because they can't grab the crown over one.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I can imagine that.
Yeah. So, but they didn't have to stop because there was like something wrong with the way they did it. Like, I guess something went up there, but I didn't want to point that out. They did put a new cheating thing in there. And they also spiced up the game, so the game now randomizes the levels inside of it. So sometimes there might be like more obstacles on a course than usual, or maybe the gates go the other way, or the fans go the opposite direction. Or,
That's great.
Okay.
Yeah, so that way people that are like just like super like they know exactly what to do, now it kind of fucks them up because they're like, now there's just a giant spinner in the way of that.
That's so good. I love what they're doing with Fall Guys. I only play it like every week or so, but it's just so much fun, man. And that's the way you keep the community thriving, by keeping them on their toes. And I don't know about y'all, but I am all for all types of punishment when it comes down to cheaters. You know what I'm saying? Like,
what was the one? Was it like Far Cry or something like that? No, it was Serious Sam. Where didn't they like a giant because if you like pirated it, I think it wasn't cheating. But if you pirated like Serious Sam 3, a giant monster would show up in your game, and it was unkillable. Wow. You couldn't play the game. Like, that's the stuff I love. I mean, this is cool. This is great too. I love that. But like, I love that. Like, are you gonna cheat? All right. Or you gonna steal our game? All right.
Why you gotta cheat at Fall Guys? Like, what are you accomplishing at cheating at Fall Guys? Like,
all games.
It's like the easiest game to get a battle royale win at. So I don't know. Like, in the games are like so fast. Like, okay, you'll get better. You'll get adventure. Why do you gotta cheat? Like, that's so lame. Yeah, I love Fall Guys though.
People would turn anything competitive. So.
Yeah, Smash.
Smash, Pokemon, anything.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, let's jump into something that happened this morning. The Nintendo Direct Mini happened.
Hell yeah!
Woo!
Yeah.
All right.
Yay!
So let me get the quick rundown here because I have that. So yeah, this got dropped on us like news of a couple days ago, and the first live one in a while. They usually just drop this like pre-recorded on YouTube, but
Yeah,
the first live one in a while, and then the last one wasn't even announced. They just shadow dropped that one.
just straight up.
So we start off with Monster Hunter Rise. Now I don't know who in here is actively in Monster Hunter. All right. So what were you both thinking about? Let's talk about the first one first, then the first announcement.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Monster Hunter Rise?
I am freaking stoked for it. Okay, so when it comes down to Monster Hunter, I've been playing it since the PSP. I've definitely fallen off in recent years, even though World, from all accounts, is an incredible experience. I just haven't gotten back into it. I don't know why. Maybe because I don't run with the same crews as I used to. They moved on to different games. But Monster Hunter is a great series. I love it. Definitely not for everybody though. So I can understand why some people don't get the appeal of it, because at times it can be a very technical game. But I've been waiting for Capcom to come out with like a brand new Monster Hunter game on Switch, because all they've been doing for the past couple of years is just porting over the same game, re-releasing that same game.
Oh,
it got
like
tired.
Nintendo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it makes sense. Nintendo philosophy. That's the Nintendo seal of approval. But we had heard rumors and rumblings in the past year about them doing an exclusive Monster Hunter game, because the work it would take to bring World to the Switch, I don't think it's really justified. I mean, they could make it work, but at that point, are you really even playing the same game? But the second I saw this trailer, I knew exactly what they were going for. It's definitely looking like it's more of a classic return to form for Monster Hunter, but it's still spicing things up. The game itself, I don't know about y'all, but just coming from a person who played Monster Hunter 4, Generations Ultimate, and then going to this, the game just looks so pretty, man. Like,
it has a gorgeous aesthetic to it. It absolutely does.
Did you guys see that? What was it? Japan has a special collector's edition with that giant plush of the.
I want that so bad.
The big stomach.
Oh
dude?
my god, I got.
Yeah, the big stomach, dude.
Is it that?
No, the wolf, the purple wolf thing.
Well,
I thought it was. I'm not gonna lie though. I did think when I saw that purple wolf, it was Rapide from Tales of Vesperia. I was like, "Is that Rapide? What's going on?"
You got hyped about like a new Tales game.
Yo, right? I was like, "What's that?" It was like a weird crossover thing, but
that's the one Tales game I really want to play. I've only played Symphonia and the first Zillia. Zillia 2 just kind of ruined it.
I've heard good things about Berseria.
Berseria is great. That's the Tales game I always recommend to new people, because it's the most it's the most accessible. It's on PS4.
What's the other PS4 one?
Zestiria, and I just take from someone who's played Tales games, you do not want to touch that game with a 10-foot pole. Stay away.
I think I have that one. I ain't gonna play it anyway.
Oh Lord, mercy.
I was gonna say I got Berseria on PC, so I should probably try it at some point. But
it was almost a Games Gone By at one point. But,
that's true.
I was gonna make a Games Gone By. But I said, hey, you want a long RPG or something shorter? Everybody was like, something shorter.
No,
and
David said the opposite. I said,
no, you said you didn't want one.
No, I know, because we had.
And then David said he doesn't like the Tales games. So.
Yeah, it worked out, but he was still vouching for the long one. But I was like, I'm not playing that and Nocturne. I didn't play either.
And I was like, shit, I really want to play it.
And then
whatever the other game was.
And for me, this game looked fantastic. I've actually played Monster Hunter since the PS2, the original. I've been a huge fan of the series since the beginning. I did skip out on the Switch releases just because, and the Wii U releases just because, again, a lot of ports of the portables. I'd much rather just play them on handhelds, especially like the PSP generation was phenomenal. And then I played a little bit on the 3DS. But really, I feel Monster Hunter World was just the perfect streamlining of the system, and exactly what NeoGameSpark said here. This is a kind of return to form that I think is kind of needed, because it has that beautiful, gorgeous aesthetic that World was trying to introduce. World still has kind of like that realistic graphics, especially playing on a PC. Playing it on PC is gorgeous. But at the same time, it still is much softer in tone compared to some of the others. And so seeing them go in that direction, especially compared with the other Monster Hunter we got to see here, was a great tonal shift. But I'm really curious to see how they develop it out. I also really hope my fucking favorite weapon comes back because it almost rarely ever comes back. I love my gun lance. Gotta have my gun lance. We'll see if it comes back. But I love the trick shooting that they were showing off too with the bow and arrow. That was really cool.
You see the plush?
Absolutely phenomenal.
Is this the actual size of the plush?
It's pretty big. It's a big one.
Bro, that's like the size of an animal.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Bro.
Like the real animal.
Straight up.
Hell yeah, man.
They put a like the Switch case next to it to show the size of it, and that thing dwarfs that.
How big is it compared? How big is it
compared to Kratos? Bro, it's probably like, I'm trying to size it. 1, 2, 3, 4. You could probably fit like 3 to 4 Kratoses lengthwise for that thing. Oh my god, that's wild.
You're probably looking like 3 baby Yodas.
Oh wait, that's how we should measure. That's how we should measure
everything.
How many baby
Yodas is it?
It's about half a baby Yoda. What does that mean? Don't question it. It's half a baby Yoda.
About 50 baby Yodas.
And then we jump to Monster Hunter Stories 2.
Yeah, I have not played the Monster Hunter Story game. So I have no interest in this. I've heard decent things from folks, as I do everything that's apparently underrated. Like, oh, this is great. All right, maybe it is. So I can't say though.
That's fair.
Yeah.
David, any portion of that?
How's it? Yeah, David, did you ever play it?
Wait, what?
Did you ever play Stories? You ever play Stories on 3DS?
No, I haven't played Stories.
I've never looked at gameplay. I had it like at one point. I got it from a lot, and then I got rid of it because I don't play Monster Hunter games really.
Isn't that the one that's kind of like Pokemon style?
Yeah,
I was gonna ask.
Riding on a creature or something.
Okay, I was like wondering, like, what is it? Is it just like a kidified version of Monster Hunter? Like, well, not kidified, but they all look like.
I think that was the one that was like a more traditional RPG style, and the concept intrigued me. But
this thing came out 4 years ago. Oh my god!
Stories.
Yeah, Stories. Yeah, it looks. I thought it was more like Pokemon. I'm trying to. I don't know. I have to look up some gameplay because now I'm very perplexed.
Because they didn't show any gameplay of this game. That's why I was just like.
No, but it was. I dig the Japanese aesthetic to it because Monster Hunter has definitely had a very heavy European fantasy feel, which I feel like could be part of the reason why it does do well in Japan. Is it's so different compared to a lot of, in many aspects, games that are out there. Yeah. Plus, one of the most satisfying gameplay loops. I mean, it's definitely a very intense game. You are, especially for some of the monsters like the Rathalos and shit, you are really going on a fucking hunt. You're getting shit prepared. You're setting up traps. You got the squad like, all right, so bow and arrow, you don't, just make sure you're just hanging out back here, firing your pot shots. All right, Switch X, stay the fuck away from me. Don't accidentally hit me again. There's a lot of plotting and planning that goes into it. But goddamn, such a rewarding gameplay loop. One of the most absolute rewarding gameplay loops.
So
Monster Hunter was always the franchise to me. Like when people were hyping up Destiny and just those type of games where you do the same thing over and over again in acquisition for better loot. I always felt like Monster Hunter did that way before that, and it did it better. Like I always view Monster Hunter like you were saying when you were setting up for an enemy trying to trap them. The best way I try to explain that to people who never played it is like, think of Left 4 Dead, how you have to activate this whatever and it alerts the horde. And I'm talking about when you're playing on expert mode, realism, all that. What's the best course of action? What are you going to do? Who's got the most ammo here? Who can realistically do this and cover it? It's like that same basic philosophy. And I think that's why so many new people got on board with Monster Hunter World. They loved the idea of doing that and just getting together with the bros. But if this game brings back some of that old school aesthetic and charm, I'm definitely down for it because it's time. We need a new Monster Hunter game on Switch. It's been time.
Oh, I'm down for it 100%, man.
Yes.
So while I'm looking for an accurate rundown, because I know there's some stuff that is missed in this one, Kick Note 4 says, what do you think about the prototype games? Will they come back in the PS5?
Prototype. Now, here's the thing. I only played the first prototype, and to me, the novelty wore off within the first half an hour because it wasn't as deep as I personally wanted to. I love the idea and the concept, but everything else around it just wasn't up to par. I mean, I'm down for it. Like, I think because nowadays with the conversation of this game needs to be remade, this game needs to be brought back. Honestly, as much as I would love for them to remake a classic game that I love, like we were talking about Persona 2, do a full blown from the ground up Persona 2 remake, great, I would love it. But honestly, I think what would be more interesting is if we start seeing remakes of games that weren't necessarily bad. They had like potential, but it needs better execution and management. Like I would love for something like Prototype 2 come back, because y'all remember the war between Prototype and Infamous.
Yeah, Infamous. Yeah. Prototype was announced like way before Infamous, and everybody thought Prototype ripped off Infamous. I'm like, first of all, they're not even close to the same thing.
Yeah,
like Prototype was made by the Ultimate Destruction, the Hulk Ultimate Destruction guys, and that's pretty much exactly what it is. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. So I would love for them to remake it, and if they can give us a more interesting experience, why not? I mean, I don't think Sucker Punch is going back to Infamous anytime soon. So
nope,
no, probably not. I always said that, by the way, with the remakes. I always said that about movies. They always remake, especially when it comes to horror movies. They always remake these great horror movies when you have like some terrible ones out there that might have a decent premise.
Yeah,
that they just they forget about and whatnot.
See, that's the conundrum. Do they remake something that's gonna make money because they know it's good?
Yeah.
Or do you take the chance and make something that's bad, or mediocre, good, and be fresh about it?
I just watched a movie called Alone. It was
you
really,
said it was really good, right?
As the most generic. By the way, the movie's called Alone, and I swear I looked it up, and there's 2 other movies this year called Alone.
Where'd you watch it?
I reviewed it for the site, so for the
but do you know what's gonna be on?
I think it's just straight like Amazon stuff like that. I think it's a digital. Obviously, it ain't going to theaters, but it's a very simple movie, and that's a remake. I didn't know that until after I saw it, and in the credits it says this movie is based on like this 2011. I forgot what country, but it was and I looked it up, and it was supposed to be a not very good movie. So that's how you do it. You take a movie that was bad, or a game that was bad or just not great, and then you redo it. I would love to see them do like Geist. We joke about Geist all the time.
Geist, bring it back.
Geist, right? Hey, look, Geist right now with like the SSDs and being fast to load on everything, that'd be incredible.
Oh god!
Granted, it's Nintendo, so it's not gonna have an SSD, but
And in the same vein, I don't know if anybody remembers the game Mind Jack.
Yeah.
Oh God, Mind Jack.
Was that?
Remember that?
Was that which one? Hold on. No, I'm thinking of something else.
That's the one where you literally jack into people's minds.
It's
pretty much Geist. It's Geist.
Yeah. What was the game with the fucked up front because it was inverted?
Oh, that's Inversion.
Inversion. Yeah, bro. Yo, Gore. I'll never forget this because we were talking about this shit when that game came out. Yeah. I love how they put the first trailer for the game after it came out.
Yeah.
I was like, nah, this can't be legit. But then I looked, it's like, first trailer for Inversion out yesterday. What?
Yes, game's been out for like a week or so.
It's like that's like some Christopher Nolan.
Oh shit! No one hit send. No one hit send.
Shit.
No one hit publish.
No one hit publish. It's been on private.
You're like, oh.
Wait, yeah. So what? Someone's a marketing. We only sold 4 fucking copies. What happened? How much views did the trailer have? Oh.
That's what I was gonna say. We also remember when VG Charts, the website, would actually give you like a good quick
rough idea of what things were doing in sales.
Yeah, I swear we looked that up in a call once. Maybe you were there, Neo. I don't remember, but I swear we looked it up, and it was like 1,000 copies it sold that game. I swear it said it sold like 1,000.
The cover,
I guess that was one of them because I bought it.
The cover art was so hokey too, though.
Yeah, it was just them upside down.
Yeah,
dude.
Inversion.
I implore y'all, everybody watching, to go watch the Inversion trailer after this because it comes off as the most epic, grandiose adventure with the music. It is like, yo, this might be some hot stuff.
Oh, when did this come out? It's already out.
Yeah, it's been out for like a year. They finally put up the trailer.
Oh, you know what game definitely deserves that type of a remake treatment? Alpha Protocol.
Oh,
Ooh.
Definitely. Oh, that's a perfect.
That'd be interesting.
That had a legitimately great story, and the gameplay sucked so much.
Y'all know who developed that game? Yeah, I tell everybody. Obsidian. Yeah.
Obsidian.
I get recommended that game every once in a while.
I have it on Steam. I got it for $2 like 8 years ago. It was a good $2.
Yeah, that's a solid $2 game for sure.
There are worse things I spent $2 on.
Oh, definitely. Like a 2 Human, that'd probably be a worse one.
2 Human Lair.
They were giving that away for free. Remember that? Because on Xbox Live, they had to destroy all the copies. So they were like, all right, it's free on Xbox Live.
They had to destroy all the copies.
Yeah, it was so bad. I had to get rid of them.
All right.
But,
New generation ET.
Yeah.
Next-
Anyway, so Inversion, go check it out.
Yeah.
This podcast brought to you by Inversion from
Yeah.
would have been like Bandai Namco published that. I have a
I
feeling
bet it was. That was back when
They
they were
probably
doing a lot of those games. They did
Bro.
the binary domain, right?
Yeah.
Yo, that was a weird time. Japanese publishers just publishing like the weird.
That was a good time when people
Try
just
to appeal.
published a bunch of random stuff. What was the one that Raven did before?
Oh,
Hey,
Singularity.
I'm sorry, it wasn't Bamco. It was Namco.
Yeah, there you go. No,
Singularity.
Yeah, I heard that was good too,
Oh,
right?
That's a good game.
Yeah, that's a great game. That's like one of the few games back then I played, I beat it, and I'm not even kidding. Like 5 minutes later, I started it back up again.
Wow.
It was really good. That was a fun game, and nobody played it. I
Like,
remember
Stable-
they had a promotion with that game. If you bought it, you get prototype for free. So it's funny that we talked about
Oh,
that.
there you go. It all
Can we
comes. It
talk
comes full
about-
circle.
Speaking of
Maybe some games gone by ideas here.
Yo, I'm telling you, everyone should just go get. Oh, that game is good. You know, it's also kind of decent, halfway decent. The Saboteur.
Oh yeah, Saboteur's pretty good. Yeah. Oh my god, all these dead studios. I mean, Raven's not dead, but they don't make their own games anymore. All they do is Call of Duty. I think so. It's just like
Call of Duty
Isn't that the
also-
one that is technically busted on PC because of the online bullshit they threw in there?
Probably.
yeah, because they had like an online pass, right, or some
Yeah. And there was like a mission that you have to get through like a brothel that's kind of like speakeasy or something, if I remember correctly, that you can't technically do because the servers are down.
Oh, I
That's
wouldn't
so
be
weird.
surprised. That was at a really awkward point where people gamed on PC, but it was nowhere near as good it is now.
Because
you know?
it was at the beginning of, so by the end of every console generation, PC games like, all right, we're good. And then when every new console generation came down, everyone's like, all right, let's go back to focusing on the consoles again.
Yeah,
And then it went back.
Let's
But
go
now
back.
everyone's fine. Now everyone's like, all right, PC, we're just done. We're locked down. We're good.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it anymore, guys. Just to buy.
Steam really did basically help solidify because especially before, I used to have boxes to all my games way back when, and then I just stopped caring about boxes, and now I kick myself for that as I'm an old man with my house payments. But it's one of those things that, especially with PC games, you get a fucking PC game, that is fucking massive. It is just filling so much goddamn space. You get 30 fucking plus of those bastards consuming space on a shelf. Oh, fuck that. Just keep this, throw it out, whatever. But then it's like, all right, let me slap this in. And especially with as soon as hard drives started getting so big, it's like, all right, you're spending 10 plus hours cycling this through the goddamn computer to get installed. Steam, all right, go ahead, click, bam. All right, I got 200 things set to install. They'll just cycle through as they need.
So
Yep.
I want to propose this out here. I don't know. I feel like Neo's down. Because I don't know why. It's someone's on Steam, and it's the only reason why I've been on Steam the last day. Neo, do you know what Among Us is?
Yeah, yo, you're like reading my brain right now, dude. That's that one game I hear everybody talking about, but I have not seen nothing on that game.
I see a bunch of memes about it now. It's you play all the Jackbox games, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Push the button, aka the greatest Jackbox game.
Yes,
It's
Yes.
push the
We had
button.
some good ass fucking calls with that game.
It's push the-
Yelling at each other. It's not me. It's not me.
Yeah.
So now it's push the button. It's push the button as a game, like a werewolf style game where you actually have to do tasks and you can catch people. And the people that are the aliens, like in that game, have to actually kill people. Like literally, they have to go in and like as a character, like go in and kill that person. So it's like more active as an actual game rather than like mini games here or there on your phones. I've been trying to.
How does that work with a call though? If say I kill David, which I will definitely.
He's coming for you, bro.
I'm coming for you. Will David see somebody different? Or is everybody like the same character model? Because I haven't seen any gameplay.
So the character models, this game's been out for a couple years, so I'm sure a streamer probably played it and just like kicked it up. In
Oh,
our-
it has? Wow.
Yeah,
I thought
it's been out for a while. Also, it's also on the phone too for free, which is kind of cool.
It must be a big streamer or a YouTuber because you told me about that and the first time, and then a couple weeks later, my cousin came in and was like, "Hey, have you heard of that game Among Us?"
we would love that. I can promise you, we would love that. I hate that I have a Mac right now, just because I would love to stream that. That'd be so good.
Teletubbies.
Yeah, so it's like think of like really crudely drawn Fall guys.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And then and then you gotta do like missions. If I could be wrong, the way I've been seeing, because I don't want to watch too much, because I've had friends inviting me to stuff, and I want to get us all to play it. I kind of want to play it all fresh with us first. But the way I think it is,
I can record it.
Oh yeah, no, we would fucking love that. So the way I think it is like, so all right, so you guys do this, and then while like we all got things like monsters have to like kill 2 people while they're doing things. So like there's been memes where it's like you walk in and then you hear people in the voice, so what are you doing in here? And then the other guy just runs and calls a meeting. He's like, he did it, and they're like, what the fuck? I wasn't me. I saw you in there. So then it's just like it's like that pretty much is the game. I guarantee. So if you want, if you're in for that, I'm trying to rile up everyone to get everyone to buy. It's $5.
How many people can play it?
Like I think 8.
It's 10. It says 4 to 10. It says 4 to 10 people
10.
judging. Yeah, I'm on Steam right now looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you guys want, I say we get a giant call going and we start doing that in streaming or something.
Oh yeah.
That would be awesome. Yeah, I'm looking at it. It came out November 2018. Now, is this like Jackbox where you don't have to own a copy of the game to join in on the fun?
No. Well, so on the phone it's free. If I'm pretty sure on the phone it's crossplay and it's free, but I mean you'd rather just play it on Steam because that's when you can like actually type out because you can there's like a chat in there too. You could type stuff there and then voice chat's easier, stuff like that. But
right.
It's $5 and I'm in. I'm trying to rile everyone up to do that. So that's my weekly PSA to play that game, because I know push the button is like. There's Jackbox games. All right, here's number 5, number 4, 3, 2, and then up here is like push the button. Like it's not a competition.
I love push the button and Quiplash the most. Those are my favorite.
Speaking of Jackbox next month, it's time again.
Yep, of course, October.
Quiplash 3's on there, Neo.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yep. All right.
We send me that invite.
We will 100% do that. So let's jump back in this Nintendo Direct Mini. Shout outs to Fitness Boxing 2. Fitness Boxing 1 is actually pretty good.
That's such a great game. I may pick up the second one because where it has co-op, that would be kind of a good experience to just kind of have. But yeah, no, I've dumped 80 some odd hours into Fitness Boxing 1.
Wow, nice.
God damn.
What's up with you and 80-hour games?
I've never played it. Yeah. I like games where I can just... This is why I have a dangerous mindset with certain things. I'm the kind of person that I either get hyper addicted to things or I just immediately don't care about it. And I can go in and out. I mean, it's why I smoked for so long, and it's why I drink the way I do.
It's why you vape.
I haven't vaped in 4 months.
Yeah, I know. We haven't heard it.
I haven't had to pause every time. Good. You don't see the smoke plumes. Yeah, no, I'm completely free of that the last 4 months now.
So is this part of your like what your workout was?
Yeah, that was something I was doing routinely for working out as a cardio option. But I did drop it just because the way that my TV set up, it is a pain on the neck to look down at the TV for it. So I ended up just started doing a lot of walks at work, especially as soon as I could go back to work. We have a huge campus area that I just, every break that I normally would spend smoking, I just now go walk around and I weight lift as well.
Right on.
Yeah, the problem with games like this, and is the reason why I didn't really continue Ring Fit Adventure, even though I didn't. No, I have plenty of room, actually. But I live on a second story apartment.
You know Ring Fit Adventure has...
My fat ass moving. I know it does, but you're still shaking. Okay. Like, I'm a fat boy, so it's just like you're fucking rumbling. It's just like, and I got shit in my room that's just like falling over. Kratos is like, come on, bro. It's just like, I know, man. Yeah, I didn't even have you at the time. Don't fucking complain. But it's just like, it's not good. It's not good.
No, the fitness boxing.
Fitness boxing was okay. You don't. You just do this, and then you're like.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're keeping up with the footwork the way you're supposed to, shit definitely shakes, but it's not as bad if you're not getting as into the footwork.
Sure.
Yeah, I like fitness boxing. I like rhythm games, so that one, like, I mean, Ring Fit Adventure is that too, but that one was like felt like a Guitar Hero if you worked out.
Sure.
I keep going back and forth on getting Ring Fit Adventure. They have 3 in stock near me, and I'm like, maybe I want to grab that.
It's good. I like it a lot. and it's a fucking workout. Like you don't think it is. It's a workout.
Oh,
I want to try that game.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a big boy, but still, it's like that was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Like,
I want to see more.
I play pretty much.
We need fitness boxing. I want to see you play that.
Oh no.
It'll be like Sam Geek doing a Dance Central.
Oh God, we got to get Sam to play Jillian Michaels' Connect Adventure again.
Here, let me tell you one of our fun Samuel stories. He won't mind me telling the story. So this is back. I think he was streaming. I know me and Gore were in the call, and he was streaming. And back in the day, the Connect was on. So whenever you're in a 360 dashboard, you could see like the Connect in the back corner, but it wasn't real time footage. Like it was like a static. Was like, you know what I'm talking about.
The black and white is the black and white.
Yeah, like a silhouette. We got into an argument, as you do with Hamilton Geek. And
as you do.
And
peace is never an option with them.
No, and it got pretty into it, and then eventually, what was it? It was like I forget. It started to wind down. All right, fuck it, whatever. All right, and then someone's like, "Hey Sam, why don't you calm down?" And Sam's like, "I am calm," and then he goes, "Yeah, but I see you pacing back and forth in your Connect camera down there."
I was just like, yo, man, he's walking back and forth, filing his arms.
Bro.
You can tell he's filing his arms. You can tell he's filing his arms because that's how you control some of the shit. So you can see like the reticle move.
Yo, I'm telling you,
I do not.
If you go anywhere and you see a motherfucker pacing back and forth, run.
Right.
Run.
I'm not gonna tell a story. Remind me to tell you a story off stream, but I have
off the record. I
have one more story.
I got you. I can't wait. I can't freaking wait.
All right. Disgaea 6 is coming exclusively at summer 2021. What's Disgaea? I think I have Disgaea. Do I have Disgaea? I don't know if I have it. Sell me on it. I've heard a lot of good things about it.
All right. So the Disgaea franchise is a strategy RPG series that has historically had some gorgeous HD sprite work. They went full 3D with this one, which is an interesting idea.
Yeah.
But each one is kind of set in its own story and its own netherverse. So each one is different story-wise, but each one keeps expanding on the other gameplay-wise. So it's like Final Fantasy Tactics. But if you had a lot of shit that will constantly manipulate the map that you're fighting on, so there's these things called geopanels, and you'll see them splayed throughout a lot of the maps. And they alter combat, but they have their own motion and mechanics that aid both you and the enemy at the same time. And so a lot of the gameplay is manipulating the battlefield with the geopanels while manipulating a party of up to 10 characters on the field. And it is a stat grinder's dream. You just have hundreds of different character classes that can evolve into different evolutions of that class. You can do what's called kind of a transcendence of the class, where you can go ahead, get them, say it's like a level 100, and then you bring them back down, almost like prestiging. Bring them back down to level 1, but they carry like a permanent stat block upgrade from the last levels that they went through. Each game has its own version of what's called like the Dark Council or the Dark Assembly, where there's different ways you can modify how the game is played, either getting access to hidden content, getting access to different character classes, increasing difficulty, lowering difficulty, all kinds of fun little modifications. And the way it's done is by going through like different councils. And again, each game handles it differently. But usually it's like, okay, you have characters that are popular with some type of characters and some that aren't. And there's like a big voting system that goes into it. You got to bribe everyone. Like literally you'll take items from your inventory and hand them out to the judges. And then if they don't like it still, and they still fail to pass, you can still pass like one of these options by force, by killing everyone. Be like, yep, nope.
There's a lot of stuff to do.
There is tons. Like playing through the story is basically the first 5% of what is part of a Disgaea game. The story there's item world alone is such a time sink. Everything that you get for items, including just like your healing restorative items, can be upgraded. And the way you do it is there's this place called Item World where you just hand in the item and then they'll turn it into a randomized dungeon. And some of the dungeons have 100+ floors that you can go through, explore to manipulate and upgrade the fucking gear. And there's so much min-maxing and tweaking, and there's just so much fucking content to the Disgaea franchise, and each game expands on it. Some game stories are better than others. The first 3, I feel, are the best stories in the franchise. I really didn't like 4's story, and 5 is one of the only ones I haven't finished because god damn, I could not stand the main fucking character at all. But I'm excited for 6. I'm going into it with open mind. One thing that they did mislead though is when they said it's Switch exclusive. Apparently that's only in America. In Japan, it's still getting a PS4 release, which is frustrating because almost every Disgaea game is available on PlayStation 4 on some capacity. There's some that aren't, but it's a little frustrating to not have that collection. It'd be like missing a Yakuza game on PS4, which we kind of are, but
missing a Yakuza game on PS3. Then 5 not come out in America or something?
No, 5 ended up. Yeah, 5 ended up coming out.
It did? Oh,
yeah, it came out end of 2015. It was digital though. But if you bought the Yakuza Remaster Collection, if you pre-ordered it in time, all the Day 1 editions came with a case for
I got that.
the PS3. So it's a nice little full circle. But just to add on my experiences with the Disgaea franchise, franchise, I don't speak on it as much as I should. But Disgaea franchise is one of the series that I hate so much because of how much work has gone into the game, like in terms of the systems and the combat. And if you'll notice that every single Disgaea game plays differently in how they do things.
Yes.
I started with Disgaea 3 on the PS3, not really know much. I just saw a PS3 recommendation video. I was like, all right, let's check this out. And I was like, I remember the first day I spent so many hours just trying to wrap my head around the systems. And it just every single time you think you know something about it, it's like, oh, here's something else. And oh, you can spend some time doing this. So I played 3, played 4. I picked up D2, went through all those. My boy, because he knew I was getting into Disgaea, he was a big fan. He gave me his copy of Disgaea DS right here, which is, I believe this is a remake of the first game. I want to say.
Yes, it's technically a remake of the base PS2 version because there was a PSP port, Afternoon to Darkness.
Yeah,
but the DS version is missing some content. And then for the PC release, they went back to the Afternoon of Darkness version.
Nice. Yeah. So I it's a series I enjoy, albeit very casually. Ironically, I say that even though I own 2 copies of Disgaea 5 because I got the day 1 on PS4 because it was a buy 2 get. Remember them buy 2 get 1 free sales? Win Gamer Club unlocked. Terrible.
Dude,
I
remember at Gamer whenever that was a fun time because you got those magazines and it was like, all right, what game am I gonna buy this month? And it was like a cool coupon. You're like, oh, that's a cheap game, hell yeah.
I remember buying Soul Calibur 5 and SSX the remake
for $10.
$10. I'm like 2 months after they came out, $10 each.
We made fun of Review Guru.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Wait, are you making fun of him for getting lucky at GameStop or what?
No. We always make fun of him. He didn't get lucky this time at Best Buy. He bought that shit. God, dude. He bought that shit for like $40 when he could have just
waited a week.
With the game.
Dang it,
dude. The one thing. So when I drove around in 2018, I low key am so bummed that you and I didn't hang out, Neo. Because my God, bro. What Chris and I did, because Chris and I hung out a couple times because I stayed in Long Island for a little bit. What we did is he and I got in a car and we drove down to Jersey and hung out with Guru for the afternoon, and we just binged all the old YouTube videos, all old Sam was a Geek, all the old DSP videos. I was like, dude, you would have had a blast. You would have loved to join online and just watch all those videos, dude.
Bro, I would have loved that shit. Like, I do that every now and then. I go back and I watch old stuff, and I'm like, I cringe, but I'm like, damn, there's something humble about this.
There's a reason why I deleted all my old shit.
Oh, please tell me you at least put it on private,
dude.
Because
I purged that shit.
The most egregious thing that's deleted off the internet. Me and Gore were just making fun of Guru in a call, and he had that video NoobTube. Remember that video NoobTube?
The music video.
Noob
Tube brings all the boys to the yard.
What happened?
I can't sing.
Yeah, now next part's not PC anymore. But so Guru made this really dumb music video for that saying my YouTube brings all the boys to the yard, and we were making fun of this. Is like 2011 or 2012. We're making fun of it, right? Like, Guru, you're an idiot for doing that. And he's like, yeah, shut up. And then all of a sudden, I think it was me that mentioned like, hey, we should download that video. And it was like a wave of silence for like 3 seconds, and then it was a race between Gore and Guru to see who can get to the video first before Guru deleted it, or Gore ripped it off YouTube. Yeah,
I got it, and then it was on my old laptop, and then my laptop died completely, and that was it.
So NoobTube is now deleted off the internet.
Oh my god.
I'm sure someone on like
but
4chan or something has it out there, because right, like why not?
That would be a meme now if it was.
I think the funniest thing I saw from y'all, and this was just me watching in passing. I remember Guru did a video, and it was him and somebody. Hold on, what was his name? Jeff?
Mendocino?
I think so. Yeah, it might be that one. I remember I was watching the video and they were prank calling.
I
was like,
ripping its scab off?
Yeah. So that's the one Guru is picking the scab, and they prank call Samuel, saying that they're border control.
He said the border control and Sam is in this country illegally.
And it was his dad that answered.
Like,
yeah.
Jeff calls him, and it's the best prank ever. Because he's like, yeah, border control, your sons, you're illegally. And then
he said it so because he was like chilling, but he sounded very legit. And then Sam's father tried to step on him, like, yo, what? Why do you talk to him? Why do you talk to him? And it was just a silence. It was just like, he's in this country illegally. Canadian refugees.
Classic YouTube, man. That's such a
I'm telling you, people they won't get it.
No.
I remember I did a video years ago talking about the PlayStation Move, my first impressions, and my homeboy, I don't know what prompted him to look this up. I guess he found it. And I don't know if it was like a YouTube glitch at the time, but the audio, it was fine when we watched it back then, 10 years ago, but it just was all straight static. And he kept cracking up because he said it was something about seeing a person talking so nonchalantly and he just hears static and he was just dying. And then I was like, man, what? I want to see if that bit. Oh my God. I just replayed the video. It still got static.
It's static.
But you could hear my voice. It's just oh God,
dude. That's like that. What the current day reflection of that is when people don't tell streamers their audio is off, or if the stream ended. Like there was a video that we did. And we did a ranksters. Like I think it was like the second episode. We were doing it. We're having a good time, and like 10 minutes after we were recording, someone was like, "Hey, your stream's not on anymore," and we're like, "Oh, how long has it been off for?" They're like, "You've been off for 10 minutes." We're like, "Why didn't anyone say anything?"
Oh God, I hate that word. It's like, cause I do every stream. I come and I'm just like, "All right, test, guys. How's the audio? How's the audio with the game? Okay, this is the game."
Everyone's like, "Yeah, it's fine." And then you go back and listen. You're like, "All right, well, welcome to the game. This is what we're doing right now."
And then the game's like low. It's like, "Oh, Atreus, I need you to go."
Yeah.
And then you're like,
turn up the gain a little bit. Oh my God.
I want to go I want to be a dick on my own and go to like people with like two people. "Hey, how's the audio?" "Oh no, turn it up a little bit lighter." It's not good.
Yeah, we barely hear you. Turn down the game audio.
And they're gonna go back.
Like straight up 2 separate browsers. Yes, I'm manipulating him. Oh my God.
I'm gonna voice my.
How did we? I'm at a loss of how we got here. We're
not even on that PlayStation 5 stuff. Anyway, Balan Wonderworld showed up at the direct.
Yeah, Balan Wonderland.
Yeah,
that frame rate wasn't wonderful.
No, but I think that's also coming to Xbox, right?
Yeah,
showing at the Xbox.
I think is it coming to everything? I think so.
I think it might be.
Yeah. So it looked cool. I'll probably get that.
Art style's fantastic, I think.
Switch,
but yeah, no, I agree. I'll grab it on a night's. I'll grab it on Xbox though.
Yuji Naka.
Yep.
Yeah. Imagine, I wouldn't be surprised if they say it's coming to Game Pass day one.
Hey,
awesome.
Let's do it.
I'm hoping
with all his $70 games now. Why not?
Oh God.
We'll talk about that in a little bit. All right.
Oh yeah.
Next up, Rune Factory 5, Gore.
Yeah.
I'm not even that big. Neo, have you ever played any of the Rune Factory games?
I played one Rune Factory game when I was a kid, and I mean, it's kind of like Animal Crossing and all those kind of games. I like the idea of them. They're just not my cup of tea. I think Animal Crossing I put the most amount of time into, that and Stardew Valley. but then I just stopped playing them. I'm like, all right, I'm fine. Like, I played Animal Crossing straight for 2 months, got my Xbox. All right, I'm done. That's it.
Yeah, I get you. But I love the Harvest Moon games. So when I never played Ruin Factory when it first came out, but I should have, because I heard that's like the only, like, back in the DS days, there was a lot of crappy Harvest Moon games coming out, and there still are crappy Harvest Moon games. If you want the good Harvest Moon games, you play Story of Seasons. That's actually the good Harvest Moon stuff.
I heard that. Stardew Valley.
Before Stardew Valley.
I mean, Stardew Valley is lit. Huh?
Gore's talking before Stardew Valley, though, when he was like scrounging for anything.
Before. Oh yeah, I was just scrounging. I never played Ruin Factory because it seemed not exactly what I wanted, because there was a lot of combat in it, and Harvest Moon's not really. It's all about peaceful stuff. Yeah, you're peaceful. And then Ruin Factory 4 came out last year on Switch, or this year. Was it this year? It was this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was this year.
Yeah, it was this year.
It was mine.
Yeah, and Ruin Factory 4 was like a special edition because of the 3DS game. And I was like, you know what? This is the time I'm going to give it a chance. And I played that game maybe 45, 50 hours. And that's a lot for me. and that game's great.
This was
it's very charming.
This was when Gore was like literally putting about 2 or 3 hours in every game and putting it away. And Gore just like, nope, I'm sitting down Ruin Factory 4 for the next 2 weeks.
Doom Eternal's coming out. I'm just like, I'm going to play Ruin Factory. Ruin Factory is a lot of fun. I love farming games, and the combat and all that stuff is not it's not the best or anything. But this game looks completely different. It looks like, because the other ones are like still semi, like, not pixelated, but they're
3DS.
very, very much 3DS and isometric kind of. This one looks like it's going straight up like, you know, like JRPG-ish in a way, which is
the intro looked very Persona.
Yeah, it did for sure, which is cool, especially the music. But which is a little weird with Ruin Factory, because Ruin Factory's all like every game seems like it's all about like you're in a town. What?
Refresh GameStop. It looks like their PS5 bundles are up, so check to see if the regulars are up.
Oh, GameStop, let's go.
I got bundles up right now, so.
Bundle for headsets probably.
While you guys do that, I'll just jump. I gotta get
Godfall.
Yeah, I'm literally.
Yeah, go ahead and go for that. While they do that,
the next
the Long Dark showing up. Long Dark. I'm surprised the tail it has.
Today, right?
Yeah, it's out today. Surprised the tail it has, but good for it. I heard it's a very good survival game. I'm gonna play it eventually.
With the tail it has? What do you mean?
Like it's been out for a while and it's still getting it's still making the rounds everywhere, which is neat. You guys focus on that. You guys focus on that. Focus on that. I'll go through the smaller stuff. Sniper Elite 4 is up here.
Oh, it's a nice box art.
Sniper Elite 4, I played maybe 2 hours of, and it's just I was at that point with that series that I'm just like, yeah, you know what, I'm okay. I'm good. I get it. It's fun. I don't find it that fun though. It's fun, just not that fun. So I'm like, there's a lot of games I could be playing right now.
Yeah, everything is sold
I don't
out.
remember. Does GameStop charge you for pre-orders right away, or?
Oh, so the advanced bundle is the only bundle that's not sold out. It comes with the console, digital, physical.
It's all
edition.
the extra bullshit you don't want, right?
Yeah, an extra controller, Year of Plus, Spider-Man Miles Morales, and Derby All-Stars. Not a bad deal. Not a bad deal.
It's not bad, Gore.
It's
$750.
It's $750. You get an extra controller, 2 games, a Year of Plus.
You can flip that controller.
That's not bad.
Sounds like it's a good deal.
The controller is $70. Miles is $50. Derby All-Stars
is it Ultimate Edition of Miles, or is it
it's gone? It's gone?
Yeah, it's gone already.
I literally could have bought this even though I have one and I don't need it, but I want it. But yeah, it's it didn't say Adrian, but if I had to wager, let me look at the fine print of something I can no longer buy. Amazon does this so much.
I think Amazon's the only place that doesn't at least put a like pending charge on it.
Walmart. I bought it on Target. I bought it on Target.
They only charge you once it gets shipped.
They put a pending charge on it right now. Walmart puts a pending charge on your card, and then like a couple days it'll go away, and then they come back. I think Best Buy does it periodically. Best Buy periodically.
I think GameStop does it too.
Target and Best Buy periodically check on your card still. So they'll put the charge on it every now and then to see if you still got it, and then they'll take it off. Like I've had Indivisible on Switch pre-ordered at Target for months just because I found it for 15. It's never gonna happen, but every once in a while I just get $15 charge from Target. And no place charges until it ships, but they do a pending charge. So like it'll be on your card for a little bit, an authorization charge, and then it'll come back.
Okay. All right. So basically, it just is the launch edition for Miles Morales, so it's probably not the deluxe edition, which it's only an extra $10. So I don't know.
GameStop.
Actually, no, it's extra $20. Wait, no, it's $10. Wait, no, it's $20.
I think it's 20.
20
Yeah, it's 20. It's 50 to 70.
But yeah, it adds up basically to what the $750 would be when you price the 2 games, Year of Plus and controllers. It is an extra $250, so it's not a rip off.
If it didn't have the extra controller, I'd say go for that.
It's perfect if you want all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Like I don't.
You don't even make different orders and shit. It's just. I don't talk about it.
No, sorry. You go ahead.
I was done, so go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say. I mean, for me, looking at the bundles that GameStop has, I don't really care about all the other extra shit. I mean, eventually, I'm gonna want to play this Spider-Man Miles Morales, especially with. But I still haven't even played the base Spider-Man game.
Oh no!
I got it for $20, and I was like, I'm gonna finally play this. And then I went down a Yakuza rabbit hole, and I was like,
"That's the best rabbit hole to go down." I'm telling you.
And it's. And then all of a sudden, it's like, I'll still play it eventually, but I'm not in a big rush. And it's like, aside from that,
you do not need PlayStation 5. You already don't even have it. You don't even have it. You don't have a cheap.
I don't need most of the shit I have, but I want it.
The only upsetting thing that I have with you is that you buy all this new tech and you don't even like upgrade your TV to like work with it. You don't have a 4K TV.
Wait, what? Whoa!
No.
And that's coming from me. I just got a 4K TV this year.
You can get a 4K TV for like $300 now. A good one too, like a solid one.
I want to get 2K monitors for my computer at some point, but it just.
I bought my 4K HDR TV like 3 years ago for $700.
Here's the thing: is I also try to keep as much optimized for my entire collection as possible. Upscaling to 4K with older consoles is still kind of a nightmare. It still won't take certain inputs for a lot of those TVs. So that's why I've stuck with 1080p for most part, is because with my combinations of upscalers and everything, I can get everything pristine on those.
Right.
Eventually, I'm going to throw down for a 4K and get
then by that time, 8K is going to be a normal
consoles. Yeah, it's gross.
Well, I would say that's kind of the dilemma for me. The times where I do want to play the retro games, I don't want to play them. I wouldn't play them on my 4K display, but that's why I have a separate TV. I just leave it for those, and then all the new fancy stuff I'll just use on the TV. But even now, I just got this TV in May, right? Even now, I'm already looking at the new stuff I want. I'm like, dang, that Sony looks pretty good, 120 hertz.
Yeah,
that LG though.
I'm in upgrade mode right now. I'm looking at the other TVs. I'm like, I need something for this.
Oh.
I don't need to, but that LG at 1500 looks.
Because me and Gore got the same TV right here, and it's fine. It's the base, like the most basic model of like getting that quality. It's not a Samsung though, so it's like I got a couple issues with it.
They're good TVs for the price.
Yeah, I got a couple issues with it. So I got a couple dead pixels in the middle, and then Gore has a weird green bar on his. But
no, not green. It's like it's a white bar. Like you'll just randomly, if there's a really dark scene, you'll just see this kind of bar go up like slowly.
Yeah, it's
weird.
But I got dark one. I don't know if it was a scare, but I thought I had a dead pixel. I was like, I just bought this TV not even 6 months ago.
You should get warranty if it's dead pixels though.
Yeah, so it was like one, and it came back a few days later. Now it's gone. So I still have it under warranty. So I'm going to look into that. But that LG. Oh.
I'm
So
on Black
good,
Friday
man.
mode. If I get this bonus in my job,
Dude.
that's it.
Bro, I'm in that thought process right now where it's like I have most of the things I need for my setup, and now I'm just literally it's like, this is why I always tell people don't get into PC gaming, because the second you think you've got the best rig, you find something else.
We'll talk about something with an upgrade in a little bit.
Yeah.
So let's finish this up. So Empire of Sin has a December launch, looking good, looking cool. I'm interested in that.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. I'm so
a
excited
great game.
for that too.
Wait, did they say that in
December
the
1st?
stream? Oh, I didn't hear that, because it's also coming to Xbox, which I thought it was gonna be a Switch game.
I thought it was Switch exclusive.
No, it's coming to Xbox also. So
Let's hope for that game.
I mean, that seems like a Switch game. because that game looks really cool. It looks like what was those like Facebook games where you like control a mob city or it wasn't just called
Mob Wars,
Mob Wars,
like, yeah, it's like that except
God, bring that stuff back. Mobsters and Mob Wars and stuff like that. That was good.
Yeah, I like
Farmville.
Yeah, Farmville. That's the kind of stuff you just shut your brain off and just like, all right, let's go.
Another shout drop today. Hades showed up.
Hell yeah!
That's a game that I'm probably end up buying. It's $20 right now. It's 20% off.
I bought it.
Did you?
I bought it. I forgot to mention that for buying.
Yeah, I'll probably end up grabbing that. And then finally, we wrap up with Ori and the Will of the Wisps launched today.
Yes.
Shout out to Neo. He got that collector's edition.
I just don't got the money.
I've been toying on whether or not I should cancel that because I saw it in the direct and I was like, go.
Oh, that's how Gore was. Like, Gore was like ready, and then I told Gore like, hey, you know how much this is? Like, oh, what is it, like 100? I know. 120? No,
dude. I bought that, and now I love the Ori games so freaking much. I'll have no idea, but I'm like, all right, yeah, it's $150. But this isn't probably going to be one of those special editions that's $20 a week later.
No.
I think I'll be okay. That looks nice. For me, it's just like...
And it comes in 2 cases for each game?
Dude, and technically speaking, I've only ever spent $5 on all of Ori. And that was getting the first game on PC. You say, exactly, it makes up for it. So I'm just like, makes up for it. And the bells and whistles. So I'm just like, I'm not even going to look at it. I don't know when it's shipping. It probably said December. But I'm just not looking at it. It's already charged. I'm just gonna wait for it to show up and be like, "Oh my god,
Merry Christmas!"
Exactly, Christmas gift to myself.
Those games are so good. Like I never finished the original. I got really far, but I 100% Ori and the Will of the Wisps.
Bro. After playing Will of the Wisps, I cannot go back to the first game. No disrespect, but that Will of the Wisp shits all over Blind Forest.
Yeah, like the combat in the first game is so weird with the orb, like you're hitting. Yeah. Like in this one, it's just like that laser sword thing you got.
Ori's just smacking the shit out of people. I love it.
Yeah, use the hammer, the spear. Like all the weapons you get in the new one are just so good. And you get them quick too.
Yes.
Have either of y'all been on Fangamer where you saw the Ori plush?
I've seen it. Yeah.
I've seen it. I need to go look at it again because when I saw it the first time, I was like,
it's like 24. But Fangamer does a really good job with their plushes. I have at least.
Yeah, I bought the Shantae one.
I have a banjo one, a ukulele, a Celeste one, and then a barman one. I love their plushes.
Oh, that Ori one's okay. Oh, okay, this one's okay.
Oh, and I have a Katamari one.
I might get it.
I love Fangamer plushes.
Ori. I would love an Ori figuring, like what's that thing called? A Nendoroid or whatever?
A Nendoroid, yeah.
A Nendoroid. I would love one of those. Just the articulation and just.
Let me see.
I got quite a few of those in my collectible cabinet.
Oh, they're good, man. If I wasn't collecting, I stopped collecting Funko Pops, but if I wasn't into this, I'd be all over those, man.
Wait, this is a Nendoroid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Kratos one looks so funny though.
Yeah.
Quick shout outs to Ori showing up in Rivals of Aether next week on Switch on the definitive edition.
Hell yeah.
Oh wow. Shout out.
My boy Torbjorn.
Yeah.
Torbjorn. All right, let's move on. We got through that finally.
Yes.
Quick story on the side. David, have you been hearing about how bad the 3080 has been in pre-ordered land?
Yeah. That's been.
I think PS5 pre-orders were bad. So the 3080 had like the worst pre-order I think I've ever seen.
Oh.
Where I saw a streamer that I follow was on Best Buy's website, literally refreshing it, and it switched from coming soon to sold out. Literally, he just kept refreshing it, and it was gone. And bots took it all up. Bots took it all up, and it's all over eBay. All over eBay. Like you're talking like at least double price. Yeah, every website was hit Newegg, Best Buy, whatever other websites.
That's why when a certain soulless someone was like, just get the 30 series, it's fine.
Yeah.
Just wait for that. It's like, no, that's not how releases work with graphic cards, especially. We're going to see at least a year of this, and then we'll see what the prices actually settle down at in the market.
Right.
But no, I'll admit, there's still a part of my brain that goes, man, going to what you were saying earlier of, man, you think you're done, and then you realize that, no, it's never done. There's a part of my brain that goes, yeah, income tax next year, maybe a 3090 I could justify to myself.
Yeah.
Maybe I could justify the 3090.
See, that's the beauty.
Dude.
That's at least the beauty of having a Mac. All I can do is upgrade RAM. I'm like, otherwise, I'm just done. I'm forced to be done. I'm out. But yeah, no, I tried.
But that's when you just build a computer and Hackintosh it and get all the OSs.
No, I'm saying is my Mac can't be upgraded, so that's why I'm saving money now.
Never save money.
That's true.
I don't even know anybody who bought the 3090 because everything is just straight bots. Bots.
No one got one, and it sucks. But
I feel so bad because I know a lot of people were like genuinely excited. I'm talking like
that's their next gen console.
Value.
Yeah. That was their console.
Yeah. And then to have this happen is just the worst feeling. I don't know. I mean, you know what? I'm kind of gonna sound like an old fart, but y'all remember when new graphics cards came out and they were like $300?
Yeah,
I remember those days.
Back when there was like 3 to 4 people actually competing in the graphics card market.
Exactly, $300, brand new graphics card. You buy that, you're good for a whole generation. Now it's like $700 is the entry price.
Back in the day when you could say, AMD may be cheap, but at least you're getting the price per performance. It's a worthy trade-off. It's fine. Now it's just, why would you ever touch an AMD graphics card at all?
I have an AMD graphics card. Thank you so very much. My 5700 XT is working wonders. I love him.
It's fine. I almost went AMD if only just because of emulation purposes. Like I wanted to do the Hackintosh idea because I love Linux. At the end of the day, I'm a Linux person. I use Windows begrudgingly. But at the same time, it's like, fuck it. I'm going to always go NVIDIA for my graphics purposes. Right. God damn, my processor ain't AMD. Give me them fucking threads.
Poof. Telling you, man, Ryzen, because the last rig I had, because last generation, I was literally the stereotypical, I got a gaming PC as last generation was closing out. I was like, yo, this is the greatest thing. PS4 drop. Hey, man. Y'all play Knack? I went back over there. And now I did the same thing. I just got a whole brand new rig, spent a lot of good money on it, and I was debating on whether or not should I go for the NVIDIA card or this, but I think what got me was that this bundle was on sale for cheaper, like I think $200 I was saving. And I was like, that's great. If anything, if I really need to, I'll just upgrade whenever the next series comes out. Well, I ain't upgrading till next year.
Well, that's just it, because like I threw down for my upgrade around like March or so, and like NVIDIA was already kind of be like, hey, we got the 30 series ready to go. We're just waiting to see if AMD is going to do anything worthwhile. And I think the only reason why genuinely they even pushed the button now is the console gens kept being like, hey, we're fucking basically PCs now. We're right up there with PC. And NVIDIA's like, that's cute. Here's what real graphics looks like. 4K 120 frames. Bam, enjoy. So it's one of those things that's like, man, I kind of picked the wrong time. But there's never a good time to upgrade either in PC.
Exactly.
Market.
Never.
You go when you think you're going to get the best deal. I got my 2070 Super. I love it, despite the fact certain individuals think it's a meme card. But it works fucking great. I got my Ryzen 9 12 core 24 threads. I love it. It's beautiful.
Dude, you remember when the 980 Ti used to be the king of the crop?
Yep.
And that was really only 4 years ago?
Yeah, if that.
Oh my god.
And Gore's over here just chilling. I just want a PS5, man.
Anybody want to talk about Alpha Protocol again?
Bring it back. Gore's game of the year every year.
Let's go real back and talk about Voodoo graphics cards. Hell yeah, let's go.
Oh god, 8600 GT.
Yep.
Run the shit out of Crisis. Like,
all right, let's talk about pre-orders though for a little bit. Since we were talking about pre-orders, let's jump into those and then we'll jump into the showcase itself. Just kind of feel like it's a better segue. So pre-orders happened. Sure. Gore, how'd those go for you?
Yeah.
Great. As you could hear earlier.
So what was your so news? Yeah. This was not well mentioned. We'll get to the actual show proper, but there was a lot of stuff missing in this showcase, which is bizarre to me. Like I feel like they're Granted, Sony's wording has not really been the greatest at all, and I feel like people have been forgetting about that.
No,
it just
remember the first time they even talked about the freaking new console was Mark Cerny showing up and boring us for 45
people
minutes?
forgot about that because Xbox hasn't really been bringing the thunder.
I didn't forget it.
Yeah, I never forget.
It.
I did see like one meme about it saying, I just want those people back, and it was the silhouettes people, which was really weird again. Remember that? The silhouettes that we stared at for an hour. We're like, are those real?
It's like a weird MST3K experience.
Yeah. But yeah, so people just kind of forgot that Sony's not really great at wording their nonsense. Because Microsoft's been kind of flip-flopping a little bit. But yeah, we got through the whole thing. For whatever reason, like Demon's Souls wasn't announced as a launch title, even though it was by Jeff Keighley later. Pre-orders were announced by Jeff Keighley. Literally, Jeff Keighley just did the second half of the show on Twitter. He announced the pre-orders that would go live tomorrow. Said that the pre-orders would. So he did an addendum saying some select retailers will do it tonight, and then say I don't have any word. Anything I hear back is fine. If you want any PS5, anyone listening, what you have to do. Go to twitter.com/Wario64. You turn on notifications, hit that bell, and just send it. So every tweet he does just always gets sent to my phone. I've had this for like years now, I feel like. So that's how I catch like price errors on games that just like, oh, that was not priced well. So then anyway, he's on it. I don't know how he does it, but he's on it every single time for every single thing. Whenever it's up, and you're hitting it that second. So Walmart, Gore and I were talking for a while too afterwards. We talked for about like maybe half an hour or something afterwards. We're like, all right, cool, we're done for the night. So we signed off, and literally 15 minutes later, Wario64 is like, oh, Walmart's up, and I'm like, fuck, stop playing Overwatch, turned to it, and it was digital edition. I'm like, all right, whatever, that's fine. And I looked, the edition wasn't up. About 10 minutes later, disc edition's up. I'm like, cool, grab 2 because I know my friend wanted 1. I'm like, done, good. I sent it to Gore, but he was waiting on GameStop. And I mentioned to Gore, randomly people just went to GameStop. I don't know how or what the fuck. GameStop didn't mention anything either. People just went to GameStop like right during that, and they walked in and pre-ordered just fine. So I was like, Gore, they're.
And I went, and I forgot my fucking GameStop closed at 8 my time now, besides 9 because of the fucking pandemic. So it's like fuck. I was like, it was 8:10, and they were already fucking closed. And
they probably was sold out at that point, right?
They wanted to get the fuck out of there. I don't know. It was closed, so I don't know.
Yeah, so
I have no idea. But I called early in the morning today, and they were sold out. So.
So it's been a clusterfuck there. Literally so some people want to say this is Sony trying to combat bots, which I want to say, and I don't think Sony's that smart. I think they just didn't broadcast their messaging properly to the retailers, and retailers were like, fuck it, because I think Walmart said, you want a PS5 now? We will make you wait, and they just put it up, and everyone's like, oh, fuck it, just put it up now, I guess. So I think that was...
I definitely don't think it was compete with bots, because if they were trying to compete with bots, why hide Demon's Souls as a launch title? Like, why hide all this information, including the pre-orders? Like, why hide all of this information? DMC, even the DMC thing they hid, where it's just like they made it seem
like we'll have a physical.
They made it seem like it was exclusive, and then there's just like, oh, it's like it's no physical. They said digitally at the end, but like the whole 120 frames, but it's only in.
Have you heard about that
900
one? Have you heard about that?
It's like,
with DMC, Neo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happened? I'm sorry.
So no, go for it.
Okay, yeah. So Devil May Cry 5 is releasing on next generation consoles, both PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and it's sporting new upgrades. So they have 3 different modes that they're pimping out, all of which you didn't hear about in the trailer whatsoever, which is so funny.
Which I guess makes sense because the modes are really weird. No.
Sure, but that's hiding it. Also, it doesn't make sense because DMC is all about you need high frames.
No, I know, but PS5 probably didn't want them to advertise 1080 on there. They want to be like 4K, crazy stuff. They didn't want to be performance mode, and because as you were about to say, I'm guessing is that you're gonna explain the different. Yeah, go for it.
Right, so they got 3 different modes. So they have 2 modes that are tied to ray tracing, one of which is a 4K 30. I assume in this case it's going to be native 4K 30 with ray tracing. And just looking at the comparisons from what we have, the footage, compared to regular Devil May Cry 5, it looks so crazy with the particle effects.
Which
you
that
also
makes
have
sense. So right, that's the difference, Gore, because we were thinking about like why is it 4K 30 on PS5 but 4K 60 on Xbox is the ray tracing.
Ray tracing, sure. But like,
right.
Sure.
So
okay.
you have that mode. Then you also have another mode, which is going to be 60 frames per second, targeting 1080p with the ray tracing, which is going to lead me to believe that depending on what happens from now to launch, this is going to have a dynamic resolution, which I understand that, considering ray tracing is very demanding even on PC. So variable resolution, but you can nail the 60 frames. Awesome. Then they have a third mode, which is 120 frames per second, which is for those who just want to like, let's rock, have fun. But you were saying it targets like 900p.
Well, no. That was like I think it might just be 1080p.
Is it 120 to
no ray tracing? None of that. Yeah, no ray tracing. So it's gonna be like playing the original Devil May Cry 5, but higher frames.
Yeah, because me and like Kyle in the call when we were talking about that, we were like, oh, so what's like, because we didn't know about the ray tracing at that point, so we're like, what's the difference between the 1080p 60 frames and 1080p 120? And we figured it wouldn't be 1080p, it'd probably be lower.
That
which
makes
still
sense
might
though
be.
with the ray tracing.
Yeah,
right.
with the ray tracing makes sense. Yeah.
But yeah, that combined with a lot of the other things that was happening in the showcase.
The fact that Miles Morales, Horizon, and Sackboy are PS4 as well, which everyone's been beating this drum. Xbox is getting held back. Oh, Halo's on Xbox One. It's not gonna work. Everyone, this is no Xbox, and now all of a sudden, oh, now it's okay. Now it's fine. Now it's all right.
Now it's okay.
Now, I love it.
Now it's a smart business decision to not leave behind 110 million consoles.
I will give them this. I will give them that. Yes, Miles Morales had a better showcase, therefore showing that nothing is being held back. Whereas Halo, Halo looked held back. I get that, so that's fair.
Yeah.
However, we can't use that argument anymore. That's a dumb argument because it.
Yes.
It is
when you get down to it, you're arguing the semantics of, well, this one looked better than that, but that's not what we're arguing. We're arguing the fact that Sony for 6 months
stay quiet.
Joked around with the internet. Yeah, but then they also, when you come out and say
we believe in generations,
2 weeks after Microsoft says we feel like it's not in the best interest to hold people back for 2 years, and say, well, if you want these games, you got to buy the system at launch. So it is kind of funny, just the whole type of mixed messaging. And this is what's so weird, because I had some people in my DMs basically saying, well, the reason why there was so much back and forth and confusion is because this was during a pandemic. Listen, with the amount of people who are working from home, I understand things are not going to be up to par. But if you're working for $1 billion corporation and you're in task of editing all of this stuff, it's not one person putting this together. It's tons of people that have to get checked. And it goes through this process. Okay, this works with this portion here. This syncs up here. How in the world do you come on here and you say that, oh, those games that are also on PC, those taglines, that was a mistake. We didn't. How?
How does that has to go through multiple people.
The Demon Souls one does not make sense to me. I'm like, how you fucked that up?
Right, like
PC. No, it's not.
That makes me think. That makes me think it is getting talked about being on PC, and someone just fucked up and announced that early. But then they're doubling down, saying it's not. But then I don't know if I can trust Sony right now, because it's like y'all haven't really been playing that well lately.
They said Miles Morales is going to give you a reason to buy a PS5, but is also on PS4. But people that say, well, they said it's a PlayStation exclusive. Don't you play that card?
Yeah.
Don't do that. Like, nah, fam. But it's funny.
Well, Godfall, though.
Oh, Godfall.
Game of the year. Let's go.
But nobody's talking about the real disappointment that Sackboy and The Little Adventure is also on PS4. I was hoping that PS5 would really enhance that one. Like you'd see the stitches and stuff. Really
out of all the games, I would say Sackboy is probably the best candidate for, okay, we can afford to do a cross-gen thing.
Yeah,
I know.
I
know. I can see it though.
Hey, we got that real next-gen game with Destruction All-Stars though.
Oh, I'm actually excited for that game.
I was until we saw the price.
$70?
$70.
Bro, that game needs to be like Fall Guys. Free on Plus for a month, $30 afterwards. Do it.
I don't understand. I do understand, but But
Yeah,
so there's been 2 games that have launched on PS Plus that have fucking skyrocketed. Fall Guys and Rocket League. How is there no developer or even Sony being like, we should just like fucking do that more often? Because apparently whatever we do on whatever we launch on PS Plus is just literally like mainstream, like
money.
Crazy, right?
They might be doing that now. Because I mean Rocket League was, I was gonna say Rocket Arena. Rocket League is one thing. You know, Rocket League is one thing. That was 5 years ago, and that was the one time. But now you have also Fall Guys that just happened last month.
Destruction All Stars sounds like a break candidate, right?
It does. My God, sure. I remember I saw that.
They probably already had it planned that was a $70 game. That was they probably even had the physical copies made.
Oh, I'm sure, like, but I wish that they thought of that advanced. Like, think about that. Like, all right, launch a whole new game on PS5 where all these people want to play games. You know, everyone always wants to play something. Launch that game, play it free on PS Plus. Everyone's gonna have PS Plus when they get that console, and just let it blow up and let people be like, "Oh, this game looks cool. Everyone's playing it. I don't want a PS5 and that game." I don't know.
They do have.
Oh no, I'm just trying to think. Like nowadays, when you're looking at literally the biggest games that are out, the biggest titles, not all of them, but 90% of them are free to play games. You know, for good reason, barrier of entry for folks. But even with the paid titles, like Adrian, you can speak to this. With Overwatch, after it came out, I don't think I've ever seen that game for more than $30 at a time. I always see it on sale, and people are always buying it.
Yeah, it's like what? It hovers at 30 MSRP usually, and sometimes drops to 20.
It's still like a $20 to $30 game, and that's very rare for a game that's like 4 years old at this point. Even for multiplayer games that do well. Look at Call of Duty games; those games still have communities. Some of them, older ones, probably still have like bigger communities than like the Xbox community for Overwatch. I bet.
Right. But the reason why I say this to finish on my point is, then you look at Destruction All Stars, which that first trailer at the showcase really got people like, "Yo, this is looking great."
Oh, I was excited about that. Yeah.
And then you see that 70 price tag. I'm not saying it's not going to be fun, but that's like, I got people who don't even play games talking to me about Fall Guys, bro. Like,
my girlfriend and my sister want to take my PS4 to play Fall Guys together.
Yeah.
Oh god, I totally believe that. When that game launches on Switch and Xbox, it's over, bro.
Oh yeah, it'll be like when Fortnite made the Switch.
Just a side note. It's such a. I knew the second I saw a trailer, I was like, oh, this is my kind of game, and I'm so excited for it. How amazing is that though? Like simplistic character models to make costumes galore, because everyone wants to be that costume, right? Cute little things and wacky. It's bright because everyone needs something bright right now because everything's all fucking dreary.
Yep.
Had
bright like Adrian's room.
Yeah, exactly. Looking like a cyberpunk.
Yeah,
but
that's when we were all in the call together, me, Gore, and our friend Kyle. They're playing their games. They were memeing about playing Godfall together for some reason. I don't believe it. But we were like, all right, what's the other game? We're like, all right, Destruction All Stars, right? We'll play Destruction All Stars together. And then I saw it refreshed. And I was like, oh, it's 70. And then you could hear Gore like if he stood up. What?
Yeah. Well, I said that just because when you said that, it was like a minute after you said everything is $70 because they all got leaked. Like Demon's Souls $70.
Yep.
The only thing that's not is Miles Morales, even though it is.
And it's 50. I'm sorry. I Platinum Spider-Man. I'm okay with it. I was decent on Miles Morales. I'm not paying $50 to play just the expansion right now.
That's not expansion.
If it was $40, I could definitely do that. But the way they're talking,
I think technically it is a $40 game because now the prices are going up $10.
Yep, I said the same thing. Yeah.
It's like everybody compares it to Lost Legacy. It's gonna be longer than the Lost Legacy, without a doubt. I mean, just because it's an open world game, it will be. Lost Legacy is like 5 hour game. This will be at least 15.
Not bad.
But or maybe even a little bit less. But yeah, I know.
Just round number 12.
But
that's a safe bet.
Yeah, their messaging has been all off, and pre-orders. So Gord has not been lucking out with that. I have lucked out enough to be like next to. I'm always on my phone, so I luck out whenever I need to get a pre-order like that. Maybe so. Knock on wood for the Xbox launch. I don't think it's gonna be as crazy, but they have announced it ahead of time.
No, not at all.
They have announced it ahead of time though. So
the time to 11 a.m. my time.
But they have so that could be the caveat though, is they announced it ahead of time, so maybe bots are just like gearing up to like steal all those. So I'm thinking of keeping my my next PS5 as a bargaining chip to swap with someone that has an Xbox. Like, hey, you got an Xbox? I'll trade you. But we'll see. Because I don't know about you, Neil. Are you going on Xbox right away, or are you waiting on that too?
Well, I'm actually gonna wait. So how I got into Xbox, I got into it. I don't think anyone else has, but I subscribe to Xbox All Access, which for those who don't know, it's like Microsoft's. Yeah. So Microsoft's answer to basically how we've been buying products for the longest time, like our cell phones. We have a 2-year contract. Well, we don't have contracts anymore, but you get the phone for $0 down, pay $30 a month, and that's how you do things. So they just did the same thing with game consoles. $0 up down, no interest if you pay it off. And all you just need is decent credit. I'm not even talking about good credit, just decent credit.
It's a good way to build credit.
And then you get an Xbox. Yeah, so you're making the payments. So you get an Xbox, 2 years of Game Pass Ultimate, and it's really dope. So if you're in the program, you get the option to upgrade to the Series X if you want to. The only problem in my situation is because since I just joined the program in May, by the time Series X comes out, I only have like 6 months of payments done. It has to be a minimum 18 months of payments or that lump sum amount, which is like $450, which, is not bad if you subscribe to this program 2 years ago or whatever, because you can just trade into the new thing and then you've got a new Xbox, $35 a month, Game Pass Ultimate already included. Great. Now, there is an option. They just announced it to, like, for people in my situation, if you want to upgrade to the Series X immediately, you can. The only problem is you got to make the payments for the One X still. So I basically would have 2 separate monthly payments, $135 a month.
Like an auto loan almost.
Yeah, so I'd have $135 a month for a console I'm using, and then $125 a month, which I'm not. So in my case, I'm just gonna wait until optimistically, I'll wait a year and a half, because by that point, the One X will basically, the support will dry up for the most part. I do want to get the Series X when Halo comes out, though. Like, I just want to, like, I can play it on PC, have fun with my friends, but my crew is always going to be playing Halo on Xbox. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to wait at least minimum a year, depending on how long it takes for Halo.
Yeah, and I was asking you that originally because I think all 3 of us are aiming to do all access with the Xbox Series X.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow, nice.
Because it's cheaper. That's kind of the wild thing about it, is it's cheaper. It's cheaper if you do that. It's a good way to build credit, because I'm sure they're gonna go bare minimum if you need credit, like whatever.
It's bare minimum. Like, I looked into the forums, and there were people who have really bad credit who were able to get approved. So I'm like, all right, I'm good then. Yeah. Because I take pride in my credit.
Right. So I think we're all trying to do that, because if not, it's a good experiment for someone to at least do that. Also, we don't want to sink a grand.
I was about to ask. Yeah.
We're not trying to sink a grand on November, me and Gore.
Yeah.
And speaking about the launch of the Xbox by comparison to PlayStation, now this is just my anecdotal evidence, so I don't know if this is going to come to fruition. Even though I don't think the Xbox console is not going to sell out the same way as PlayStation, I think that with the introduction of all access in general, kind of guarantees that it wouldn't sell out, because you have all the units that are going to go to stores, the people who are going to subscribe to it who are going to buy the console regardless. But then you have the subscription option. That's a whole other set of console units that are just already there. It's already set for, okay, these are the ones, because the all access Xbox units, the one that I bought, it already had all of my information included, like all of it. The Game Pass Ultimate was already on the system. I didn't have to input.
So that's my issue. That's my issue. I have Game Pass Ultimate subscribed to until 2022.
Oh, so you're asking how that would transition?
So I thought it was a code, and I heard that it was like, just enter the code when you are under a year, because Game Pass Ultimate does not stack over 3 years. So I'm like, I need to contact someone to ask. So am I just screwed out of a Game Pass Ultimate year? In which case, I should just buy the console lump sum. Otherwise, now I'm not getting the deal out of it. Because I'm fine not saving on Game Pass Ultimate, but I need I don't know who to, but I'll figure something out, because I feel like that's a story.
Right.
That's an answer no one's gonna know.
Yeah, in that case, I definitely talk to somebody, because it's a good deal. For me, it made it easy because I didn't have to input any codes, and the Xbox codes are long as hell. So that was great. But in your case, I would definitely follow up to see if they can bring that over. But Xbox, one thing I've noticed about their customer service, they're just like on it.
They're
on
the best
point.
over the three. Over the three, 100%. It's not even a competition between three.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe they might be able to work something out, or at the very least, they can probably just give you a code that doesn't expire for a year, and then when your subscription is under 2 years, they'll just say, "Hey, redeem it then."
Yeah,
Boom,
then that's fine. I'll save the code.
2 + 3 years. Yeah.
So, yeah, when it comes, I'm really curious how much allotment Microsoft has, if they're like really banking and they've saved a lot of these things, because they cut One X support in June, and I mean that's big. And then at the end of the day,
my baby.
At the very end of the day, that Xbox Series S is gonna sell. I think that thing is gonna is gonna kill it this holiday. I think.
Dude, my nephew and my cousin both don't want physical at all, because they want to get it the minute it's up, and that's like on Thursdays or Mondays usually. So like right there, at least the 2 kids I know in my family don't give a shit.
Well, that's the thing is like I actually was
cheaper. You're damn straight.
Well, that's the thing, because like I was almost even contemplating getting the S myself, because I'm like, I'm mostly gonna play Game Pass, and then the few games that I'm gonna play aside from that is probably gonna be all online only multiplayer shit with you guys. So there's no point in having the disc anyway.
And you don't have a 4K TV.
Shut up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. 1080p has never looked better.
Fucking shelf space for a reason that I need to fill. So,
bro, I'm not even gonna lie. I just the gamer I am. I would never touch the Series X. I wouldn't buy it. I would just go for the Series X instead. But bro, it's like the Switch all over again. You look at it and you see its price and you're like, damn, that looks kind of good. I don't know how many games I really play, but I want it.
If I didn't have
that price, $290.
Yeah, no. If I didn't have that Xbox One X, that thing would be a second one for me, like a bedroom or something.
Oh my god! If I didn't have my One X, I love you. If I didn't have my One X, I would be all over that day one. I pre-ordered that quicker than the PS5. Like, boom, there we go. Because it's $299, and the thing is, you can't build a PC with anything comparable for $299.
Nope.
You spend more on the graphics card in that case. You know
that thing. I think that's a sleeper hit. Yeah, people are talking shit about it. They're because here's the thing. Here's the thing. Everyone on Twitter, because they take polls. Oh, which one are you buying? Oh, look, the Xbox Series only has like 2 people. Like, it's not going to sell. It's like, you're not the market. The market is literally the market. All of us, our markets are like, oh, PS5 disc edition, also Xbox Series X, because we're doing that. The Xbox Series S is literally for like Gore was saying, the kids that don't really care about discs anymore, or the mom that's like, hey, I got to buy it. There's a $300 one, a $400 one, and 2 $500 ones. I don't have money because of this fucking pandemic. Let's get a $300 one. Sold.
Yep. And just let's be honest. How many times have y'all run into people in the real who all they play every single year, like clockwork, Call of Duty,
and now it's
NBA
Warzone,
2K,
and it's free.
Madden, Warzone. So what? Like the $299 price tag is amazing. Most people don't care about 4K. They'll be all right with 1440p. Of course, we as enthusiasts, we know, obviously. But if they get a nice, stable 1440p experience, it can upscale. But what Microsoft needs to do, and this needs to happen by the time the console comes out, if they really want to go all in on getting this demographic of people who just buy a console, they play 5 of the same games every year. No, not Game Pass. But that free-to-play wall has got to come down.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's so bizarre that Microsoft, of all people, they've been kind of killing on all fronts. I don't know why that's still a thing.
Yeah.
I was hoping that the rumor of gold being dropped completely,
that needs to go away too, because I don't know why.
Well, if it free to play stuff wouldn't matter, right? You talk about like you need gold to play free to play stuff.
Yeah, you need gold to play free to play stuff.
That would just be gone completely. So that would kill 2, I think, a big like hurdles for and Game Pass should be its own. Like Game Pass should be the subscription service.
I don't know why it isn't, honestly, because having 2 subscriptions, like having Game Pass and Gold, it's like, why?
I guess they'd have to lower it to 10 then, right?
Yeah. If I were smart, I would make Game Pass the only subscription on Xbox, but it gives incentive for people to subscribe to it if they do play multiplayer stuff. Like, I don't know what they got to do. Like, every month you get some type of extra bonus, and I don't know.
Yeah, you got like a free game for the Xbox that you get to keep permanently, and
Because telling you, man.
Right. So at least going back to the PS5 is there's apparently very little digital editions that are out in the wild. Like there's been like what? Like I think GameStop's been reporting like 10 disc editions and like 2 digital editions. It's been kind of like that. Like
that makes sense though.
Well, GameStop makes sense, sure, with retail.
Yeah.
Retail in general.
They want those discs. They want those discs.
Shout out Sigma says, "What's up, Neo?"
Hey, what's going on, Sigma? DDR God.
The DDR God. So yeah, there's a lot. So that makes me wonder if Microsoft plays their cards right. There's not going to be that many digital editions of PS5. So you're looking at an Xbox Series S at $300 versus the disc edition PS5 proper. In which case, that $200 price point is looking pretty beefy. I don't understand. Like Microsoft especially now all the news, which again we will talk to. We'll do the rundown of the games after this. But after the $70 price point thing, Microsoft needs to be like really on it, like right now. They need to just step on the gas and be like, "Hey, Game Pass, you get all our games for the price for the subscription, not $70. You're getting Halo at the subscription, no $70 there. You're getting Medium, you're getting Scorn, you're getting Gears Tactics."
The thing though is that like right now they couldn't really say that because there's really not. They haven't confirmed if Scorn is actually a launch title and where the fuck is Medium. Like they don't really have anything besides Gears Tactics. I think it's a different medium anyway.
So the Medium, I think it might be hitting December if it's not hitting launch. But yeah, no, they need to come out and at least Microsoft has the window to like, because they've been kind of hitting that flex, right? They go on Twitter, they're like, "Hey, by the way, pre-orders are 22nd. Don't worry about it, guys. We got you guys with the exact time. We're not gonna fuck you guys over like a certain, like they have the PR right now. Just go in and be like, hey, we learned from all this, like, because the third party showcase was not great. I think the one where they did with the Xbox Series X showcase, I thought that wasn't bad. I thought it was all right. But now they just need back. All right, we learned everything. The one with where the one where they showed Battle in Wonderland beforehand, and they showed all the games that are like where they showed if they just go in and say like they need to go in and say, hey, this is what you're getting. Here's the launch showcase. Let's show off all the launch games. Here are the ones you get on Game Pass. You need to emphasize, hey, you're saving like $100 and some $200 by subscribing to Game Pass and getting all these games at launch. Like they need to like just step on the guns or the gas for Game Pass right now. Because Sony.
Well, because here's the thing is, go ahead.
No, I'm saying Sony. Like, if you even just to get a console, $500, calculating every game you want. If you want Miles Morales, if you want Demon Souls, if you want Destruction All Stars, if you want whatever games, you're looking at a fucking pretty penny. Like that's a
close to $1,000.
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to get a second controller, if you want to get that camera, if you want to get all that stuff.
Versus a $300 Game Pass box, like.
Yeah, which doesn't even have a camera, so you don't even worry about that.
No,
shit.
David, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was gonna say is like it's so weird the dichotomy that Microsoft and Sony are in is because as gamers, Microsoft has the best offering, just fucking bar none. You can, with their console, play everything all the way back to their original console. It may not be 100% everything in the whole fucking library, but it's still offering more than what fucking PlayStation 5 is right now. We are guaranteed PlayStation 4 support for most games.
It's like 99%.
Still not really.
It's 99%. So it's all games.
Well, no, he said 99% of games he tried. He said so. You're not gonna get. Let me look.
There's gonna be that one-off game that had some type of weird
this is this is this is why I keep bringing up Neo. This is the conundrum me and Gore have. We're ready to sell our PS4, his PS4. I'm ready to sell my Pro. I'm fine. I got a God of War Pro.
Yeah,
and I could pay off the significant chunk of a PS5. Man. My issue, I have PT on this motherfucker. I do not.
Oh, you can't sell it. You can't sell it. I'm sorry, you can't.
So I need
to put it on the shelf, mount it on the wall.
but if you sell it on eBay with telling everybody PT's on this, you will pay off your entire PS5 right there.
You will pay off your PS5 and then
Godfall.
And then Godfall.
And God, you can't forget Godfall. Whole reason. You can't forget it.
Selling PT for Godfall is a sin. Don't do it.
So wait, how would that work though? So if I sell it with PT, am I selling my account though? or did it just say that PT's been on here?
Yes.
Wait, yeah, I think you are selling your account because that's how things are tied.
Yeah. So maybe you don't do that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, just a relic.
Well, I was gonna say is as soon as I get a PS5, I'm gonna like test it out. I'm gonna check on boards. 'Cause I'm sure I'm not the only one in this conundrum that's probably thinking this. I'm gonna check. Hey, I want a goddamn YouTube video. Show me you're playing PT on a PS5, and I'm okay. And I'll transfer. Cause I've transferred it over.
Yeah.
I transferred it from an old PS4 to the Pro, and it's fine. But I need to make sure confirmation.
Okay.
And now get rid of the thing. But I'm just like, just let me know I can have this thing. I'm not giving up PT. I will ride that until PS7. I swear to God, PT's staying with me.
I cannot wait to see the development of this story. It sounds so cool. But honestly, to counter what David was saying, how Microsoft has got the best offering in all ways. Absolutely. Like, even though I had no interest in getting an Xbox until recently, I always said, giving credit where credit is due. Microsoft is always the first at listening to consumer feedback. They're the first to offer particular options, such for example, I think they were one of the first when it came to digital refunds. They were one of the first when it came to gifting stuff for your friends.
They are so incredible on refunds. On Nintendo, always like a week ago, Nintendo's like, hey, you can refund a pre-order 7 days out in advance. Like a week out, you can pre-order that. Okay. It's like, all right, Sony, if you download the game, you're screwed. If you just download the game, you're out of the pre-order 100%. If you don't download it and you have 2 weeks after that.
Yeah.
It's like, but Microsoft's, I think it's like 2 hours play, I think, and like 2 weeks of that. Game, right? Yeah.
They take the best of what they've learned. I mean, because they're not stupid. Obviously, they realize if someone's playing a certain game a certain time, they're not going to refund you. But they're just so good at all of those things. But I think, and this is why, I catch flack for this all the time, regardless of my feelings on Microsoft or PlayStation aside, there's no way Xbox is going to catch up to PlayStation again. I think that ship has sailed. They had an opportunity with the 360, but that was only because PlayStation shot themselves in the foot. $600 console, no games, not bad hardware, but really foreign architecture.
Really hard to develop for, yeah.
Yeah, so they did all those things, and by the very end, Sony was still able to eke that out. So PlayStation, provided they do not do any screw ups, like we always talk about, they screwed up pre-orders, they screwed up the messaging.
Doesn't matter.
That stuff is inconsequential. Yeah, until we get the console in our hands and we start playing the games. And for a lot of people, that's all they care about. They don't care about Game Pass. They don't care about. I mean, which to some understanding, I get it. I didn't care about Game Pass until I had Game Pass, and I love it.
Exactly.
Right, but I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm going to excuse other people for not understanding that, because I was in that same situation, and that's why I'm still pre-ordering the PS5 and all that.
People don't understand this, and they think it's like cowardice or something. I don't know, because people take that shit seriously. They think that, Microsoft's just saying they don't care about the console race. They don't, because the thing is, they have lost a long time ago, and that's it. Games right
Absolutely.
now, Sony has to like forcibly lose on their own for the top. Because the problem is, like, what they showed a God of War logo with voiceover. People are, Sony wins, they're getting it. I'm in, and that's fine. That's fine. God of War is going to be an incredible game, but there's literally, and Microsoft had to invest in all these studios 2 years ago, so they're still cooking in the lab, obviously. And then people are still developing stuff, so they're finished. Like Double Fine can't do anything until they're done with Psychonauts 2. In Exile was still doing Wasteland 3, so like it's still going to be a while since we see the fruits of this labor, but Sony played their cards, said, all right, we fucked up, we need to settle down, and they knocked out all the games, said, let's get critically acclaimed games, let's put them all in this, and that's fine, and that's great, and they're doing awesome, and they're just not going to lose. Microsoft said, we are not going to beat them. There's no way, if we get the greatest developers right now to all fight that back, you can't fight God of War now. There's no way you're going to fight God of War. There's no way you're going to fight The Last of Us.
Even though Last of Us Part 2 was poorly received by a lot of people, it's still
the fastest selling, like, right? Yeah.
Spider-Man, they got even Ghost of Tsushima, shit, even like Days Gone.
Even Days Gone was able to chart and sell millions. I think that's the brand loyalty has gotten so strong, and they have a certain pedigree that they have to live up to. But I think the reason why, Adrian, people are just so obtuse that Microsoft, they're not in the console wars, because Microsoft didn't come out and directly say we can't compete with Sony. They're just waiting for them to say
they can't, though. Like, that's literally impossible
in business. Right?
Like,
they just want to hear like say it. That I beat you.
They want it, but they're not, right? And but that's kind of the beauty. And I wish. I mean, there's always gonna be console wars. We've been chilling on the internet for years. So we were there with the PS3 versus 360. You know.
Oh God, yeah.
But
Same to Geek versus El Posador.
Yo, right? These new age people, they don't know nothing about their Twitter scraps.
Oh, yeah,
we was in the video response era,
right?
Oh, Posador stuff. PS3 to GameStop.
Yeah,
like that.
Yo.
But there's like no way of getting through there. But I like where we're at right now. It's Microsoft's being like, we're gonna give you the most bang for your buck, and that's it. Like, and people are like, oh, there's no AAA games here or there. I'm like, bro, I'm playing like really cool games that I would have shot, like Carry On, Spiritfarer. Those were guaranteed buys on Switch, but now they're on Game Pass. I'm like, cool. I saved myself $50 just right there. Day one.
Right. Exactly.
Well, that's why I'm actually really excited for the era that we're in right now for gaming.
Everyone is different.
Exactly.
Yep.
Everyone has
different.
their own thing. Sony is your go-to console platform. That is your console experience.
Yes,
Nintendo is that handheld that can still be played on the big
Nintendo
screen.
quirky stuff too.
It's the best of both worlds.
And also, it's trying to dip into the hardcore too, putting Doom and shit like that there. I mean, it's not just like casual baby stuff.
But it's also just Nintendo. It's Nintendo. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Exactly.
There you go.
And then you have Microsoft. And then you have Microsoft, who's honestly doing the most, I feel, to spread their stuff out. You know, we had Cuphead going to multiple platforms.
Yeah.
We have Ori going to Switch. And it's one of those things that their Game Pass, they have, you know, especially with the xCloud, they're trying to get that on as much.
Dude.
There's murmurs that one of the consoles I mentioned a while back that I have on pre-order, the Polymega, they're trying to get cloud streaming partners to go on there. And there's murmurs that xCloud might be on there as well. So having just going ahead an extra console that I can go ahead and stream that right onto, that's fucking great. Like there's so many. It's a service. It's Netflix. They're kind of becoming like Netflix of the gaming world.
So I have explained this multiple times on this podcast. Microsoft said we lost this video game war. That's fine. Yep. Netflix has like goddamn crazy money. They could buy over Sony right now at Netflix. We want that now.
Yeah.
So they're jumping on that, and Sony's sleeping on it. PS Now has been a thing for a while, even longer than Game Pass, but it's not. It's snoozing. I think they're snoozing hard on that right now. They're never gonna. But the thing is, they're never gonna.
It looks like they might be trying to rectify that with what they announced at the end of the showcase. But
yeah, and we'll get to that right after this. But yeah, like
a little bit, like kind of rectify.
Yeah, but really. They're never gonna put Last of Us Part 3 on PS Now at launch. Never, ever, because they have the audience locked down. They'll spend $60 on it, and that's fine. It is what it is. And
dude, in 2 years, Fable will come out, and I'll be like, it's free. I'm so fucking excited for a new Fable.
Dude. Okay, so and last note about the price before we go in there. Euros are getting fucked, dude. The euro conversion into US dollars, $95 per game.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit!
Isn't the consoles though cheaper, or is it?
I don't fucking care.
I think the consoles around the same.
Yeah.
Okay, are they? Somewhere it's actually cheaper. I can't remember where. It's not Europe then.
All I know is in India, people were complaining about this because the Xbox, when you do the conversion, for whatever reason, it's more expensive than the PS5, which I'm like, that's weird.
Yeah, they're the same price.
Yeah, someone was in my comments saying that. It's like, yeah, it's going to retail for this. I'm like, but I thought it's all just conversion. I don't know.
Right. Anyway, we got the shit out of the way, so let's talk about some games for a little bit.
Let's talk about the game, because the showcase was, I think, really good.
That's what sucks about this, right? The showcase was very well done, and then it just felt like Sony deliberately kept the shit on low key to like avoid having to deal with it afterwards. And I was like, I hate when people do it. Just like, I don't know.
Right.
We start off.
If you ignore the problem, you think it's gonna go away.
Yeah. It got worse. At least the problem happened after the show. At least it happened after the showcase, where it didn't taint the entire showcase. I'm like, oh fucking, I can't get this. I can't even play this because fucking there's no pre-orders left. Because Walmart said, fuck it. It's just like, it's up now.
For a blissful 5 minutes until we found everything else out.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Started off with Final Fantasy 16. The rumor was true. It's funny because rumors with Nintendo very rarely true. Rumors with Sony just end up always just like.
Yeah. They do like Xbox sometimes.
Sure.
Like wasn't like
Fable was a rumor for so long.
I think Halo Infinite, when it got revealed, was a was a leak, was it? I think
it got leaked 120
Halo.
frames, or it got leaked 120 frames in free to play multiplayer.
Yeah, the 120 frames and the free to play. Yeah.
Which hey, really quick, shout outs to Neo on his IGN debut being on there for the Halo Infinite delay. That's a big episode to be on.
Breaking news. Good.
Right, yeah.
It was big. Let's talk about Final
I don't know.
Fantasy 16.
I thought I was waiting for something. That's why.
No, you're good. Let's talk about Final Fantasy 16.
All right.
I love where they're going with this.
I'm excited, dude. That trailer, when we were watching it, it was a badass trailer. I watched it a few times after that. That trailer is so fucking good, and everybody said this too. It's like they're going back to actual fantasy, which is cool.
Yes, and they have the writer for Final Fantasy 14 behind it, which has me fucking stoked. I hate story in MMOs. I don't pay attention to that.
Yeah,
but goddamn, 14 story is so fucking good.
Did you see the writer, the combat guy?
Yes.
Yeah. They've got the writer. They've got the person who's producing the whole project is the guy who revived Final Fantasy 14. The guy who's directing it he's been working with the 14 crew for a while. But the person they got doing the combat, bro, his credits: Devil May Cry 5, Dragon's Dogma, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. He's got a 20-year tenure at Capcom. Like, bro, this game, and a lot of people were so surprised that I was excited, considering I rail at Square Enix over a lot of the dumb shit they do. But this game, bro, to me. And I said this in my video, literally, the reason why I think this game is going to turn out really good is because this is the first Final Fantasy game that's not stuck in the shadow of 2006. Because in 2006, we had the Final Fantasy 13 weird saga that got going on. Yeah, the No More era. And we got Will They, Won't They remake Final Fantasy 7. And every game that's come out since, what has it been? It's either been a 13 game, it's been 13 verses with 15, or it's been the 7 remake. We have not had a legitimately new mainline Final Fantasy game that's got its own staff of people working on it, that's not taking over the reins of a project that failed. And I've been hearing, they've got competent people.
I've been hearing, what was it? Jason Schreier was saying that this has been cooking for a while, so it's going to come sooner than people think.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. The fact that they got, for their debut trailer, they've got full voice acting. They've showing off combat. Realistically, though, I'm thinking 2022, just to be safe with everything happening.
Just to be square.
But I wouldn't be surprised.
Early 2020.
I'm guessing November next year.
Dude, if it hits November next year, like having a new Final Fantasy game revealed and released in a year,
that's a record.
That'd be beautiful.
Well, technically, I mean. Yeah, no, never mind.
Because I'm thinking Kingdom Hearts took a whole generation.
It took 10 years.
Hey, I was gonna say 7 remake, but forgot it got revealed 5 years ago.
Yeah,
I was thinking last year when it got re-revealed. I'm like,
yeah.
And a year later, it's like, oh yeah, that's right.
If they can fire on all cylinders, I'm there. I'm so excited.
And it's someone that literally has only played 7 remake. I was making fun of that too. I was like, oh, it's gonna take another generation. But hearing that, it's refreshing. Also, M-rated.
It looks like
it's looking at.
You had that Type 0 game, which was M-rated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Type 0, right? It was
Type 0, yeah.
Type 0. So that was, I think, the only Final Fantasy game that's been M-rated, right?
This one looks M-rated, though.
Tactics teetered on it, but I think Tactics still was T.
Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely T. It was on GBA.
Yeah.
Like, it was nothing on GBA.
Well, I was talking original Tactics.
Oh, well, okay, sure.
Right. Well, originally, 7 Remake was going to get an M rating.
Yes, and they toned it down because
of the...
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the scenes. What scene was it?
It was the scene with the madam.
I hope it involves Tifa.
No, it involves Cloud. The whole hand massage scene. There was a lot more to that before.
Oh wow. Interesting.
But fantastic way to start the show. That's a fantastic statement to come out swinging and say,
absolutely.
Hey, Final Fantasy 16 console exclusive. Is it launch exclusive for now, or is it just straight up just?
It's coming to other consoles. I think they confirmed.
Yeah, it's 6-month exclusive.
So
it's only 6 months.
That's still big. I thought it was
the worst type of time exclusivity.
Yeah, that's like Ori.
I think it's a console launch exclusive, right?
Bro, 6 months though. Like for me, it's like I don't like timed exclusive stuff, but if you're gonna do it, at least make it worthwhile. A year, I can buy a game on another system. Fine. 6 months, man, it's a bathroom break. Come on.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna wait, but I'm gonna hate that I waited.
the hypest part for like when a game just released, when a game comes out, it's when it first releases. Obviously, 6 months later, like I mean, you're still hyped to play it, but yeah, you kind of.
I feel like Sony had to pull teeth though to get that, because I feel like they even knew, they're like, yeah, we got that other market though, and like I said during the stream, is like, I wonder how that went, because Microsoft's been pretty good with Square getting all the Final Fantasy games on Game Pass too, so I'm sure they've been in their ear.
Yeah, even Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, I'm sure
Kingdom Hearts is on there.
Yeah, they're probably been in their ear like, hey, you don't want to fuck us over. We got that Microsoft cash, dude.
Yeah,
it's gonna be interesting because I know in Japan all the Square Enix games for the most part are exclusive to PlayStation, and outside Japan they do multiplats on Xbox. But I mean, they've been doing these multiplats since Final Fantasy, well before Final Fantasy 13. So obviously they've been selling decent enough, maybe not to the PlayStation standards, for them to keep doing that.
There was a rumor.
So much so.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
No rumor.
Oh god, no! But I was going to wrap that up with the fact that I think even Microsoft knows that they need these kind of games, which is why this is just my tinfoil hat conspiracy. I fully believe that Microsoft had a hand in funding the HD remixes of the Kingdom Hearts games on Xbox, because that wasn't even on Xbox's radar. They don't even think about putting those games on the Switch, which is a guaranteed seller. Right. So I just think Phil Spencer went over there. He had his hat. All right, how much is this going to cost? Like, just give us the games.
Because I remember on those Xbox the keynotes during the E3, like Phil Spencer came out and like introduced certain games, and they're all like jabbed. Like, I went to Japan and I saw this game. Like,
because he talked about how he was out there in Japan for a while. They knew everyone was talking about that.
Was one of them.
And we got
Jump Force was one of them.
And we got Yakuza 7.
Yakuza.
Yeah.
7.
And Yakuza, the new Yakuza is exclusive to console,
Xbox,
like
next gen consoles for like a while.
For a while, yeah. So that's really weird considering.
Well, I think
Yakuza's always been a Sony thing.
I think what was said was that because everyone was, I think the word came out was that Sega approached Microsoft about that deal because they wanted to get Yakuza out to more Western audiences, and they figured that Xbox would be a better route for that.
Yeah.
Right.
Also,
and to be honest, I would not be surprised. Not to cut you off. This is my last point. I wouldn't be surprised if, because a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's anti-consumer that Yakuza 7 is only coming out on the Series X this fall."
Well, it's only for next gen, because you can still get on PS4.
Yeah, no, but I would not be surprised if when they were developing it with the Xbox One in mind, and they saw how easy it could scale to next gen, they were just like, all right, let's just do a next gen version. I just have a feeling if Microsoft's word about how it's so easy and quick and seamless to bring your games over is that true, I think it literally probably only took them a fair bit of time to get that thing up.
Because they were touting that when they were talking about Gears of War 5, when they were talking about Gears 5, where they're like, yeah, it's only took our team 2 weeks to make this 4K and like whatever frames it was or something like that.
120.
Yeah, 4K, 120. It only took us 2 weeks to do.
That makes me more excited hearing that. That means we'll get way more updates for games.
Maybe we'll finally get Scalebound.
Oh god, if Phil Spencer came out with Scalebound.
That's not where I was going with that.
So
remember that rumor about Scalebound maybe being on the Switch?
Yeah. That's exactly what
I'm telling you, Nintendo rumors, dude, they don't work out. Shout out to Super Drift Bros.
Mainly because they're just so stupid that there's no way Nintendo would ever do them. Super Drift Bros is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Have you ever heard of Super Drift Bros?
Grand Prix.
Hey,
I haven't.
This is the meme that Gore just hung on to for I think a year now at this point.
No, it was earlier this year because I remember it was during the when YouTube copyrighted me, and I was just like, I want to do like random things. And it was like around March. I looked at this Reddit rumor post where it was like it got a lot of traction. It was like the top on the gaming section or whatever. I don't use Reddit, so I'm an old man when it comes to that. So I was like,
watching the Reddit videos though; those are the best. And then Nintendo Direct leaks. Bully? Bully too? All right.
There's some stupid shit on there. And that was the one. And there was dumber things. I don't remember what they are. I know for a fact there were dumber things. But I read Super Drift Bros is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. And it's supposed to be like a racing game with Mario. Not a kart game, just racing.
With all the Smash characters, right?
Wait, like actual cars?
Well, there'd probably be cartoon.
It was
Forza with Mario.
No, it was no. I remember it was racing games, but Smash Bros. So it had all the characters from Nintendo in there.
Yeah. No, I thought that was implied.
But yeah, and you can tell that had solidified itself in Gore's head. So when he watches the Super Mario 35th anniversary direct, for a second the kid sits down and you hear like a cart going, and Gore goes, "Oh, is this Super Drift Bros?"
and you know what? That's what I'll give Nintendo credit for.
Right.
That's a dumb idea, the Super Drift Bros. It could work, but with a way different title.
I keep thinking, you keep saying drift, and I'm thinking of two things. One, there's so many Joy-Con drifts to be made. And two, I'm thinking of that one Pokemon. What's it called? Driftloon? Driftloon?
The balloon one? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking of that. I'm like, what the?
He'll be in it. He'll be on the front cover.
Character. So I was gonna say with
and then the guy from Tokyo Drift will be in it.
I was gonna say with what we were talking about with how it's 6 months isn't that much with this PlayStation thing. There were rumblings go around that Sony put in a lot of money for the PlayStation Advantage stuff, which is how they got Spider-Man in Avengers. That they've been going around throwing money at every third party saying, "Hey, give us content, give us this, give us that." And they said, and I've heard from two people that are pretty reputable, saying that don't be surprised that you see a lot of games coming out soon that are very akin to Spider-Man being on Avengers, where it's like, oh, you're not getting a lot of this stuff on Xbox. And then, but on the inverse, I was telling Gore about this, was that there were rumblings also that Microsoft has been making a big acquisition. That's not
LJN.
No, that's not like that. That's not. What was it?
Beetlejuice on NES again.
Yes, that's what's up. Okay, not to interject at all. I just got a really important phone call I got to take.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll be back I'll be back in like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah,
okay?
you're good. You're good.
That's it.
All right, cool.
So, yeah, with that PlayStation Advantage, we're gonna be looking at a lot of nonsense like that, and I believe it too. Let's see. Let's talk about this. Something.
Yeah, thoughts on Final Fantasy though, real quick.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this all around, but I'm still sad that we don't have a new turn-based Final Fantasy.
Yeah,
it's one of those things that mainline hasn't had it since 13, and I really want it. It's something that it just doesn't feel Final Fantasy without it. But I get it; it's going in a different direction. But at the same time, Square has so many other properties. Bravely Default 2, which sadly is not there today. Where the fuck's that?
Mm-hmm.
Also, what about Octopath Traveler 2? Where the fuck that at? We got to get something with that.
I'd be surprised that doesn't happen soon. Or did that get announced? I forgot. It did get announced.
They confirmed it.
Right.
Yeah, because they announced it in a prequel, which the prequel is a mobile-only game, which fucking blows my nuts. But it's one of those things.
And he said, "Because that's blows my nuts."
Blow my nuts.
Blows my nuts. But no, I really was kind of hoping for something turn-based. But if there's one thing that I'll definitely give 7 Remake credit for, it's showing that there definitely is a aesthetic style to where Final Fantasy can do the action combat well. Because from what little I played at 15, I hated the combat in it. It's so fucking easy, especially with the warping and teleporting around bullshit. It was fine, but it was way too easy.
What I want to see, and I'm sure you agree with me. I really want a new tactics game.
Tactics.
I will, because I'm not a big turn-based guy, but I do like tactics a lot. I like Fire Emblem, so that's just like the kind of I still have. I barely played the newest Fire Emblem, which I really want to. It's just fucking. It's like 200 hours.
And for the first playthrough,
I don't have a backlog at all.
200 hours for the first playthrough. Now another house for 200 hours.
Oh man! Just end me. Just do it. Put me in the ground.
Literally end.
No balls. Just end me. But it's just I love tactics. Tactics was so good. The job, it's been a long time since I played it, but the job system where you could switch your jobs or whatever. All that and just the way it looks. I love the way it looks. Yeah, exactly. And there's a game right now on Switch called Mercenaries Saga or something like that. Or
yeah.
And it looks exactly like.
I think I looked into that because on sale, it was either on sale or new, and I heard everyone saying.
Now, that's why.
I heard everyone saying it was pretty much tactics.
Yeah, it looks exactly like Tactics.
Shout outs to
even I'm looking at that, I'm like,
really quick. Shout outs to Deckmas for the follow. Appreciate you.
hell yeah.
Yeah, no Tactics.
Yeah.
So what's the best way to play
Yeah, but
Tactics if I want to play a Tactics game?
I never played it on PS1. Is it really that different on PS1?
Yes. So the PS1 and the GBA ones are entirely different games. They're the same combat style, but the GBA has like a judge system that kind of makes it so that way certain actions you do can be alter the judge and thus alter combat. None of that's in Tactics.
Okay.
Tactics on PS1 is a phenomenal fucking story of war and chaos, and it's fantastic.
I don't remember it being amazing in the GBA game. I remember it being fun. Okay.
Yeah, no, the GBA one is kind of tongue-in-cheek, kind of
because it's very
self-referential.
It's almost like Crystal Chronicles, kind of like looking with the So
and
it was like that would make sense because that came out I think the same year as Crystal Chronicles.
Exactly. On PS1/PSP, Final Fantasy Tactics Original is it's a big story of betrayal, warring siblings. It is a dark, gritty fantasy.
Well,
and it's fucking wonderful.
That'll be on Vita, right?
Yes, but that's where the caveat comes in. Is if you get either the PS1 Classic or the PSP version, War of the Lions, I actually recommend getting the PS1 version over the PSP version, because unless you're going to go in and mod your Vita and then make patches to the PSP version, the PSP version has insane load times.
I'd imagine that the PS1 version is on Vita.
Yes, I think you can get it as a PS1 Classic. So I would recommend doing that.
Cool.
I'm pretty sure. I thought I saw it before.
Yeah, the PS1 version is definitely buggier, but it's not intrusively so. And there's some English things that are kind of amusing in it. So it's a less pristine experience, but it is definitely the better experience to actually play. Kind of like how when we were talking about Chrono Trigger and you guys were like, man, it's just fucking instant. It's great. And I was like, yeah, well, you start a battle and then like 10, 15 seconds later, it actually begins. That's how it is on PSP, where everything has like that kind of weird 15+ second delay between.
That was a good time, right? So we just played the game and it was just fast and low. Oh, it was a good time, man.
And that's on a DS. Ain't that some shit? We're on a DS. And it's just like, we in, baby. And on PSP, you're like,
all right, let me go stew some tea. Any last Final Fantasy things so we can move on to another game?
I want to say I love the combat in Final Fantasy VII, so I'm glad we're still going. I know you love turn-based, I get it, but there's a lot of turn-based games still out there. Like Pokemon, you can play that.
All right, that's it.
Well, that's all you get. Sorry, fucker. But the combat looks really good. It really did remind me of DMC when I saw it, so it's good.
Yes.
And I think the setting is phenomenal. That's a setting I want to.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen so many pissed off about it, which fucking baffles my mind, because so many people are like, oh, it's uninspired.
15 felt
Final
uninspired.
Fantasy hasn't had a straight fantasy setting.
Yeah.
I think Final Fantasy 1 is kind of the closest. Final Fantasy 2 are the closest Final Fantasies ever gotten to a strict fantasy setting. Yeah.
Honestly, if Final Fantasy VII Remake wasn't a remake, it was just whatever. Like, it was Final Fantasy. That was Final Fantasy 16, and it looked like that. And there was no original 7. I would say that game looks generic. Especially when you play it, and it's just like there's a cool setting, there's a cool idea behind it, but with Midgar, but I would say that's way more generic than what I saw in this game, where they took like classic monsters from Final Fantasy and made them scary.
Yeah, the Quirrell looks fucking great. Yeah, holy shit!
Terrifying. And they get like what's his name? Ifrit.
Yeah, Ifrit looks fucking amazing. Final Fantasy VIII Ifrit was still my favorite design. But seeing Ifrit in this, holy shit, he looks like he's gonna fuck some shit up.
And when we were reacting to it, I was like, I was getting Dragon Dogma vibes, and obviously someone worked on Dragon's Dogma, right? Is it the same
combat director?
I was just like, oh man, I wish it was Dragon's Dogma, but it looks like there might be some Dragon's Dogma influence in here.
And
it looks like you're fighting a lot of giant creatures. Hopefully, you get to climb on those bitches.
I've been actually considering getting Dragon's Dogma on Switch.
Don't get on Switch.
Okay.
I don't see that being. It could be good on Switch. I didn't hear it was bad, at least.
Yeah.
But that just seems like a game you want to play on consoles anyway.
Fair.
Like you'll get lost in that game. Like the first release of that game, I didn't care for it. I liked the combat and stuff, but there was a lot of like little things, kind of like what Persona 5 Royal was saying. Like they just added a lot of nice little quality of life kind of changes. And when Dark Arisen came out, that was when I got addicted to it. And it was really good. I played like 50 hours of that game. It was really good.
Neo in the chat says,
I actually would love...
Sorry, no, go for it. I said Neo in the chat says, recent Final Fantasy games have tried to be a deconstruction of the franchise, while this new game is a legit return to form. Fuck those recent games, lol. And he said we'll be back in a few.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's just it, because that was another thing that a lot of people were bitching about. I was like, crystals, we're coming back to crystals. Motherfucker really left crystals. Like, it's just been always called something different. And it's one of those things that, like, that is the core of Final Fantasy. Fucking magic crystals causing some bullshit. You either gotta destroy them, save them, collect them, fucking whatever. Dealing with fucking crystals, that is Final Fantasy through and through. And it is a return to form in a lot of ways in terms of just the aesthetic, the darker tones, because especially a lot of the older Final Fantasies were fucking dark ass games. God damn. 6, 4, 9 had a lot of, as much as 9 was kind of goofy, 9 was a dark ass fucking game.
It seems like it gets pretty dark. Yeah, like I got like 20 hours in it. There's a lot of dark stuff. Like people die in that, like hardcore. Yes. Like it's just like something blows up at one point, and like a lot of those people are dead.
Yeah, and there's main characters that don't last to the end of the game. It's one of those things that it is a hauntingly beautiful game. 9. 9 is my favorite Final Fantasy. Tactics is a lot of second, but
I guess mine would be Tactics, but I haven't played it in so long that I don't know if like Fire Emblem took it over for me, because I didn't play Fire Emblem until after I played Tactics. And even though I love the GBA game, I didn't really play it until the 3DS games, especially like Birthright. No, the other one, no, Birthright was the one I played. Yeah, I didn't really play the consoles. But this game looks great. I think the combat looks awesome, and I love the monster designs. I love that they're going really dark, like you said.
Yes.
And hey, if it's rated M, that's cool with me. I'm down with that. Am I rated M1? I think a fantasy like this should not hold back. If they think it is needed violence like this to show how grotesque some of these monsters are, then just do it. Go for it.
Sure.
Like, don't do it just because you want to have blood. Do it because you want to tell a story, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna skip around here. That way we get some more talk before he comes back in. Is Deathloop Gore. What do you think of this new trailer?
All right. So Deathloop looks amazing. I wish that was launched. I've been hyped for that since they showed the actual gameplay a couple months ago. And because they showed the game last year at the Bethesda press conference, and I was like, oh, that's a cool premise, but they didn't show any gameplay. So it's like, I don't know. It's the Dishonored guys, so I'm like, all right, it's probably gonna be good. And it looked like Dishonored when they showed it a couple months ago, except that time loop, and it looks snappy too. Like you're continuously moving, which Dishonored's really, you can play it either or. Really, you could be stealthy or just go in there, I guess, knife slashing and shooting your little arrow thing. This trailer was more the same. It's trying to get a little bit more into the story and what's really going on with the whole loop. But one thing I want them to really explain is what is going on with the assassin that's trying to kill you. Because I'm assuming it's multiplayer, but they don't explain like it's weird. Maybe it's just a story thing. Maybe she'll just show up randomly. But like if she kills you, you go back, and then how does that work? Like is she there in the beginning of the game already trying to kill you, and if you die you go back and she's always there? Like how does it work? Does she show up like 2/3 into the mission at the end to make it harder? I have no idea. I don't think they've ever explained it.
I like the idea that it's almost like Nemesis, where it's always on this looming threat around you, you know?
Sure, but the thing that makes that a little bit different is that the whole loop aspect. Like, how's that go? Like, that's what's confusing me, because when you die, you just go back. It's like it's like when you start over Super Meat Boy. It seems like, or whatever. Like, you just go back and then you have to do it again. It seems like. So how's that gonna work? Like, if the first time she gets you, you know where she's gonna be again. So
maybe that's
unless it's a multiplayer character.
Part of the, yeah, you were mentioning that.
She's not part of the loop, though. I don't think they've confirmed that. He's the only one that's a part of this loop thing, and she's just there, always trying to kill him. I guess they haven't confirmed this. I don't know. Maybe she is a part of the loop. Maybe it's. I'm thinking it's gonna be multiplayer. I remember when they were talking about Doom Eternal, and they had like this. I think it's in the game now, but it wasn't when it launched. Randomly, people could join your game and play as like one of the demons. Right. You can turn it off if you don't want it, obviously. Or it's like Dark Souls. I guess Dark Souls does that too, where they could just randomly join your game and fuck you up. Yep. I'm thinking it's gonna be like that, but they didn't explain it. Like, but maybe they did it in an interview.
I don't know. I don't know if I believe that though, because if you turn it off in Doom, then if people don't want to do it in Deathloop, then I mean, she's just gone forever.
No. I'm talking about.
I know.
I'm talking about Doom.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying if they
I don't think that could be it. I don't think you'll be able to turn that off.
But
it should probably be a bot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it a bot then? At that point, if there's no one playing for some reason, like down the line.
Yeah. I think it'd probably be a bot. Because it seems like it's definitely a multiplayer thing. Because they always we've gotten like 3 trailers at this point. We got one at the PS5 thing. We had one. Didn't we have one like at Games? Didn't we have something like last month or something?
For Deathloop?
Yeah, for Deathloop. Didn't we have something for Deathloop last month?
This is the second trailer.
I guess the third one. All right, so the first trailer had her at the end saying, I'm going to kill you, whatever. Yeah. The gameplay trailer, same thing. She shows up at the end. I'm like, I'm going to kill you. And then this one, she's like, I'm going to kill you. I'm like, all right. So is it multiplayer? Is it just a bot? Or is it like I want to know how it works. They explained everything else. I understand pretty much everything else, mostly, but I just don't understand her. I like how she fits into the gameplay.
Well, I guess they got time to explain now.
Yeah, and I love the aesthetic of Dishonored. I know some people don't. I really like the kind of messed up faces and caricatures of.
I really need to play Dishonored.
Maybe a big game's gone by.
I never finished. Maybe. That might be a good one. Just because that'll actually be really fun to talk about, because we could talk about different paths we took, because that game is open. That might be the most open stealth game besides Thief. Just go or Deus Ex, I guess. You could do so many things in that game. But yeah, Dishonored is great. I never finished Dishonored 2 though. I should say I got halfway through.
David, anything to say about that, or do you want to move on?
Other than just, I'm still really excited for this game. It looks fantastic. It's definitely the kind of aesthetically different game that the launch lineup needs. There's a lot of kind of samey, kind of just hey, we're trying to push the envelope of what the graphics are like, but kind of like we talked about before with some other games, where it's no, sometimes you just need that, hey, we're doing something different game. Where it's not trying to be pushing the envelope in graphics, just trying to be hey, here's a really cool experience. And so that's why I'm excited for it. But yeah, definitely it hurts not being a launch title. Although maybe that's for the best, because knowing that a lot of games are going to be around the 70 mark, hopefully this is not one of them.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah, I think it is, because it's going to be exclusive when it comes out.
I have a feeling always
it's not going to be exclusive for long.
No, I know.
It's probably going to be another 6 months.
But I'd be shocked if third parties didn't just follow suit and made everything $70 as well. So I don't think this whole 60 versus 70 thing is going to be a thing. I think it's all going to be universally 70 by this.
It'll be 70. Yeah. I'm surprised. Hey, if Ubisoft comes out and says Far Cry 6 will be 70, even though you can pre-order right now for 60, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But, yeah. All right. So definitely looks great. What's next?
Let's see. I'm trying to pick out something that he might not be into talking about. Devil May Cry. No, let's do Call of Duty.
I definitely want to. Call of Duty? Okay. Yeah, I like Call of Duty. I do. And I've actually been kind of hyped for this one.
All right, so I come back to hear Adrian say Devil May Cry, and I'm like,
yeah,
I know.
Now let's do Call of Duty, bro.
You know this talk about
bro gamer ass out of here. Nah, but all right, so I'm back. I just want to say something real quick, because I was listening to the podcast. I had it open in a different tab while I was taking a phone call, and I just want to give this man some props because somebody said their favorite Final Fantasy game is Final Fantasy IX. And
Hell
all
yeah,
I
it
just want to
is.
say is I knew I liked this man the second I came into this stream. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, it took him about 5 minutes to speak, but he knew.
He knew it.
Ojo,
so
do you have
back to what
anything
you're
to
saying,
say
Call
about
of Duty.
Deathloop? We just finished Deathloop. Do you have anything to say about Deathloop?
I love the premise, man. That game looks so trippy. I was kind of bummed out when it got delayed, but on the list of games, it might not have been tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3.
That was Gore's tier 1.
Play because I mean, I could see you want to know what really got me into that mindset, ironically, was playing The Last of Us Part 2, because that game, the way you can reload scenarios and how it's literally just like that, provided you don't die. I love the idea of that, going back and checking out scenarios, maybe doing things a little bit differently, seeing if they have an impact. And that type of game, I think we need to see more of them. You know, it's cool.
Yeah, I think it looks awesome. I'm still confused on what the whole the female is trying to kill you. Like, is it multiplayer? Is it just a bot?
Right?
Like, does she show up at the end of the mission? Like, is she there at the beginning just trying to kill you?
Hello, it's me, brother.
Yeah, there's 3 trailers where it's pretty much exactly the same. At the end, she's like, "Oh, remember me? I'm gonna kill you."
Remember
me? But yeah, anyway, Deathloop looks great.
Nice.
All right, Call of Duty.
All right, Call of Duty. Typical Call of Duty trailer. We start off kind of quiet, you know, like, oh, we're surveilling the whatever, who cares? And then we're like looking at everybody. They got guns.
You turn on a sniper elite for 4 seconds.
Yeah.
For 4 seconds to turn to sniper elite. And you know what? I rewatched that and we didn't notice, but like, it's supposed to be you're supposed to be shooting the guy that's behind the dude.
Oh,
like,
we fucked up.
Whoever you kill, you're supposed to, yeah, and then they're like, we missed. I'm like, you're aiming the gun. So what if you actually shoot the guy while you're playing?
So maybe different
because
scenarios.
You can probably shoot him. Maybe. I mean, but that's the main villain. So like, I was like, oh, we just kill his ass. And all right. Okay.
I left my drink downstairs. I'll be right back.
One more time. You're good, man.
That's
unbelievable. This level of unprofessionalism. Actually, I'm gonna use this opportunity to pee anyways. You keep talking about Call of Duty.
This might be one of the longest podcasts we've done in a little bit.
Talking about Call of Duty and everybody leaves.
I think what's our record? I think 4 hours and 4 minutes. I want to say
4 hours. Yeah. How about we try not to make it 4 hours?
Oh, we're like half an hour off, and we still got like 5 games to talk about.
Yeah, well, we'll get through Black Ops quick right now. It's just a typical Call of Duty trailer. Surveillance, go in, shoot things, everything explodes. They have an RC car that can surpass the speed of a Jeep, I guess.
Yeah, that was so silly.
In the 80s, you have to remember too. This is a Cold War.
Yeah, you gotta remind me of that. I was like, oh, this is already silly. They're like, oh, by the way, this is like
Cold War.
This is 40 years ago. I'm like, what?
It's not like a new Cold. It's not a new Cold War that they're just making up. Like, oh, 2080 Cold War. No, this is Cold War.
Cold War, baby.
I mean, who knows? Maybe there was some weapons we didn't know about. Maybe they had the technology. You never know. You know, Reagan. You know, he had some tricks up his sleeve.
Got the technology.
I just like every time they do like a realistic like game, everybody's like, "Oh, this is the one where they get kind of grounded." Right. I'm like, "Yeah, okay." Yeah. Like World War II. Oh, this is the one. I mean, there's gonna be explosions and stuff because that's World War II. But they're not gonna do the silly shit. And like halfway through, you're on a train falling off of it while it's flipping and fucking you're dodging the train. It's just like it's landing. You're like ducking, like rolling. And then it's the exact same thing here where you're like you fall off the truck and then the airplane's about to fall on me and it's just and it ends. I'm like, it's Call of Duty.
Yeah.
They know.
Yeah.
I'm just happy there's a campaign and I'm glad Frank Woods is back because he's the best Call of Duty character.
I'm excited.
But
I gotta play that first one.
Yeah.
Neo, just in time. 5 Nights at Freddy's Security Breach.
Right?
Yo, I'm just gonna be real with y'all. I didn't even know this game was announced until I checked the chat because there was a point. This came right after Call of Duty.
Around there.
No, I don't think so. It came out. It came after like something big.
Resident Evil 8.
Demon Souls. Was it Resident Evil 8? It was something hype worthy, and then this happened. I was
wait, no, it was like the very end, right?
Yeah, it was like towards the end.
After
Fortnite?
Yeah, I was about to say it sounds like a Fortnite combo right there.
There was a period in time during the event where I just tuned out.
Sounds like Fortnite. Yeah.
Texting people back, and literally I had no idea. I was looking in the chat. I was like, why y'all talking about Five Nights at Freddy's? Like, what is going on? And then I look on Twitter. Oh, so I haven't even seen the trailer. I have no idea. I've only played the first Five Nights at Freddy's, so I don't know if I'm allowed to be excited for this one. I don't know if it's like a drastically different genre or it's just another Five Nights at Freddy's.
It looks like it's different, not like because all right, the trailer, all the trailer is like it's like kind of like the camera's like scrolling through like a 3D world, and the graphics look pretty good for the most part. But it's like this hallway or whatever. It's like there's like a statue of that Fazbear guy or whatever, and it's just a voiceover. There's like a female AI telling like, "You can't run from me. I'm gonna find you, bro." And it's just like that's really the whole trailer. And then at the end they do a jump scare, and it says Five Nights at Freddy's security breach.
So
all right,
pretty much it.
I don't. People shit on the Five Nights at Freddy's games a lot. I don't think they're that bad. They're cute, cheap little games, and they're like the easy, cheap. It's like a cheap horror movie, right? You know what you're getting yourself into. And also shout out to Scott Cawthon, the creator of that. Apparently, a really awesome guy. He did a thing. I was gonna put on the news a while back, but he did a thing where he funds fan made games now. So if you have a fan made game and you pitch it to him and he likes it, he'll like actually fund it and like get it going to like publish on Steam. So he's a good guy. I'm glad the series has success. People want to make fun of it, whatever. It is pretty memey. The lore can go kind of deep, and I kind of like that too. But I don't know.
The only thing I hate about Five Nights at Freddy's is not the series itself. It's that every time I'm on the eShop and I see what's like 50 cents, there's some fucking Five Nights at Freddy's ripoff game. Yep. It's just like like there's one about a baby I played last year for the horror month where you're like a baby and you're trying to hide under bed. I'm like, it's just Five Nights at Freddy's. And then there's another one that looks like pixelated or whatever. I'm just like, it's Five Nights at Freddy's.
So are you telling me you don't like Four Nights at Fernando's? What you trying to say, bro? support Hispanic developers. Gore, come on now. Come on, isn't it Latino History Month too?
Hispanic Heritage Month.
Yeah, Gore, you're showing your true colors. You're showing your true colors right now, Gore. I don't know if I can associate with this podcast anymore.
So on that, before we
sit and eat a Rice Krispie treat and just devalue the podcast.
Hell yeah. No, so before we move on to like the bulk of everything else, Fortnite happened. Congratulations, Fortnite's gonna be a thing at launch.
Yeah, congratulations, Fortnite. Congratulations. You're on the PS5.
You guys did it.
I know you weren't too sure if you were coming, but yeah.
All right, let's jump into some of
the. You made the bus.
Let's jump into some of the bigger boys. Miles Morales.
Yes.
Yeah. Looking hot. Love it. I'm loving the soundtrack. Soundtrack is killing it. I think it's hitting that Into the Spider-Verse vibe with the soundtrack, which is what I want.
I watched the gameplay again, and it seems like they're kind of trying to make the music kind of fit with the action a little bit more.
Right, with the beats.
Yeah, with the beats. So that's really cool. I always love when a game does that. That's why I love like these music games that are coming out now, these first-person shooter music games where you're just like, there's one called like It's Per Minute or something like that. There's also another one that's like a Doom-inspired one that you're just going around.
Yeah,
it's like
I heard about that one. Yeah.
So that seemed really cool. So, and it really did. The soundtrack sounded very similar to the Into the Spider-Verse one a little bit.
Speaking of Into the Spider-Verse, I'm not sure if y'all have been following this at all. Y'all probably know this, so excuse me if I'm just regurgitating some new information. However, according to the PlayStation.com website, when you dig deep into the Miles Morales Spider-Man page, you scroll down all the way until you get to the license holders, right? Copyright 2020 Marvel. That's all right. We know this. Copyright Sony Interactive Entertainment. All right. We know this. Copyright
DC.
Yes. Copyright Into the Spider-Verse suit.
Ooh.
Interesting.
That makes sense.
And this like I'm on PlayStation's page right now. This is official, and it says it at the very, very bottom. So unless they go ahead and change it, I'm not sure. I screen capped it. I put it on Twitter. So they'll probably take it down when they realize something. But so far, it's looking like that suit's gonna be included.
Pre-order.
Pre-order. Probably not.
No, it's probably gonna be actually. That's one cool thing about Spider-Man on PS4 from a couple of years ago. They had a lot of suits.
Oh, I
game.
love the suit game.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, it's still on the website. Haha. All right.
Got it.
That was one of the games because I like open world games. Well, I like the idea of open world games. Execution is a different thing entirely. I've just gotten Gore. I don't know how you be playing these Ubisoft games, bro. I don't.
I haven't played one in a little while. To be fair.
Okay.
Last one I played was like Far Cry 5, I think.
Oh, okay. Yo, I checked out after I played Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I was like, "This is and then after that, I just
I heard Odyssey and Origins are really good.
Yeah, Odyssey. They just took they looked at Witcher 3 and were like, yeah, just do that shit, except with Assassins. That's
the thing. I bought Odyssey. I like it, but it's just too. They just literally like, all right, what is an open world? Merriam-Webster dictionary. All right, it's big, and there's stuff to do. And that's literally it. It literally feels like a grind instead of feeling organic. But
like, I think Ubisoft just has like a generator, like that just generates stuff to do.
Yeah, but
like, it's all generic stuff too. Like I didn't play Odyssey, but like even in the old Assassin's Creed games, I love 2. I love Brotherhood. Those are my 2 favorites in the franchise. Yeah. But there's so many like climb that tower. There's a thing up there. Okay,
right.
Go down there. There's a thing. And it always feels like it's just scattered everywhere. It's like someone just grabbed them all and just threw them over the map. And like, there you go.
And it was all
and
reason.
Was fun. I like.
It was that guy though, right? The one that got kicked out for being a scumbag he was the one directing everything at Ubisoft, telling him, "Hey, that's why all the games started looking the same because that guy liked those games and started making every game go that route."
Every game. Ghost Recon, Far Cry, freaking Assassin's Creed,
Splinter Cell. Oh no, wait, no,
that's actually why I'm.
Splinter Cell, you gonna get a cameo.
In everything. You could be in anything you want, Sam Fisher, other than your own fucking
Beyond
game.
Good and Evil 2, you're in it.
Hey, if you're in your game, you're not gonna act anything like Sam Fisher. You're gonna be in there. You're gonna kick doors down and fucking break people's necks, just like Sam Fisher would do. You just loudly enter a place and start shooting guys with an unsilenced pistol.
He's gonna be in Gear 6 with a Lancer, saying "shit yeah," whatever he's.
Shit yeah. He's a Gears of War character. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be in Gears of War next. Fuck it.
Anyway, Miles Morales.
Terminator. Miles Morales looks good.
Looking good. Yeah, he had the iconic. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I will say though, a lot. Like I love cinematics in games. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of just like the last minute of this trailer was just cinematics. Yeah. You just like save that girl. It's like it's almost comical. Like she's like dodging like 15 cars while the woman's like ah.
But Gore. Yeah. It's based off a comic book.
That's true. I didn't think about that. That means it's amazing.
I do like the meme will always stay true. Of
more cinematics.
The meme.
What's that meme?
The meme will always be true. Where it's someone with a PlayStation 4 controller and they put it down and they have the popcorn.
Yeah.
Yep. That literally. You know what the thing is? Because I remember Spider-Man PS4 caught some flack for that in the beginning when what they showed off, and then when you play the game, it's like, oh, it's not that many of these things. But they did it with that game. They did it with this game. They're just not showing the best stuff. They should have showed more, not exploration, but more free flow with the combat as opposed to just the scripted cinematics. Because now that we know it's not like that cool, but still, it's not the most fun thing to watch. I don't care what people say.
It's generic.
Yeah,
you can only see Spider-Man save somebody and dodge a car so much until it's just like, oh,
dude.
Yeah,
I think they should have shown that intro to Spider-Man when they first showed that game off. Because, dude,
they cut it off. I would have liked that.
When I first played Spider-Man, dude, there was nothing. Almost like top 5 moments of video games was climbing out of the window and just swinging. Like that swinging just felt so good at the beginning of that game, man.
Yeah,
so good. And you know what? That's saying a lot because there's a lot of great Spider-Man games that they got the swinging right, and that game got it even more right. I was like, Spider-Man 2 was perfect.
All the collectibles right off the bat. Right at the bat, I was like, I want to swing around everywhere, so I'm gonna get all those.
I got the backpacks, I got all the collectibles. I was like, I want to go around this world. That's it.
Yep.
That's how you know you got me if you can get me to collect the things in the world. Yep. And I love how it's like. There's backstory because every game does this, but with the exception of maybe Last of Us and Spider-Man, I don't really care for any of the collectibles to learn about the lore of the world if it ain't interesting, but it's just it adds a different dimension when you hear Peter talk about, oh yeah, this is from when I fought Paste Pot Pete or something like that, or Big Wheel. You can't have a Spider-Man game without Big Wheel, so I don't know the validity of Miles Morales if it'll actually be good. But it adds a nice little touch.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Next up.
Yeah, it is nice.
Hogwarts Legacy.
Yo.
I'm excited for this game.
Am I the only one excited? Like,
I am, because I played the original Harry Potter games. I always thought it was really cool that you could explore Hogwarts. I'm not gonna lie.
What system did you play them on? Because that's every Harry Potter console game was
PC.
so different.
PC? No, hell no. I played the original game on PS1.
He knows.
But I also played the original game when it went on PS2 also.
When they remade it. Yo.
Yeah, when they remade it.
For no reason, they remade it.
That one, by the way, is like really rare on PS2, I think.
Oh, wow.
So, but I like those games, and for some reason, the last two games in the series ended up being like Gears of War games. It was
Harry Potter Gears of War.
It was like
you hide behind cover and then you pick your
Right.
And there's a little bit of that in this game actually. There's a couple shots where it's like third person, you're like shooting, but it has exactly what I want. Because I like Harry Potter. That's cool. You get to be Harry Potter, but I want to be my own character, and I'm just in Hogwarts.
Yeah.
I want to get sorted into my own house.
I want to be like Bully. I want to be like Bully. You go to classes and like you could fail or whatever. Like,
yes. Oh my god.
That's what it looks like it is. My one thing I'm a little worried about though is who's making it. Avalanche.
It's Avalanche,
yeah. Just Dance. Just Dance. Just Dance is a great series, dude. Just Cause.
How did you go from Just Dance to Just Cause?
Yeah, Avalanche made Just Dance. No, Just Cause. I love the second game, but the third and fourth ones, especially the fourth ones, just I couldn't. And Mad Max was okay, and Rage 2 was okay. It's just they make a lot of games, by the way. They really
do.
Yeah, they're making this too. So I'm hoping this is like the one game where it's like, yeah, this one's great, like straight up.
You hope it's like no disrespect to Guerrilla Games at all. I like the Killzone series, but I never understood the hype outside of the graphics, because if Killzone didn't have those graphics, no one would be talking about it. But when they came out with Horizon, I was like, oh, so this is what they can do.
Yeah.
That's why I'm excited for Fable. I'm very excited for Fable to see them come out. Like, hey, we flexed. Technically speaking, technically speaking, is Playground Games is the highest rated Metacritic company of this generation. Forza Horizon just gets like 93s and like 95s. So they definitely have that. But I'm excited to see them like, hey, let's see if they could actually flex out in this whole other wild genre with another team there.
I just hope they get. I hope they get the humor right.
That trailer had it. That trailer had the joke right there with the fairy.
Yeah, it had the exact kind of Fable humor. You got the narration, and then you see something semi-cute just get murdered hardcore. I'm like, that's Fable.
Oh, thank God, Microsoft. Thank you, finally. Since we're on that topic, I love the fact that they merged in Game Pass into its own app now, so it's no longer in beta. So you can legit pick and choose the games you want to play from this app, and you can also install those games on your app. So it's kind of like having the default Xbox app.
Yeah, that's how it's been for a while. You can look at those games up and install them and keep track.
Oh, no. I mean, beforehand, if you wanted to install the games on your Xbox, you had to have the Xbox app. And then if you want to do any of the game stream, you have to go download the game stream app. But now they've merged them together. So it's literally just, you can pick and choose to play a game from your phone, or there's a little button that's just like, oh, install it on your Xbox or PC. So I'm just like, oh, thank you.
Nice.
Yeah.
But that Harry Potter game, just quick thoughts, like, I've been dreaming for that game since I was 7. Like, I played through all the Harry Potter games. Right. Some were better than others. Most of them were pretty mediocre. But the idea, the concept, the premise of a game set in Hogwarts is so fascinating. And I really hope that they've gone all in. Like, I love the idea of being sorted into a house. But what is the extent of the Hogwarts experience? Are you literally just there to play these missions in this order, and it's the same arbitrary thing? Like, how much does you being in a house matter to the overall gameplay experience? How much does the testing factor in? Like, can it be done similar to Persona, where you have these tests and you have these exams, but they go even deeper, where it
or
genuinely affects your stats.
Or is it straight up like if you're in a different house, are you meeting all different people? You're not going to meet up with the same people that you were in. Like
it'd be like 3 houses. It'd be like 3 houses.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
The only bummer part is obviously dealing with J.K. Rowling, and her.
Yeah,
it sucks.
But
it sucks, and
I'm not gonna condemn an entire game because she's a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
and to be fair, they did come out and say she's not involved. So.
Yeah,
but she's still gonna get.
She'll make money off of it.
She's obviously gonna get compensated. Yeah, she's always gonna make money anyway, I guess.
Yeah,
well, she's already, because that's the thing, is it's licensing, so she's already made money off of it.
Yeah, so
and I'm not gonna condemn the whole game. People put a lot of work into it, and she's an idiot, sure, but the Harry Potter series is still good just because she's so it's not like you know, you can separate the art from the artist.
I say that I respect it if people want to stand off and vote with their wall and do not do that. I respect that 100%. And I get it, and I'm not telling you not to.
Just don't act like a dick if someone else wants to get it.
Yeah, personally, it's like they're developed. This game's been developed for a couple years now. I think it's been rumored constantly.
Yeah.
I don't want to say like.
Yeah, well, there was a leak last year.
There was that whole leak.
Right. Yeah, I don't want to be like. I don't want to be like, hey, this person that you'll never meet or have any association with aside from this IP has a shitty opinion. I'm not paying you any money. You know, I don't want to be like that, but I respect it. If you want to do that,
now Hagrid. Now he has he was like agreeing with her too. I'm like,
he was.
Oh no,
not Hagrid, no.
Robbie Coltrane.
Oh.
Anyway, next game.
I just love how all the Potter actors just came out immediately. They're just like, nah, fam.
Yeah. Next one, Devil May Cry 5.
Hell yeah!
Move fast, baby. Don't be slow.
We talked about Devil May Cry 5. I still watch randomly, just like
that is the best fucking intro to a game. Is Devil May Cry 5's fucking intro?
Voices inside of my head. Oh, but yo, that dude. I mean, in that stream, I was watching it. I was like, all right, it's Capcom. What's this about to be? And then when I see Nero over there in the air juggling combos, I'm like, no, it's too soon.
And it starts off with fucking Virgil narration. It's like, oh, what's my boy up to?
Yeah, right. So then when they said special edition, I was so surprised that they went for it because, I mean, just Capcom and their track record, of course, they love to do these second, third, fourth editions with new content that you got to buy. But thankfully, this edition, they're primarily doing it just for next generation. If you want to buy it on the new console, get the new features, all that content, boom, $40. Here you go. But if you also own a PS4, Xbox One, you can still download Virgil and play. So I love that they're doing this. I wish they did this before.
Again, wasn't part of the fucking trailer reveal, but
yeah.
And the thing they'll tell you is that you
have to pay for them though.
If you download, yeah. So you still have to pay for them if you own the vanilla copies. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's fine because that's gonna be like a few new chapters in the game. I'm assuming, right?
That'll
be sprinkled in.
I'm not sure if some of the new modes are coming because not only do you get the graphical updates, Virgil, and all that, but they have a couple of other modes included. So I'm not sure if that's.
I think it's just Virgil.
Oh, just Virgil. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense. That's gonna add like at least 5 chapters. You think?
Probably because I mean, obviously. Actually, I don't want to say anything because Adrian, you still haven't played DMC 5, right?
Nope. You haven't played any DMC.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, but so don't want to go to spoiler territory, but yeah, so I imagine it'll add a few chapters to it. But it is one of those things that fucking I love DMC. I'm a huge fucking fan of the franchise. And you know, seeing that this is getting a digital initial release first is an interesting thing because we will be getting a physical release down the road, they said. Again, not part of that trailer, but just in another announcement. So that kind of almost makes me wonder if that could also be a new trend that we see perhaps from Capcom. Maybe this is them testing the waters. Let's see how many sales we get out of it digitally first, and then that'll give us an estimate of maybe how many physical copies to worry about making later. And that could be a potential cost-saving thing, especially where, as you mentioned, Capcom loves reprinting. They love their extra editions.
Absolutely.
They want their Super Turbo HD remixes. So maybe that is how they kind of gauge that, is they go ahead and they say, all right, you want our game? Cool. Here's it digitally. Wait for a little bit. All right, we're going to do an updated version. Here's the physical amount based on what we kind of saw in sales going for that. So I think that could be an interesting method to see going down the road. But super excited for this. I'll end up buying it. I'm a sucker for Devil May Cry. I'm always gonna fucking grab this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm hoping.
Did you see the box? Did y'all see the box art for it?
Yeah,
yes.
It's looking nice.
I'm fingers crossed ain't gonna happen. I'm fingers crossed that it will end up being a Game Pass game because DMC 5 was a Game Pass game eventually.
It just left, and it just left.
And it's a digital game too, so it's like that's even more of like it's not physical, so it's only 40 too. So maybe I don't know. We'll see. But,
that'll be interesting to see why they opted to launch this digitally because maybe it was a logistics issue that they were dealing with.
That's what I think.
But I've noticed Capcom. Yeah, I've noticed Capcom like he's mentioned. They love reprinting their stuff. They did this. Oh my god! Ironically, for a lot of their recent like ports they've done to Switch, they've released them digitally, and then they just randomly come out with the physical version, and then a few months later, that version comes to the States, and I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah, for a lot of their re-releases now, sometimes they don't even give them physical versions. So Devil May Cry getting one is surprising. Like Ace Attorney trilogy, I have that here. I had to import it from Japan. I'm not. Did you get that, Gore? I'm not sure. We were talking. Okay. And that was great, but I know they're not going to do that for every single one unless there's a demand.
Yeah. I'm surprised they did that for Ace Attorney because I guess the series is semi-popular in Japan. I mean, they still make them, but they don't bring them over here. Like those 2 Sherlock Holmes ones will like never come out over here.
Dude, I don't mind that. I'll go full digital if I can just get those games localized, you know?
Yeah. That would be perfectly fine with me. Like the last 2 3DS ones were only digital too. And
right.
So that actually brings up kind of an interesting point. So Switch has set an interesting precedent where there's a lot of games that they're not necessarily released in a region, but all the language data is there. So you can go ahead and like what we've done with importing the Japanese one, pop it in, bam. I have like I Am Setsuna, I got the Atelier trilogy. There's a bunch of Switch games I bought physically over in Japan or Asia regions, and just slap it in. And it's like, oh, cool. It's like it's an English game. Do you think we might see something like that with Sony and Microsoft, where probably perhaps less on Microsoft because it's probably a whole lot put out there? But I mean, do you think that could be something we see with Sony, where it's like, all right, the console, PlayStation 3 was the first to really be region free of the modern generation. Maybe that could be the next kind of bump forward of that we see, is we actually get cross regional language as well.
I would like to say that, but like Sony has been so like annoying when it comes to like what happened with Fortnite.
They still censor their shit though, don't they?
Yeah, they censor a lot of their stuff. Like a lot of the PS4 games that come over here. Same thing with Nintendo, to be fair though.
No, they've been better about it actually.
Nintendo's gotten.
But their censorship, like there's been games where Sony fanboys have been jumping on a Switch because like, oh, there's an uncensored version on Switch.
I know there's some like visual novel, right? That was just completely uncensored on Switch.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like, weird. It's weird when it comes.
It was like W Labyrinth, I think.
Of course, you know.
It's mainly a lot of those.
David named the one that's uncensored.
He full played it already.
Got everything, man. But with the censorship, it's so strange because they'll censor a lot of Japanese games that come over, and some of those parts that got censored, I am not 100% opposed to it. I mean, because I'm all about tell your story, your creative vision. But then I look at some of the stuff they're doing, and I'm just like, she's 9 years old. I don't need to see her panties. Let's not. But I love the idea of them just because. A lot, I'd say now more so than 20 years ago, games are definitely being made with a localization in mind. I think a lot of people think localization is, we'll just play the game, translate it, and that's it. Localization is a process that takes months, sometimes years, depending on the extent of the project, especially with these JRPGs that have
like SMT5, why it's probably been taking so long as global launch, which is kind of wild.
Yeah. People who aren't in the know of RPGs don't understand what that means for an Atlas project. That's
That's fucking wild. It's like, okay, well, maybe December. It's always maybe December we'll see it.
Yeah, but it's like, nope, simultaneous launch. It's like we couldn't even get that for Persona 5.
Even Scramble, we're still waiting on Scramble.
It's supposed to be here somewhere. Where we don't know, but
they say it's coming out summer. It's coming out the last day of the calendar year of summer, so the 28th or some shit. Oh god.
All right.
But no, and that's because that's the thing too. Is like localization is more than just put it in English and release it. Like this goes into like the whole anime dubs versus subs, etc. kind of debates that happen a lot. But to put a finer tune point on it, transliteration is not localization. You can go ahead and put something from the native language into English and put it out there, but so much shit doesn't make sense when you do it. Yeah, it may be accurate, but it's not. It doesn't.
And sometimes the accurate stuff doesn't actually be. It's not politically correct either. Like sometimes, like that word is not. Yeah, it's just culture stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Go Final Fantasy VII when Tifa calls Barrett, on those stairs. So it's like, that was not in the remake.
Yeah, right. they took that down with the quickness.
All right,
it's just done.
Next one up is Oddworld Soulstorm. We got another trailer for that. That game is looking incredible.
I wish that was a launch title. It's so good.
I know people are complaining about the art style, but I'm like, y'all are wild. This thing looks great.
I think it looks gorgeous. And you have to remember, Oddworld, the Oddworld Inhabitants is the developers. Right? That's their name?
Yeah.
I think so. Lorne Landing, of course, is the. They're still a pretty small studio, I think. So, like, they're not huge. And it looks. I think they were complaining whenever they show like giant environments. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, they were complaining that the earlier ones were more gritty with how it looked around them. This one looks more clean.
Sure.
And that's fine, but
this one. But those were also a lot of those were in like dungeons. It seems like a lot of like cave areas. This one seems like it's opening up a little bit more.
Dude, it looks so good though. It looks fucking brutal too. Like that. They said it said brutal in there too, like more brutal, more death or something like that.
Oh yeah. It's. I would be surprised if that actually gets an M rating.
I will.
Like in the original. Yeah, I mean they might be able to get away with it because it's kind of cartoony violence anyway. They just they kind of like you see a little blood spray and they kind of their character model just like disappears anyway whenever they die. But tonally it seems like it's Oddworld has always had kind of dark stories, but they have like the goof. It's kind of like a Hideo Kojima thing where you know how he has like the goofy shit in the gameplay when it comes to the story. It's extremely dark at times.
Serious.
Yeah, so it's like. Yeah, so it's kind of like that in a way where like your little characters are finally like, I need a sandwich or whatever, and then they explode in gory death, and then the story itself is like slave enslavement and stuff. It's just like it's really dark. Outerworld Stranger's Wrath is my favorite one though, and I wish that would get a sequel so bad, but this trailer was great, and I'm still thinking about that first trailer they showed a couple months ago. That was like so dramatic and so well done. I'm like, Oddworld.
You know what sucks too? It's so the least viewed trailer.
Yeah, you know what? That's weird because like I thought Deathloop would be because I feel like that game's not really getting the hype I think it deserves.
Oh, I think
what it is with Oddworld.
It might be Deathloop actually.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that's kind of like that series where I feel like you have to have not grown up with it, but a lot of it
understand what the thing is.
People understanding what it is. You probably heard about it from a friend on YouTube. No disrespect to the game, but that's just how a lot of them are. I wouldn't be surprised if what's that franchise called? If Trails of Cold Steel, the new one, had a trailer in this one and it was the lowest, and I understand why because that. You're talking about getting into the Japanese RPGs. Then there's getting into Trails of Cold Steel, which is part of a bigger series entirely.
Yeah, Legend of Heroes or something like that.
Yeah, Legend of Heroes. So it's I understand.
I can imagine the tone messing with people that don't understand too, because it's brutal, and then at the end they still have the humor. They want to remind you the humor of Oddworld's still there. I could really use a sandwich right now.
A little tonally, the tonally it didn't maybe work that well in this trailer compared to how I'm sure it'll work in the game. Like
I'm sure they want to put it out there to be like, hey, we're still funny. Don't worry.
But there's humor in this Oddworld game. Don't worry. But like it was like really like ramping up, and I was like, I need a sandwich.
I can use a sandwich right now. Yeah,
I need a sandwich right now. I'm hungry. It's like, which I love the voice acting Oddworld. The Oddworld voice acting is amazing. The stranger, whoever voiced that guy. It might be my favorite voice in video game history. I gotta wrestle me some varmints. You know, it's like it's a typical like cowboy.
I want Gore to have a game where Stranger and Arthur Morgan just hang out for a day.
Oh hell yeah, that'd be amazing.
I'd pay for that Netflix series.
Yeah.
I gotta shoot this. It's gonna make him barf, and then Arthur Morgan's, I got the quarter. Don't forget the quarter. It's my favorite line.
All right.
The redemption.
Next one we have, I think, Demon Souls.
Hell yeah.
I'm so glad it's a launch game.
I wish they told us.
Looking so fucking good.
Hey, you know what? I wish they told us too. That would have made us even more hyped right after that trailer. Because there was like a big black, like just like a void after that trailer, where it was like 5 seconds of dark.
It almost felt like it was gonna,
I feel like there should be something right here that says launch,
or it felt like it was gonna end. The whole thing was gonna end. I was like, really?
Yeah, is that it? It's fade to black. Oh boy, I don't get it. Like I know some people in my comment sections were saying like, well, the reason why they didn't show the dates for Spider-Man and Demon Souls is because it came before the price and release date reveal. But what Jim Ryan still came on afterwards and he was like, well, we hope you enjoyed the PS5 event. He could have said Spider-Man, Demon Souls available at launch. Like, yeah. Or they just showed a graphic.
Say at launch.
At launch. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It should just said launch day. Boom.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That would have been cool because then you wouldn't brew up the hype like, oh, we're gonna see launch date at the end of this thing. Like, yeah, cool.
Yeah. But they were like, nah.
Hey, guys,
no, Jeff Keighley will tell you.
Guys, yes, it was Jeff Keighley. It's Jeff Keighley. But guys, it was just we're in a pandemic right now, guys.
They couldn't afford the guy to say launch.
They couldn't afford the text.
Guys, they edited it. Listen, this is coming from reliable sources. I have an uncle PlayStation, and he was telling me how they had one guy working there, and it was on his day off. He put this together. He worked. He put together 6 hours of work. He did this 30 minutes before the show. So guys, just
I imagine Microsoft had the Xbox Series stuff leaked last week. Like, oh fuck, make it now.
I guarantee you that's what happened.
Yeah, they weren't ready. I don't think.
They played 2 a.m. 2 a.m. announcement.
Either that or Jeff Keighley knew that ahead of time, and he was so pissed that everything he was showing off during the summer games got leaked. So he's like, you know what? Fuck, I'm gonna leak me some stuff. It's like Demon Souls launch. It's
so weird. It was so bizarre.
All of this feels like this was supposed to be like pre-planned all the way back to like E3 and E3 era.
You know what kills me? What kills me is Jim Ryan coming out there saying, well, we knew the price and release date of the console very early in the year. And I'm like, why did you wait? Bro.
Listen, they want to wait for Xbox.
That and listen, if there is a problem in the manufacturing plants in the world and you're trying to shift your production processes out of China, wherever you got to go, I get that, but don't be coming on here. Just why 2 months, less than 2 months, we'll have these consoles. Why wait till now?
And Microsoft wasn't supposed to announce until this week too, so I imagine this thing was made for next week.
Yeah.
But then they didn't want Microsoft to have a whole week to themselves. So like, all right, let's put something out next week and take away those pre-orders before they get to them.
But did they really need that though? Because, bro, they posted a photo on Instagram of a logo, and that thing was like the number one liked thing.
Dude, that's what I want to tell people is that everyone's like, "Oh, Sony ain't scared." I'm like, they're a lot more intimidated by Microsoft than people think they are because they're waiting for a price. They don't want to be. They're trying to perfect everything, and they don't want to be taken over by Microsoft. And they like. It's not a free game to them now. They're like, all right, we still need to actually play cards right. But Demon Souls looking great. I'm excited for it. I'm glad it's launched, and it's not PC, unfortunately. Even though that guy slept on the keyboard and hit PC on accident, it's not PC.
Somebody
inspired. Somebody inspired.
They put the PC, but they put the launch day.
Right? They just looked at this. They sent this to their boss, who obviously didn't care. He just watched this. Yeah, I think that looks right. Go. I'm like, nobody.
Sony's just like, hey, Johnny, when you're editing that, make sure you put launch at the end. It was like PC. All right, PC. It's like no,
it's a different language. It's a different
language. He dragged the wrong clip onto the.
Oh no! I just got it. He wasn't wrong because he said launch. Oh yeah, it's going on PC. You want to know what PC stands for? PlayStation console. Boom. There we go.
There you go.
There we fucking go.
Watch it. Day one.
Yeah, that's a guy who hasn't slept in 72 hours. Logic right there.
He's like that guy in Coraline who was just on the computer like. That's a great movie, man. Shout out to Coraline.
Coraline.
What do you guys feel on Demon Souls? Are we looking good at it? Are we excited for it?
I think that of all the games they showed, is the first game I think looks like a next gen game.
Really?
Honestly. Yeah, because I thought like what would you?
The other ones are PS4 games.
Yeah.
All right, no, I looked at Spider-Man and I saw what they were doing with like the particle effects and everything. It looked great. So I know it's on PS4, but I don't think it's gonna be anywhere close to that. But yes, Demon Souls looks crispy as hell.
Dude, during the gameplay itself, you can see like there's a lot of like clipping and stuff, which you expect from a game like this. But when they cut it when you die in the trailer, and then it just has like the shots of all the other creatures in the game. I never played Demon Souls, so I don't know the names of these things. But like it shows like the spider one, and it's just showing all these other, and then like the fire effect. I was like, this looks like what I would expect a launch game to look like on the next generation console. Maybe not the pinnacle of next gen graphics, of course. They always get better. But like that's what I expect from a launch game. Like you can say what you want about Knack and even Killzone. Those games look like launch like next gen games. Even with Xbox, like Dead Rising 3 didn't look amazing graphically, but it had all that giant horde of zombies.
Showed you the difference.
Yeah, and Rise still looks, I think, great too.
Oh, Rise looks great. I played through Rise not even 2 months ago. That game is pretty.
Yeah. I was thinking of playing that game again just to see new Xbox coming. Let me see what the old Xbox had again.
I hope the Series. I mean, I don't care because I have a PC, but I hope the Series X gives you more options, because I know in consoles it's very closed off, so they can't give you all the sliders and things you want. But if they can give you more options with some of those games, give us 60 frame modes, because obviously the games are on PC, we know they can run at 60 frames. Oh god, that'd be great. Like I don't know about y'all how often you go back and replay some of the 360 or the OG Xbox backwards compatible games, but bro, they look so beautiful. Like Red Dead Redemption 1.
I know that Red Dead Redemption 1 sold a lot of people on that Xbox One X when they're like, wow, this looks like an actual game that came out just now.
Yeah, and it ran so good. I'm not like somebody that counts frames, but it felt like it was running like at least like high 40s, maybe to 60s. I'm not sure, but dude,
it felt smooth.
That game looked great. It felt very smooth. Like that game had a lot of like frame rate issues here and there when it first came out. I played like 10 hours more of that game. I'm like, god damn. It's so
love
good.
It. So Demon Souls, looking forward to it.
Yeah, Demon Souls is looking great. I'm excited for it.
It's looking fantastic. It's one of those things. I played the shit out of Demon Souls. I was on like New Game +9 on my main file.
Wow.
And I tried to get the platinum in that game. And there's a lot of different weapon material components that you need to get. One you can only get if you have a really high faith. And if you don't have a really high faith, you have to spend multiple playthroughs basically trying to build up your faith to get it. And you only get one drop of it per playthrough if you have enough faith. So I had to keep playing through multiple times to try and fucking work my way up to it. And eventually just stopped after a while. I stopped after a while because they disconnected the online component. So I couldn't manipulate the white-black environments in order to get the drop that I needed for it too. And so that's one of those things that there's so much they've done to kind of optimize this game. The updates to the parries look fantastic because I played through Demon Souls enough that the first 2 worlds I can almost blind parry everything. I can just walk up, I know the exact rate at which it's going to come at me, just reflexively parry, dead, all right, move on to the next thing, and I can just walk through the whole beginning areas, just parrying my way through. And so seeing the updates to the parry animation, just that whole fucking Hulk it up, smack it on the ground, absolutely fantastic. The Witch I love the updates to her appearance in this. I'm really curious to see more of the Nexus and how all the different NPCs fill it. because there are so many little details throughout, especially when you get the NPC that wants you to start killing the other NPCs. That's such a great little quest line. The only thing I am not looking forward to, and as much as Kyle is like, it's not the same game, they're changing certain things. Some things need to be changed, let's be honest. One of those things is World 5, the fucking poison swamp. That shit needs to be updated. Because that is the only part in the game that even up to New Game Plus 9, I fucking struggled at because the poison just eats away at your life so goddamn fucking fast. It's impossible to maneuver through that shit without dying. So hopefully, knock on wood, that place gets toned the fuck down a little bit. Otherwise than that, I'm fucking stoked for this. I can't wait to put another fucking 9+ playthroughs in that goddamn game.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it'll probably be the only game you get day one, right? If you get PS4, 5, whatever.
Yeah, if I do end up getting it at launch, that probably will be the only game.
I'm thinking like I don't think David's a sack boy guy, so like I don't think he's gonna get that.
He's a big sack boy.
You might get Spider-Man, but
Spider-Man I'll probably wait till because I was going back and forth, and I think I'm in the same camp as Adrian, because Adrian has already mentioned this before. I do still I've loosened up a little bit on it, but I still very much kind of equate how something is worth based on how many hours of enjoyment I get out of it versus how much I paid for it. Demon's Souls, I know I'm getting my money's worth.
Right.
Even if you say Miles Morales is going to be, a 10-hour experience, a 12-hour experience, even at 12 hours for $40, I'm like
50.
50. It's different now.
40. That's right.
Yeah, swing of
well, you might as well get the 70 to get the original game.
But I already have the original game.
Yeah, that's no better.
But this one's remastered.
I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna slap that back in the PlayStation 5 and play it anyway.
You like consuming.
Consume.
All right. Next, we have two last things and we're done.
Nice.
So they had the PlayStation Plus collection shown off here, which was everyone was kind of confused, thinking this is like gonna be Sony's answer to Game Pass. I think it's more Sony's like entrance fee, and it'd be like, hey, if you haven't gotten to our platform yet, this is a good way to start off. Not really incentivizing anyone to stay, because I'm like, I think if you're decent in this, this is the kind of collection where if you have played enough games on PlayStation, you'll have played most of these games. It's cool to have.
Yeah, I pretty much have everything in there.
Everything. They got everything.
I just realized I never got a PS4 Pro, so actually this is kind of good for me because now I could play some of these games in actual 4K. The ones that like are in 4K. I mean, I could play them anyway because I have pretty much every game there, like physical. I'm sure you just put the disc in, it's fine. Like God of War will work. Day one. Like, but I would love to play Last of Us Remastered again.
Why don't you play Last of Us 2?
Nah, that's okay. I'll just play Last of Us 1. It's fine. I'll just play that. I didn't even play Last of Us 1.
I like Last of Us 2. This man has the LA edition and had it since launch, and hasn't.
Oh, gore.
Wait, can I love the idea behind this. Look at the LA edition statue.
I'm sure. That's actually a nice statue.
It is a pretty nice statue. I love the idea that.
Who made this statue? Is that the same people who made the God of War statue?
That's what I was just about to say. You know what? Probably. Let me see. What's the
from Gary?
From Gary.
There, Chuck.
Idea. What's the company? Let's see. God of War. Is it the same? Doesn't say. Yeah, this one doesn't say. So, anyway, I just love the idea that Ellie is so much fucking bigger than Kratos. Like just so much bigger.
Woman.
Yeah, exactly. But it is a nice statue. And either way, even if I don't like the game, it's still Ellie.
How much was the Ellie edition? Please don't go over 150.
Oh.
20, I think.
However, hey, listen to this. That backpack. That backpack in there sells for how much?
You got 150. You can sell that.
Good.
And pretty much make all your money back.
You can sell everything separately in that thing and make money.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You can sell the whole thing and make like $100.
Yeah.
Do you get a steelbook?
Steelbook.
Steelbook's nice. It has Abby and Ellie on it.
It's a steelbook. It has a statue, backpack, a vinyl, a letter from Naughty Dog.
I don't have the vinyl here, but it's like one of those mini
7-inch.
Is it green?
I don't think it's green. Is it green?
Because I say that because when I was at E3 2018, they had a Last of Us 2 vinyl on sale, and it was a selection of tracks for the game, a game that didn't come out for 2 years. It's so funny with my music. But it was cool and it was nice. And that's like the only vinyl I own because I don't have a player, but I really want one now. So
I have a lot of vinyls. Yeah. I don't have a vinyl player.
I have another one that came from Mondo, but I don't think that's
no. This is exclusive to the LA edition.
Yeah.
Anyway,
shout it probably has the same song.
All right. So this Plus collection, it's cool to have. It's not a rival to Game Pass whatsoever. I don't think.
No, it could be. I could see it being in the future, but right now, like people have to remember, Game Pass gives you brand new games.
Yeah,
and
not even first party, but you're talking like indie games that are pretty big too.
Like when Flight Simulator came out, you got that for free, and when it comes to Xbox One or whatever, Series X, eventually that's gonna be free if you have Game Pass.
Red Dead was on there
like
for a
when
while.
Halo comes out, that will be free. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2, like we said before, Devil May Cry 5 was on there.
But they're not there forever, sir.
I like people say this thing like, oh yeah, but what if I like owning games? I'm like, that's not stopping you. You can still buy the game,
bro.
It's on discount.
Game Pass, you get a discount, and when it goes on sale, you get the discounts. But the PlayStation Plus collection, what I view it as, is kind of, you know what I think it is? Well, obviously, it's an incentive to subscribe to PS Plus if you haven't. But also, number two, I just view it as like, you know, when you used to buy a console and they always gave you something, sometimes they gave you something free, like, oh, here's 30 days of PS Plus or something.
Sure.
I feel like that's what it is.
It's a welcome gift.
Some incentive.
With the PS4, does anybody remember when you got the PS4? It came with a $10 like voucher for the online store.
Fuck yes.
Yeah, maybe they'll do that again,
bro.
Maybe they'll do that to offset the $70 fucking game.
Yeah, here's
$10. Here's $10, so now it's a regular price game.
All right,
that's that. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it's neat.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's cool.
Cool.
Anyone who has not,
it's that big of a deal.
No, it's not nearly at all. But if anyone's like new to this platform, that's a killer start.
Yeah.
And it's very telling that they're not going to give you big games when they show Persona 5 regular and not Royal.
Yeah.
Like,
so it's got to be, I think, at least a year and a half because Days Gone was in there. So I'm thinking, it's probably what.
Yeah, Days Gone is like the most expensive game there. I think like that's like a $20 game. Everything else is always like a $10 game at GameStop. Like you can get a lot of those greatest hits at like Final Fantasy 15. I think you can get for like $3 at GameStop.
Yeah.
But it's cool that they'll be updated.
Have they said they'd be updated?
They said God of War will be at least.
God of War will be what?
Like it'll be 4K HDR or whatever. It's
no, I meant.
Yeah. About to ask. Oh, he means the list of games going to get updated, or is that just?
Yeah, that's what I'm. If they confirm that, there'll be more games.
Whatever was already updated on PS4 Pro, it will most likely still just be this update. I'm just saying for me, because I didn't have a PS4 Pro.
Right.
No. Well,
we're talking about two separate updates.
Talking more about. We're talking about two separate updates to collections. So what Adrian was asking was, is that list static? Is that just for the welcome launch and there's a time frame on it, or is more games going in and out of the service? Like, hey, we're taking out Monster Hunter World and we're adding in The Witcher 3 or something,
Yeah, that's a good question. I could see them doing like just adding more stuff, but it'll be more like just first party stuff. Final Fantasy 15 wasn't first party technically, but it's still like
anything that they could easily see themselves getting away with selling for free, peanuts.
Yeah.
Because they have PS Now. I don't know why they would do that when they have PS Now still.
Like next year, Godfall will be free.
Yeah.
Why they didn't add all those games to PS Now is beyond me, bro. Shit.
All right, last thing. God of War, Ragnarok or 2, we don't know yet. God of War. I think we all kind of felt that in our loins going into it.
Yeah. I labeled the reaction as God of War 2. Like they're acting like I don't know. There's been like 15 other games on the God of War franchise.
Hey!
I obviously meant that this is not a new franchise, obviously, but this is a new start. So if they call it 2, then I would totally understand.
Yeah, because
the last game was just called God of War.
I think one of the directors or something hashtagged it God of War 2.
God of War the Squeakquel.
Oh man, the roach! I can't wait for the roach.
However,
I can't wait until he gets chipwrecked.
So we're looking at a 2.5-year turnaround from God of War. Is this gonna be a full-on like sequel? Because they're saying it is, but also I don't know if I believe anyone anymore.
Horizon's a
3.5. That's a 3.5-year turnaround, bro.
By the time this comes out, it'll probably be at the end of next year, most likely.
That's okay. So here's the thing. Realistically and optimistically, I'd love for this game to come out at the end of the year. I think now that they got the framework down, and if they've been pulling all the double duty, triple duty they need, I think they can get the game out in 3.5 years. Realistically, though, I'm thinking they ain't gonna abandon that spring slot that did so well for God of War last April. So Sony's games have been absolutely killing it in the first 6, now 7 months of the year. So I don't really know why they would want to rock the boat. Like the last time they really launched a major game of the holiday season was Spider-Man, and before that,
and Spider-Man was like September too.
Yeah. It was like right before everything was coming out. It was just like
right.
Almost perfect time.
I think September 7th. I think it was September 7th.
Yeah, it was like right in the beginning.
Yeah. So I don't know if they care much to launch a big game in the holiday season. Like last year, Death Stranding came out. I doubt that charted at all for Sony, or else they would have talked about it.
I'm pretty sure it was a disappointment, right? I thought I read that.
Yeah. Kojima, he chilling. He already got paid, so it's all good.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah. For what that game was, I'm surprised it made what it did.
I'm surprised it got made.
Million. That's such like an indie. That's an indie movie turned into a video game.
Bro, it's Kojima with a blank check.
I love that. I love that Kojima could go in and say, "Yeah, you know what? Rain turns you old. There's a baby that could find ghosts." It was like
walking simulator, like, but really,
yeah, you walk.
It's a social commentary. It's a social commentary on things that Kojima predicted the pandemic. Why he didn't tell us, the world may never know.
I'm expecting it to rain, and I'll be like, "What the fuck?" I'm starting to get like get old. Like Kojima was right.
Yes.
Yeah, that game I need to go back to. I really want.
I have to finish it, bro.
I'm gonna start over soon. I think maybe like
because that is such a for a game that's like a post-apocalyptic game about ghosts trying to kill you and the rain turns you old. That's a very peaceful game,
dude. I've said this on this podcast so many times already. One of my favorite moments when you first like start walking out to your big main mission and it zooms the camera out a little bit, just a little bit. And then the music starts playing, and you see like the track name, and it just walks, and it times it out so that you have enough time to listen to the song as you go through. I'm like, that's a clean moment right there. That's a good time right there.
Very much so.
But God of War, I'm happy it's happening. I'm kind of in this thing where I'm like, is it a Miles Morales thing now? Because I feel like they should have said PS5 only at some point, but then again, they're bad at explaining things.
I really don't think they can do that with God of War because we're not gonna spoil what happened in the God of War, but like Spider-Man, you could just make another spinoff, like another Spider-Man adventure. But God of War is like it's gotta be substantial. Like Ragnarok is pretty much the apocalypse, so you gotta do it right. It can't be like some 10-hour like whatever. It's like
a realm. Like I was thinking. Maybe it might be cross-gen as well, because anything is possible after yesterday. But part of me is thinking like that's the last exclusive. Depending on what happens later, we'll see. But I think Miles Morales Spider-Man, because it was such a smaller game in scale and scope by comparison to the other things, Sony is like, all right, that can be cross-gen. But I think any game that was put into development after Horizon 2 probably going to be just next gen only, because Horizon 2 you figure went to development, let's say after Frozen Wild, so 6, 7, 8 months, right, end of 2017, whatever. And you do that, you work on it for like 3.5 years realistically. Okay, I can see that. But with God of War, unless they started development of that thing immediately after the sequel, I don't see that. I
could have sworn I read somewhere this is like a DLC that just went like so big that they just decided to make it a sequel.
So it's Saints Row 4?
Yeah.
I could be so
no,
wrong
I think
on
you're
that,
right.
But
I think you're right, because I remember people talking about there being a story upgrade sometime last year. No, not even last year, end of 2018.
Right.
And then they said, yeah, we're just going to focus on God of War 2. So
I could see that the way God of War ends. I could totally see them trying to do that story. Like that could have been like a cliffhanger for a DLC. I could totally see that, and then the whole story with Kratos and Atreus. That's all I'll say. That could be the actual sequel. So I could see it, sure, but I don't know, with the title Ragnarok, I'm thinking like this could be big.
It's gotta be epic. It's gotta be.
I think the opposite. If it's God of War Ragnarok, I feel it's Spider-Man Miles Morales. If it was God of War 2, I'd be confident it's PS5 only.
I would love if they went goofy.
No, it's easily God of War 2 because it was entirely set up in God of War 2018. We know exactly what we're getting based on all the conversations that were had. Yeah,
but I could see them taking that scene at the end of God of War, that last one, like whoa scene, making that, and that could have been the tease for a DLC, and then the Atreus and Kratos story, that they teased at the end of that game too, with the stuff on the wall. That's all I'll say.
The ending of the game, right?
That could be the actual. That could be the actual sequel, but the stuff at the end with the guy.
It can go either way.
I don't know why I'm like trying to sneak past.
It's been almost 3 years. Almost 3 years. Bro, it's been almost 3 years, and I always have to catch myself thinking, yo, what about people who didn't play? That's a big surprise. Bro, it's been 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I had a month ban for Endgame spoilers. I didn't talk about them for a month. And here I am. It's been 3 years. I don't want to spoil God of War.
God of War. A game pretty much everybody played at this point. I guess there's probably some Xbox guys that have yet to
play. PlayStation Experience thing, or a PS Plus Experience thing.
If you get a PS4.
There we go.
I don't feel when I first saw it, I was like, no, this has to be the PS5 exclusive game to show everything off. Like this is the new next gen, but I don't know what if it's God of War : Ragnarok. I feel it's a Miles Morales thing, and it could be just a it's a cross.
No, I
have no problem with cross gen. I'm on that.
Look at Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal is not called Doom 2. It was just Doom Eternal.
Yeah.
And that was definitely a sequel. And I think they just don't want to do what the original God of War games did, which was 1, 2, 3. There's nothing like separating them. It's just like 1, 2, 3. That was it.
Sure.
I think subtitles make way more sense.
No, they do. I'm not complaining about that. I just feel. Since they did it with Spider-Man, I just have an issue with this. But I personally don't care if it's cross-gen, like whatever. But I feel like this might be cross-gen. I feel like they aren't saying anything.
I think there's a higher chance it's cross-gen than it being like a standalone spin-off.
I agree.
Yeah. I think even if it is a PS4 and PS5 game, I think it will still be the best-looking game that's on the PS5 at the time.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be PS4 and PS5. I don't.
But like, remember when like God of War 2 came out? Do you remember that? God of War 2
came
out.
It was like a year after. Oh no, a few months after.
It was a few months after PS3, and people were like, "Dude, this game looks better than anything on the PS3." It was on the PS2.
Yeah.
Like,
standard def.
Yeah, exactly. I guess you could play that game on the PS3 at the time because you could play backwards compatible. But so there you go. If they announced to me that you could play PS3 games on the PS5, then that would have been the biggest news.
3D Dot Game Heroes, come back!
Hell yeah!
The original Nier I could play again. That would be nice.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, they're remastering the one that was in Japan, but the original one.
Yeah.
I've been clamoring to play that again.
Maybe you can play the Xbox version on Series X. Who knows?
Yeah. I would love it. I would love if they came out and said like more 360 games are coming. Like we're not done.
The 360 will be back.
Oh, if Xbox announces, "Hey guys, fuck it, everything's playable now."
Well, because that's the thing. It's like, I'm so curious what they do with their emulator, because obviously they do very specific tweaks and optimizations.
Yeah.
But I would love for them to just open it up and be like, "Hey, we're gonna allow for whatever. May not be 100% compatible. Fucking use it at your own risk, asshole." But just to have the chance to go ahead and play so much more because of that. Because there are so many fucking gems that are not on that list that surprised me, honestly. They're not
Max
on
Payne
that list.
3 is not on it.
Kung Fu Chaos.
Max Payne 3 for Kung Fu Chaos.
They own the studio now.
That's true, Ninja Theory. But
they mentioned it when they were talking about them.
Yep.
Maybe it's a rights issue. Maybe Ninja Theory doesn't hold the full rights, because I've noticed that a lot with some games that are backwards compatible and others that aren't. It's like 9 times out of 10 licensing, if not licensing, is worth pursuing the license and spending the money.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, that's why I say they should just open it up generically as like, this is our emulator. Hey, go ahead and have at it, versus all the very specific fines, because obviously they're having to go back under the hood of a lot of these games to make them as optimized as they are. Fuck it, don't give us the optimized versions. Just be like, this is just straight up our emulator. Have fun, asshole. See what you get out of it.
Sure.
Yeah.
And this
so you know what? Even though,
Splinter Cell games look great in the Xbox.
Yeah, Blacklist. I looked at that gameplay. I was like, whoa.
I told you, that's why I saw that too. I was like, damn.
Yeah. Wow, that looks as I would expect a Splinter Cell game to look this gen, really. Meaning it'll look like a Ghost Recon game, because those games don't look very good for this gen.
Well, we would have to get a Splinter Cell game first.
You know what? I was going to say that earlier. Like, I'm actually kind of glad we never got a Splinter Cell game from Ubisoft in the last few years, because it would just be a Ghost Recon game. They would just turn it into a world and it'd be fucking
Maybe that's why
boring.
they haven't done one. They haven't figured out how to do it.
I think if they were going to, they probably had the hardest time trying to make it open world. I feel like that's the reason why. And now they're like, all right, let's not do that. Let's go back to the drawing board.
Because Ghost Recon was pretty much like Splinter Cell. It was very stealthy. You weren't like a spy though, but you're very stealthy in the original games. And they said, you know what, you can be stealthy, but that's not fun. Fuck that. And just go in there with a helicopter and destroy those fools. It's just like, it's just.
Hey, Splinter Cell VR.
Every
baby.
Tom Clancy game.
All right. On that note, 4.5 hours later, we did it.
We had some of our best fucking conversations, I think, this episode.
This episode was great. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm surprised you stuck around here. I wasn't gonna tell you how long these podcasts ran, because I was like, I don't want to scare away.
Oh no. I figured like, I
gotta clear my night off.
I gotta clear it off. Like, what was I doing? Oh, I was playing Persona right before this.
You took away from Persona.
Oh. You could have finished 0.01% of the game.
Yeah, you could have got it.
Exactly. So now I am so sad. But I had a Rice Krispie treat, so it's all good. But it was fun. Like, when you're having a good, genuine conversation with people, I'm that type of person who is like, I want to keep doing that. I want to keep enjoying it, because it's like I mentioned, like being in the podcast conversations with y'all in the past, it's always a good time. And why would I want to be like, well, let me cut this off short to go play Persona? I'm gonna do that anyway when I get off here.
You remember how long Skype calls were back in the day? Skype calls, literally, it would be like Samuel would start them up around maybe like 4 or 5 o'clock his time, and literally by the end it was always like 13, 14 hours by the end of the whole call. After everyone's rotated in, after we had like 3 people here, 2 people here, it was 14 hours like all day. At some point I told Sam, I was like, at some point I'm like, if there was a Skype leaderboard, I feel like we'd be on there somewhere.
Yeah, we'd be on it. I swear.
Most hours clocked in, definitely.
Right.
Yeah. All right,
for sure.
So signing out, we're gonna talk about. I also forgot to do the intro at the beginning of this podcast, so stay tuned. Right after I say goodbye. Stay for a second so I can read this off again, because I forgot to do that. I got so into asking Neo to introduce himself that I forgot. If you like this podcast, give us a like. We appreciate that. If you made it 4.5 hours in, Jesus Christ, give us a like. Yeah. Ranksters on Tuesday. Stream that. Dave and I are playing Halo 2 again. We're gonna try to get another. Maybe we got about a third in, so we'll probably get another third in on this next time we play on Sunday. Games Gone By schedule next week. Detroit Become Human. That'll be our game. The week after that, we're gonna do our season 1 retrospective. We're gonna talk about all 18 or 19 games that we played for.
We're going to do a ranksters of our games gone by. We're going to get meta with it.
We're going to have some fun facts for it. So 18 or 19 games we played over 13 months. So we'll go ahead and talk about those. We're going to go back to each of them, talk about some new things we might have thought about them in retrospective. We liked them more, liked them less, rank them, do all that stuff. It'll be a fun one. October 15th, PT. Speaking about that game, we're doing PT. October 15th. On October 29th. Hey, if you want to jump in PT, man. You want to jump and play PT and talk about PT? I'm down.
I might have to do that.
Hey, I am welcome to anyone who wants.
That game has some awesome lore.
If anyone wants to jump
for a 10.
Yeah, it has awesome lore for like a little download game that was like so in depth. Remember people were trying to figure out the phone thing for a long time too.
Yeah, you had to like talk into the microphone and say like, the woman's name. You hear the bell or the phone or whatever, and like when you hear it 3 times, you're good.
Yeah. Say if you want to jump in PT, let me know. We're gonna do the stream October 15th. It's gonna be PT. October 29th, Silent Hill 2. November 26th, Fable 2. And December 24th, Grim Fandango. And that's our last Games Gone By for the year.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, we're starting season 2 off just for the bangers.
Yeah.
All right. With that said, appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for listening to 4 hours and 30, probably by 38 minutes by the end of the intro.
Whew.
Appreciate you guys. You guys take care. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.